He took out a large amount of material from his space ring and filled the empty ground in front of him. They were so many items that they eventually formed a small mountain. He then used his mental connections with the little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie to place the numerous material into the holes, following a particular order. After doing everything, Han Shuo sighed comfortably. All of the ingredients have been placed inside, there's just one thing missing now. Why is that hole empty and nothing's been placed in it? Gilbert looked at everything happening around him with interest. He took a look around after Han Shuo had finished speaking and noticed that there was a hole, the size of a human, right next to Han Shuo. It happened to be next to the oldest and largest tree root. That hole is the center of the formation and only the master can enter it. Han Shuo rolled his eyes at Gilbert and explained haphazardly. He started chanting as soon as he'd spoken, summoning a few zombies and decided to use the same method of having them fight each other to select a suitable candidate. Just when Han Shuo was about to do so, however, the Earth Elite Zombie hastily shook his hand and walked in front of Han Shuo, blinking frantically as he tried to convey something to Han Shuo. He also waved at the little zombie as he did so, miming and gesturing as he conversed with the little skeleton, seemingly wanting the little skeleton to persuade Han Shuo as well. Han Shuo was surprised and held his breath in concentration, looking carefully at the Earth Elite Zombie and the little skeleton, slowly trying to understand the message that the two were sending over. The Earth Elite Zombie seemed to understand what Han Shuo was about to do and kept waving his hands around. After communicating with the little skeleton also reacted and joined the Earth Elite Zombie in explanation. Short, muddled bursts of messages kept being delivered to Han Shuo's mind. After a while, Han Shuo looked at the two in surprise. You mean, you guys have a suitable candidate? The Earth Elite Zombie and the little skeleton both nodded forcefully upon hearing these words. The little skeleton even walked next to the zombie warriors that Han Shuo had summoned and beat them up a bit, knocking them all into the ground. The little skeleton then stood proudly in front of them and gestured nobly with a puffed-out chest. He seemed to be saying these fellows are junk. They're not worthy of receiving such amazing treatment. Han Shuo finally understood after watching for a while. He nodded and smiled. All right, I'll send the two of you back and give you some time to catch the zombie warrior of your choice. I'll try to summon you three together afterwards. The little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie all nodded their heads firmly after Han Shuo had spoken. He could feel the joy and excitement in their hearts. Smiling, Han Shuo gave them a few reminders and chanted again, sending the two back to their old homes. His heart was full of surprise. He hadn't thought that the little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie would behave so interestingly. These low-level dark creatures have their own intelligence now. Gilbert was mystified as he sighed with astonishment at Han Shuo. Don't voice those words in front of them, or they will definitely be mad. They might even beat you up. They're outside the range of dark creatures now. I think even high-level dark creatures won't have the amazing powers that they have. Han Shuo flicked a glance at Gilbert to warn him from voicing foolish words around them. Han Shuo felt the little skeleton's summons from the other plane after a short while, and chanted the incantation again to resummon the two. A light flashed by as the little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie carried a thin, frail, yet exceedingly tall zombie in their arms. He was as thin as a bamboo shoot and had a green countenance to his face. There was no light in its pupils. It was obvious that it could only obey commands. The little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie shouldered the thin zombie warrior over, despite the discrepancies in their heights. One was tall and the other short, they presented a comical sight. The little skeleton pointed to the new zombie warrior amidst Han Shuo's surprise and gestured, seeming to say, he's one of ours. Chapter 230. Chapter 230, The Little Skeleton's Faction. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Taken aback, Han Shuo stared dumbly at the tall, thin zombie warrior. His eyes roved over the little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie, finally asking with surprise. One of ours? One of yours? Nodding, the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie seemed a bit proud. Their empty hands gestured at Han Chuo as a flood of messages bombarded Han Chuo like electromagnetic waves. After he'd taken a while to sort through the information, his heart was filled with astonishment as he looked incredulously at the two fellows. "You mean, you have your own minions and domain in the other dimension?" The two of them puffed out their chests at the same time with supremely proud expressions. They looked like they were guffawing with laughter as they nodded. Han Chuo had obviously hit the spot. On the other side, Gilbert looked at Han Chuo communicating slowly with the dark creatures and also felt it to be incredible when he understood what was going on. He couldn't help but go to express his astonishment. After he recovered from his surprise, Han Chuo's thoughts spun as he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Not bad, both of you've done well." With Han Chuo's current knowledge of necromancy, he knew that as he continuously improved, he would eventually be able to directly surpass the limits of space one day and descend upon that miraculous dimension alongside the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie. Furthermore, if Han Chuo reached the level of a Magister Necromancer, he could even use large-scale teleportation formations to directly connect the two dimensions and teleport personnel. In that case, if the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie developed a powerful faction in the other dimension, they would be able to completely share resources when Han Chuo's necromancy reached a certain level. The possibilities caused Han Chuo to become very excited. The little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie were both beyond happy at hearing Han Chuo's praise. The little skeleton pointed at the zombie warrior that he'd been supporting, and then pointed at the hole beside him, gesticulating Han Chuo to use this zombie warrior to refine into a wood elite zombie. Han Chuo nodded and gave a faint smile to show that he understood. He waved towards the little skeleton and signaled him to drop the tall and thin zombie warrior into the hole. When the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie carried the zombie warrior to the hole, the little skeleton placed it down, then looked up at it. Purple light continuously shone out from the purple eye, as if he was giving some sort of orders to the zombie warrior. After a while, the little skeleton went on its tiptoes and comically tapped on the zombie warrior's shoulders, seemingly telling it to work hard, just like a general encouraging its subordinates. It was as if the tall and thin zombie only had the intelligence to obey. After receiving the orders of the purple eye, the zombie warrior nodded stiffly, understanding the little skeleton's meaning, and jumped down into the hole. It laid down in the hole in a docile manner and looked at Han Chuo, waiting for his next action. Seeing that everything was set, Han Chuo took a deep breath, and familiarly dropped 2 droplets of blood essence onto the zombie warrior, then cast a dark seal spell, gaining a deeper connection with the zombie warrior. After that, Han Chuo crossed his legs and sat down. He gave an order to the Earth Elite zombie, then sent out rays of black light from his hand into the prone zombie warrior. After receiving Han Chuo's orders, the Earth Elite zombie dove into the soil, disappearing instantly like an eel. With the efficiency and speed of an earth dragon swimming around, it quickly filled in the 49 holes, returning the area back to its former even plane. When Han Chuo's final seals landed on the body of that thin and tall zombie warrior, the surrounding soil of the hole quickly flowed over his body, covering it as if guided by some sort of power. Then, the Earth Elite zombie rose back up and dusted off its hands with a relaxed expression. "Spirit power of wood, listen to my commands and immediately take your place." Han Chuo formed 2 hand seals as he thundered, sending a cloud of black light into the tall, thin zombie. Suddenly, the 49 holes that have been filled and flattened rose up. Natural, green strings gradually linked up together into a dense net, as if woven by spiders. The thin and tall zombie warrior's hiding place was at the center of this net. In the blink of an eye, thick earth energy all gathered towards the center, as if linked by the green bonds. From afar, it looked like little streams flowing towards the river in the middle, resulting in a strong visual impact for spectators. While this happened, some of the thick weeds further away were gradually wilting. Even the largest of the ancient trees, filled with powerful branches, slowly changed at a rate visible to the human eye due to the loss of earth energy. Everything was being absorbed by the thin and tall zombie warrior at the center. In order to create him, all the vegetation in the surroundings had to wilt. This is amazing. Master, how did you do it? Gilbert couldn't help but exclaim as he stared at the enormous changes around him. All of the plants around the place of extreme would need to spit back out all the wood chi they absorbed over the years. The day that the wood elite zombie forms is the day they fully wilt and die. Survival of the fittest. Only the most superior survive in this kind of environment, that's their fate. Han Chuo said cruelly. Gilbert looked around and then stared at the Earth elite zombie and the little skeleton. What do we do now? Nothing much, we'll leave and take a walk around the forest troll's residence. With the protection of the forest troll warriors, there shouldn't be anything untoward. The changes in this area will become more obvious with the advent of time. I'll instruct the forest trolls not to bother about this. When the zombie absorbs all of the wood chi here and transforms into an wood elite zombie, he will naturally contact me and I'll come to wake him. Han Chuo said faintly. He left with the little skeleton and Gilbert, heading for the forest troll's village, arriving after half a day's travel. When Han Chuo arrived with the little skeleton, they were greeted by the atmosphere of a holiday. As their protector, the little skeleton was viewed as the materialization of the great god Datara in this world. The successful raid last time and Han Chuo's large supply of living necessities had made the forest trolls trust Han Chuo more and more. The old forest troll priest presented himself in front of Han Chuo after a short while, kneeling down and kowtowing in front of Han Chuo and the little skeleton. "Hello, how have things been lately?" Han Chuo asked with a faint smile after telling the priest to rise. "Thanks to your noble and wonderful guidance, we have enough rations to weather the winter. No merchants are willing to pass through the dark forest in the cold of winter, so we're all resting in the village and haven't gone out to hunt." The old priest responded respectfully and appeared quite at ease. Nodding, Han Chuo said warmly, "Good. Train some more warriors and priest for the tribe this winter. Train them well, they'll be put to good use when spring comes again. We promise to listen to the liaison's orders and train the children well." The old priest nodded and promised. Send some more warriors to protect the sacred ground. The great god Datara will be resting within for a while. No one is to enter the sacred ground without my orders. All abnormal occurrences within the sacred ground are because of the great Datara. Don't be surprised. Han Chuo knew that the formation of the wood elite zombie would cause the area to change. He notified the forest trolls beforehand just in case, so that they wouldn't disrupt Han Chuo's plans. "Don't worry, we'll do as the liaison says and guard the area well." The old priest didn't ask why before promising confidently. He appeared quite at ease when he didn't have to worry about daily life. "All right, if I have further orders, I may come myself or send this fellow." "Heh, I think you must know who he is." Han Chuo smiled and pointed to Gilbert behind him. "Of course, this is the strong Mr. Dark Dragon, the humble servant of the liaison." The old priest had been with Han Chuo on his trip to the underground cave last time, and knew everything about how the Dark Dragon had formed a contract with Han Chuo. He naturally understood where Gilbert had come from. When he'd thoroughly gone over all that was to be done, Han Chuo didn't tarry and left the forest troll village. After he sent the little skeleton back to his old home, Han Chuo rode on Gilbert and headed further into the depths of the dark forest. There was a mysterious tribe in the furthest depths of the dark forest, full of very powerful and terrifying existences. Of course, in such a place, there would naturally be more ferocious magical beasts, mystical plants, as well as some natural treasures that only appeared in legends. Han Chuo had wanted to refine some pills, so he wanted to try his luck in the depths of the dark forest, in hopes of finding some mystical grass in order to replenish some of his basic materials. After flying for a while, Gilbert took the initiative to let Han Chuo down. He actually muttered with a hint of fear, "This dark forest really isn't right. Just now, I felt like my back grow cold, as if something treated me as prey. It's too unbelievable." "Your feeling should be right. I too felt a very powerful aura that locked onto the two of us just now." However, I wasn't able to find out what sort of powerful aura it was, or where it came from. It looks like the dark forest is truly beyond mysterious. Let's not fly in the sky anymore, so that we don't attract the attention of some powerful beings. When Han Shuo felt that powerful aura, he immediately sent out the 3 yin demons to scout. However, he was unable to determine where the aura came from. After the 3 yin demons had completed one scouting run, they weren't able to find any irregularities. However, that didn't leave Han Shuo at ease, but rather made him even more cautious. What was surprising was that the depths of the dark forest didn't seem to be affected by the cold winter. The freezing air gradually disappeared as the two of them ventured deeper, while the surrounding temperature gradually rose. Indeed, it bore similarities to the place of extreme wood. Here, the thick and dense trees reached for the sky. There were springs along the way as they walked in, several of them decorated with white mist rising out of them. Thanks to the vision from the yin demons, Han Shuo saw all sorts of fierce, high-level creatures along the way. Harpies, deep-water pythons, frost eagles, medusas, manticores, all of these rare creatures continued to appear in the yin demon's vision. Sometimes, he even spotted more than one together. These high-level creatures were hard to see on the outskirts of the dark forest. There was often only one of these high-level creatures in a large area. Most adventurers would evade them if they bumped into them, deathly afraid of being attacked by them. However, they turned into the most common of existences within the depths of the dark forest. There were even many exotic plants growing in specific places, ones that Han Shuo had never heard of or seen. There were enormous flowers growing on these strange fauna. Han Shuo saw through the yin demons that a giant flower bent when a wind-blade wolf passed by, ensnaring the wolf with its stamens. The thick stem moved like a neck, as it chewed and swallowed the wolf. The wolf was quickly digested amidst a thick pool of blood, and not even the bones were spat out. There were some strange-looking plants with leaves like human hands. They also had the same frightening destructive power. As soon as magical creatures approached them, they would be entangled by their thick branches and be strangled to death. Follow me closely. Danger lurks everywhere within the dark forest. No wonder Trunks kept reminding me that although the gains were great in the forest, one might lose their life at any time. Han Shuo spoke calmly to Gilbert, and cautiously moved forward. However, even though he spoke those warning words, he was actually the one who lost his cool right after, sprinting towards something with a face full of glee. Chapter 231 Chapter 231, Blood Essence Grass. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. A plant with a big, fan-like leaf was protruding from fiery red rock crevice. Sparkling red lights flowed through its entire body. Drops of bright red liquid dripped down from the hanging leaf of this odd plant. Crystal clear, the liquid drops looked like red diamonds as they fell onto the rock, emitting a sizzling sound as well as a plume of red smoke. The smoke then disappeared near the roots, as if absorbed by the latter. Han Shuo's body moved with a speed much faster than Gilbert anticipated. In just a moment, he was already below the leaf, his mouth wide open to catch the dripping red liquid. Drip, drip. The blood-like red liquid fell onto the tip of Han Shuo's tongue with a soft plop. When the red smoke rose up with a sizzle, he took a deep breath and inhaled it all. Under the watchful eyes of Gilbert, Han Shuo's cheeks gradually glowed red. Not knowing what was going on, Gilbert looked at Han Shuo's weird actions in perplexion, thinking that his master was becoming increasingly mysterious. The plant had been originally hale and hardy. However, with every drop of crystal red liquid trickling down the leaf, crimson patches appeared on its body, which then slowly became one with the red rock. By the time the liquid stopped trickling from the leaf, the strange plant became rock-hard, sticking firmly to the red rock below. Han Shuo's whole body had turned blood-red by this point. He immediately sat down on the spot, his whole being seemingly made of blood, a faintly bright, red layer of smoke surrounding his body. Han Shuo slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long, Lo whistled and said with high spirits, "The depths of the dark forest are indeed unfathomable. To be able to encounter this blood essence grass that strengthens my blood essence, it appears my luck isn't bad at all." "What is it?" Gilbert asked with surprise as he stared at the rock-like plant. "The blood essence grass is a vile plant. It continuously absorbs the energy of the surrounding plants after formation. If it's surrounded by evil plants that feast on the flesh and blood of humans and beasts, then the blood of their victims will also be devoured and refined by the roots of the blood essence grass. The process has to operate for 100 years before the blood essence grass can produce a fan-sized leaf. Once this leaf forms, it will then proceed to spit out the condensed blood refined during the past 100 years to be reabsorbed into its roots. It can then absorb the surrounding vitality even faster, and the radius it can absorb will also expand. After another 100 years, the blood essence grass will give birth to another leaf after absorbing enough vitality from the surrounding carnivorous plants. This cycle repeats for a total of 900 years. If the blood essence grass can successfully evolve each time, it will eventually become a blood essence that can move freely, possessing sentience just like humans. Every plant within a 10-mile radius would be under its control. This is an incredible art." Han Shuo smiled as he explained the origin of the blood essence grass to Gilbert. "So amazing! Then, what effect did the blood-red liquid have on you? How old is this blood essence grass?" Gilbert asked, surprised at Han Shuo's explanation. Han Shuo gave a proud laugh and said, "When I absorb and refine the essence of the grass, I can transmute it into my essence blood. In the future, it'll prevent me from expending too much magical yuan." What a pity this blood essence grass seemed to only be around 300 years old. If it'd been 900 years old, after being transformed by my essence blood, it would possess the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. If I suffer a cut, the healing speed of the wound will be visible to the naked eye. It's that magical? Perhaps there are other blood essence grasses inside the dark forest. We can search for them," Gilbert exclaimed in excitement after being dumbfounded for a while. Paying no heed to the excited Gilbert, Han Shuo took out the Demon Slayer edge, and carefully dug up the red rock on which the blood essence grass had grown. He shook off the soil around it, and finally placed the clump of red rock into the space ring. "What does the stone do?" Gilbert curiously asked. "This is a blood essence stone. This is a valuable material, very useful." Han Shuo knew that Gilbert wouldn't understand even if he explained everything, so he responded half-heartedly. Taking a look around, Han Shuo saw nothing else worthy of attention. Only then did he proceed to the deeper depths with Gilbert, his heart growing increasingly curious about the dark forest. However, the strong presence appeared again not long after they set off. Han Shuo couldn't help but frown, his body halting in place. "Who or what are you playing at? Are you done yet?" Han Shuo shouted impolitely after he coldly took a look around. Possessing such a strong presence and being able to avoid the 3 yin demon's eyes, it would at least possess intelligence, if it wasn't human. Such a powerful creature lurking around and eyeing him and Gilbert as if they were prey made Han Shuo extremely uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but lash out violently. His shout echoed through the ancient forest with no response. After listening for a while, there was still no additional sound. Evidently the powerful presence hadn't responded to Han Shuo's words. "There really is something stalking us." Gilbert could apparently sense the danger with his instincts and couldn't help but cry out. Nodding, Han Shuo said softly, "Indeed, and we have no idea what it is. Even I have no way to trace it. It looks quite powerful too. We'll have to be careful, don't give it any advantage." No matter what this creature was, if it was confident in dealing with Han Shuo and Gilbert, it wouldn't be lurking around in the dark and would have gone on the offensive already. Yet, it chose to hide, which meant this creature didn't have confidence in defeating them both. As such, Han Shuo wasn't too worried. With the 3 yin demons around, it was impossible for this creature to ambush them. Although Han Shuo was on the alert, he felt no fear at all. On the contrary, he was even curious, and more determined to lure this creature out and take a look at what it really was. The clear moonlight shone down in the depths of the night. Under the rays of the moon, the shadows of the towering ancient trees were etched on the ground, looking like the caparine limbs of demonic figures. Han Chuo and Gilbert were resting in the branches of a 10-meter-high tree. Gilbert leaned lazily on the tree trunk as he napped, deeply asleep. Han Chuo's posture was straight, his breathing even, his heartbeat slow. He sat cross-legged like an erect javelin with his eyes closed, silently refining the essence of the blood essence grass that he'd taken in earlier in the day. After who knew how long, Han Chuo's closed eyes suddenly snapped open from his meditation. His bright eyes shone in the night, pupils sparkling as they swept the area. The 3 yin demons had taken positions around Han Chuo, to his back, left, and right. They were closely examining the surroundings for any anomalies. Suddenly, the yin demon at the back found ripples appearing on the surface of a nearby lake. It was followed by an enormous, transparent shadow that slowly rose from the surface of the lake. The watery being was colossal, on par with Gilbert in his dragon form. 9 heads on slender necks slowly appeared out of its bulk. After emerging from the pool, the originally transparent watery body gradually turned more and more immaterial, until it completely disappeared. However, a strong presence subtly radiated from that direction, giving off the exact same feeling from the past 2 days. Han Chuo watched attentively for a while and discovered the wind flowing a bit oddly from that direction, as if encountering an obstacle in the void. Tapping the soundly sleeping Gilbert, Han Chuo abruptly woke up the dark dragon. Gilbert turned his head to look around, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "The super-ranked magical creature, the Hydra." Han Chuo responded lightly. Hearing his words, Gilbert's face paled as he said in a stunned voice, "No wonder, my grandfather said that the Hydra has a skill that allows it to use the power of water to conceal its body, falling into a wondrous invisible state. In addition to its powerful presence, its whole body is also venomous. I can't believe that it's set its sights on us. This Hydra has likely evolved only once, so no wonder it was following us but didn't dare to act. Make your preparations, we'll teach it a lesson." Han Chuo whispered, his whole body remaining unmoving. He continued to sit there, waiting for the Hydra to arrive. Gilbert understood but still pretended to continue sleeping, snoring lightly. Chapter 232. Chapter 232 Lewd Dragon, Lewd Snake. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A terrible stench along with a powerful presence came crashing down even before the Hydra arrived. Han Chuo was unable to capture the Hydra's figure even through the 3 yin demons. However, he was still able to speculate its approximate location due to the odd changes in the wind. As the Hydra flew over, the clear ponds in the surrounding area were instantly polluted, turning them into gutters that spat out foul odors. The wet ground also slowly became unusually dry, revealing a dark brown color. It seemed like the surroundings were affected by the Hydra's abilities. Han Chuo summoned the Demon Slayer Edge, and made his preparations with Gilbert as the Hydra approached. He planned on unleashing an unforgettable strike the moment the Hydra closed in. The stench in the air gradually grew worse and worse. Han Chuo had been resting with his eyes closed but became briefly disoriented when he inhaled the revolting aroma. Upon filtering the air with his magical yuan, however, his body swiftly returned to normal. As a member of the Dark Dragon tribe, Gilbert's physical body was powerful, and he was capable of spitting poison. Furthermore, the natural resistance of a dragon's body was strong enough that the fetid poisonous gas could not affect him. Suddenly, the Hydra's moving figure seemed to stop beside a tree that reached towards the skies. The wind currents also stabilized and stopped changing. The Hydra seemed to have landed there. Han Chuo was shocked. Just as he was wondering why the Hydra didn't approach, 4 waves of dark brown liquid spurted out like a fountain towards the tree that Han Chuo and Gilbert were sitting in. A noxious stink instantly filled the air. Unusually rancid, when the magical beasts in the area inhaled this putrid stench, their bodies straightened and abruptly froze. Higher-leveled magical beasts like the harpy and 2 wind-blade wolves all ran away in a panic after scenting the stinking air. None of them dared to stick around. They clearly knew of the terrifying danger present in their surroundings. After cursing under their breath, Hanchuo and Gilbert instantly shifted. Gilbert leaped and landed on a tree even further away, while Hanchuo rose into a high vantage point in the sky. While he rapidly flew up, Hanchuo took the opportunity to chant necromancy spells, summoning the little skeleton and earth elite zombie at the same time, who organized themselves with great teamwork. The little skeleton took up a position beside Hanchuo, while the earth elite zombie hid into the ground. The branches of the tree that Hanchuo and Gilbert stayed on shuddered when the 4 waves of dark brown liquid splashed onto it. All the blooming leaves wilted almost instantly, and only a desiccated trunk was left of the once towering tree. It was as if it had experienced a long period of drought. "Hydra, you've finally appeared." Hanchuo laughed coldly in the sky and launched an attack with the little skeleton. The bone knife and demon slayer edge flew directly towards the concealed Hydra. Gilbert's roar also sounded out from the side at the same time. In human form, he gradually grew in a ball of black light, finally turning into his dark dragon form. He rushed towards the Hydra with his claws and fangs and shouted in a resounding voice, "Despicable Hydra, you will pay!" The concealed Hydra plainly didn't think that Hanchuo and Gilbert could find its tracks. Hanchuo's demon slayer edge and the bone knife had already connected with its body before it was able to react. A sharp scream tore through the silent sky. After getting injured, the Hydra's enormous body was no longer concealed. Coiled atop a sky-reaching tree, it was completely exposed to Hanchuo and Gilbert. At that moment, 2 of its long necks were dripping blood, and the remaining 7 heads shuddered. It seemed like the tree the Hydra was on was unable to withstand its pained writhing as it snapped with a large creak, bringing the Hydra's body down with it as it fell. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the brown ground. Intense rumbles sounded from deep within the earth, as if a terrifying danger awaited the Hydra's impact. As a super-rank magical beast, the Hydra naturally had the ability to fly, but it was just writhing in pain as it fell. However, when one of the snake heads caught sight of the ground underneath it fracture into a large ravine, the Hydra was scared mindless. It struggled frantically, finally halting its descent and rising upwards again. Faced with the threat of death, it seemed that the Hydra's no-holds-barred struggle bore fruit. However, the attack from the ground clearly did not end there. Just as the Hydra rose a bit in the air, it noticed several sharp mounds suddenly rise up from the ground and charge towards its body. The Hydra was extremely troubled in that moment. It hadn't thought that its ambush would result in all this happening. According to its plan, it would silently draw close to Hanchuo and Gilbert, use the noxious poison's fumes to take down the Dragon Knight Hanchuo, and then casually deal with the little dark dragon that was a rank lower. But, Hanchuo, having trained extensively in demonic cultivation, didn't fall to the attack of its noxious fumes like it had planned at all. Furthermore, the appearance of the little skeleton and earth elite zombie also empowered Hanchuo, completely shattering the Hydra's plan. The 9 snake heads suddenly started to tremble as its long necks wobbled continuously. The momentum of the mountains that the earth zombie had created was completely counteracted by the fierce streams of poison that the snake heads spat out. While it did so, the Hydra's body gradually rose as it frantically flew towards the pool it had first emerged from, dodging the remaining mountain attacks from the earth elite zombie. A stream of magma suddenly hit one of the snake heads, unusually dazzling within the pitch-dark night. With a terrible scream, the Hydra's gigantic fleeing body stumbled. The remaining magical beasts in the area fled in fear as the colossal body snapped trees into twigs as it crashed and fell. Wahaha, a second-ranked fellow has to flee as well. Gilbert's voice rang out through the night sky as he carried Hanchuo and the little skeleton to swiftly chase the Hydra. The Hydra destroyed all of the towering trees blocking its way as it fled. It suddenly leapt into the pool it had surfaced from just as Gilbert was about to catch up. The originally clear pool water was instantly polluted and very quickly became mired in filth. When the hydra had come out of the pool previously, the pool had remained clear. Yet the moment it entered now, the pool had changed. This meant that the hydra was unable to control its power anymore, most likely due to it being wounded. The hydra caused a huge wave of activity the moment it entered the newly formed bog. The mud splashed up around it and a foul odor began to spread. "Honored master, just leave this to me. Just watch from above. I'm very familiar with this sort of place as well." Gilbert laughed loudly. Gilbert had been hiding in a swamp the first time he'd met Hanchuo, using its natural advantages to fight against the dark elves. He was entirely used to fighting and hiding in this sort of place. Now that the hydra was hurt, and Hanchuo was on watch above, he didn't really worry about Gilbert's safety, particularly given his astounding resistance to poison. "All right, go on down. Come out or yell if you can't handle things." Hanchuo nodded and agreed to Gilbert's plan of action. With a wild guffaw of laughter, Gilbert's enormous body dove into the marsh with a huge splash. Like an enormous eel, he swiftly began to make his way deeper into the depths. All of a sudden, a huge commotion rose out in the mire. Gilbert had obviously found the hydra and had engaged in combat. With the swamp as the epicenter, tremors shook the ground, and the soaring trees as well. With this cacophony, regardless of size, all the magical beasts vacated the premises in a hurry. It was as though someone had tossed in a chain set of bombs, as huge pillars of mud, accompanied by tremendous bangs, erupted from the huge pool. The constant explosions forced the swamp into a terrifying spiral that could not settle. Occasionally, the hydra heads or Gilbert's huge tail would show itself above the surface of the bog. Looking down from his vantage point in the sky, Hanchuo noticed that Gilbert and the hydra's bodies were entwined together, continuously rolling around in the mire. "Hoo-hoo!" Suddenly, Gilbert's extremely lecherous yell rang out from within the mire. Then, Hanchuo caught sight of something that shocked him beyond measure. The hydra and Gilbert slowly floated out of the swamp, their bodies knotted tightly together. But the more Hanchuo looked, the less it looked like they were fighting. Rather, it actually seemed like they were getting intimate. Gilbert's thick tail and sharp claws continuously stroked the hydra's body like human hands. Meanwhile, the 9 long necks of the hydra, that were once struggling fiercely to escape from the dark dragon, began to wrap closer and closer around the dark dragon. Rays of dark light had begun to surrounding the 2 entangled super-rank magical beasts at some unknown time. The 2 enormous bodies slowly condensed, and gradually became 2 muddy people, a man and a woman, who were entwined together. Furthermore, they were 2 naked humanoids that were tightly embracing each other. Chapter 233. Chapter 233, Conquer. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hanchuo stood in the sky as he watched the development taking place below, completely astonished. He was completely dumbfounded as he stood there frozen. Gilbert and the hydra had become 2 naked mud people entwined around each other. The originally intense battle became an intense battle of another kind. Passionate cries and roars rang out, giving Hanchuo a complete eye-opener. The dark dragon race was lewd. All hydras were female and were hardly anything proper, as they'd always been a synonym for the word pervert. The fact that these 2 beings could turn such an intense battle into another kind of intense battle meant that they were truly lusty. It really shocked Hanchuo. The 2 mud people were rolling around together intensely and churning through the mire. Since their bodies were covered in mud, their original appearances could not be seen. Hanchuo could only discern that the hydra was female from her voluptuous body. The bustalud hydra entwined with the dark dragon and copulated fiercely. Heavy breathing kept on ringing out and echoing through the quiet night sky, causing people's lust to rise. Hanchuo had been watching intensely, while finding it all slightly baffling. Suddenly he felt someone tug on the corner of his shirt. He turned his head, and saw the purple eye of the little skeleton sparkle as he reached out with his bony claw to point at the dark dragon and the hydra that were in the heat of the moment. He sent Han Chuo a question, "What are they doing?" Han Chuo replied, The little skeleton tugged on the corner of his shirt again as the light in his purple eye swirled around quickly, showing that he was clearly very confused. It was as if he couldn't understand what was going on no matter what, so he questioned Han Chuo again. "The dark dragon is conquering it. Little kid, don't ask so much." Han Chuo couldn't evade the question, so he just laughed weirdly and tried to skirt around the question. Only half of the Earth Elite Zombie was in the ground starting from an unknown period of time. It waved its hands around wildly, also looking at the two people in the mire with confusion, wondering if it should get closer to attack. The mire was very wide and filled with extremely poisonous liquid. If the Earth Elite Zombie rushed inside, it would be unable to make full use of its powers. Not to mention that the current situation was very odd. Han Chuo hastily issued a mental command for the Earth Elite Zombie's movements to halt. The two people on the surface of the mire gradually sank back in and disappeared from Han Chuo's line of sight. However, the huge commotion inside the mire did not vanish accordingly. Han Chuo knew that the grand battle between a lewd dragon and a lewd snake had not stopped even after they had disappeared. The battle location had merely shifted to underneath the surface. Seeing that he couldn't see anything with his eyes anymore, Han Chuo descended from the sky to land beside the Earth Elite Zombie. He patted the Earth Elite Zombie's shoulder and praised, "You did very well." The Earth Elite Zombie had hidden in the ground earlier and used his powers over the Earth to pose an immense threat towards the Hydra. Power that could tear the Earth apart and form a fissure excited Han Chuo quite a bit. This meant that it had already developed a very good battle awareness after staying with the little skeleton for a while. Now that it would be rather difficult for the Hydra to threaten Han Chuo anymore, he landed and praised the Earth Elite Zombie, chanted the spell once more and sent the little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie back home. He then leapt onto a towering tree beside the mire, sat down with his legs crossed, and started to adjust his breathing while watching the commotion within the mire. As he did so, a loud sound rang out from afar, as if a huge being was passing nearby. Han Chuo had been adjusting his breathing, but immediately sent out a yin demon to travel towards the source of the sound and discern what was going on. An azure cyclops, roughly 8 or 9 meters in height, its muscles as firm as boulders, was moving its stone pillar-like legs as it hurried along its way. The mountains shook with each step, seeming as terrifying as a landslide. All of the trees were flattened in his path, like a bulldozer had been driven over the ground, flattening it thoroughly. Even some hard boulders were crushed into dust. This clearly indicated that the azure cyclops had an enormous strength that rivaled that of a god's. The cyclops seemed slightly anxious as it was walking at a very fast pace. The shuddering of the ground caused all of the magical beasts in the area to flee their nests in order to make way for it. Han Chuo was shocked as the large sound traveled further south. It was likely that even the Hydra and Gilbert would feel quite troubled if they met with that enormous fellow with a body as strong as boulders, embodying a terrifying strength. Just as Han Chuo thought that, a huge commotion rang out from the mire. A whirlpool was spiraling at the center of the mire as streams of brown mud were shot out. It seemed that the lewd dragon and the lewd snake had reached the climax. As he expected, a howl sounded out from within the mire after a while. The mire and its foul stench miraculously regained its purity in an extremely short amount of time. The contaminated muddy water gradually sank down, while clear pool water slowly appeared along the surface with bubbles. Gilbert's naked body leapt out from within. His muscles dazzled as the mud on his body was washed clean. Gilbert laughed maniacally with indescribable excitement and pride in his voice after breaking through the surface of the pool. He looked down at the watery pool as he couldn't restrain lewd laughter from bursting out of his mouth. He was clearly very cocky. "Honored Master, you are a living god of this world. You hold miracles that surpass the laws of the natural world. You have allowed your humble disciple to have a technique that can rule the entire Dark Dragon City. I must continuously praise you. Oh, you're truly too great." Gilbert blurted out a bunch of flattering words continuously after leaping out of the water. The sincere tone, the passionate emotions, the goosebumps-inducing words surpassed any flattering that he'd done before. Gilbert was truly excited and joyful in this moment. He wasn't purely being funning towards Han Chuo. "What, you used that technique?" Han Chuo chuckled oddly as he gazed at Gilbert in a smiling, yet not smiling manner. Gilbert nodded continuously and loudly in a truly excited manner. "Of course, it's too amazing. That female snake was completely dealt with. She can't even more now. What's the situation now?" Han Chuo momentarily blanked, then asked Gilbert quietly in a sneaky manner, as if he was afraid of the Hydra in the deep pool overhearing him. Gilbert quietly gave a lecherous laugh and said, "Honored Master, I already stole some of the essence from her body during the process. I can already feel my body reaping enormous benefits. Will this Hydra be a threat to us anymore?" Han Chuo nodded, then frowned before he asked calmly. "Don't worry, she definitely won't. Furthermore, I have a way to rope her in, so that Master can gain another powerful helper," Gilbert promised confidently with a smile of unmeasurable lasciviousness. "That's good. I'll believe you this time since you're so confident. I hope you don't disappoint me." Han Chuo chose to believe Gilbert after witnessing his feat with the Hydra and nodded in agreement with his suggestion. "Then, let's depart for now. She needs a very long period of time to rest. We'll come back and find her after she recovers." Gilbert gazed towards the clear pool reluctantly. "That's all right. I saw a Cyclops hurriedly running towards a direction just now. Let's go over there to see what's going on." Remembering the actions of the Cyclops, Han Chuo became interested and spoke thoughtfully to Gilbert. It was said that the Cyclops were the servants of the gods. Legends spoke of their miraculous ability to forge weapons and find special ores. They liked to eat humans and had strong bodies and stubborn personalities. Their living habits were very similar to the dwarves. Another legend said that Cyclops were actually a type of dwarf, but they had unbelievably large bodies, as well as terrifying destructive abilities. It was said that they lived in huge buildings. Their bodies were as hard as boulders. It was unknown whether they had the ability to find strange ores and rare mining fields due to this sort of body. This was an innate ability that made all alchemists green-eyed with envy. When the Cyclops had hurried on so anxiously just now, Han Chuo naturally thought of its instinctive abilities and wondered if the Cyclops had discovered some special metal ore and was rushing to dig it out. Perhaps this Cyclops found a good location, or is planning to mine some sort of special ore. Gilbert clearly knew about the instinctive characteristic of the Cyclops, so he couldn't help but cry out. Han Chuo nodded and smiled. "Come, let's go and see. Incidentally, I need some materials to refine a new weapon. Let's see if this Cyclops can help me find some good stuff." With that, Han Chuo and Gilbert swiftly followed the path that the Cyclops had been taking. Chapter 234. Chapter 234, A Strong Crowd. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The gigantic Cyclops' powerful body fully depicted its strong soul as it shook the ground and mountains in its path, snapping ancient trees, and causing many beasts to flee. Even in the dark forest, where super-rank magical beasts lurked everywhere, very few beings were actually willing to provoke a being as powerful as a Cyclops. Having bad relations with such a big fellow was not an easy thing. Han Chuo and Gilbert followed the tracks that the Cyclops left behind and caught up without too much effort. In order to prevent it from noticing them, Han Chuo rode on Gilbert's body and intentionally created a large distance between them and the Cyclops. As they hurried behind the Cyclops, Han Chuo carefully surveyed their surroundings and actually discovered several powerful auras that seemed to be interested in the Cyclops' actions. However, the owners of these auras also intentionally avoided the Cyclops. They hid far away, unwilling to approach it, and only followed the tracks that the Cyclops left behind, seeming to have the same idea as Han Chuo. When Han Chuo sensed these powerful auras, he immediately told Gilbert to revert back into his human form. He then dragged Gilbert along using the art of the demonic ninth heaven to prevent Gilbert's large body from catching the attention of these powerful beings and becoming their prey. The three yin demons kept watch on the side and continuously paid attention to any approaching danger that might befall them. Danger lurked around every corner in the dark forest, so Han Chuo couldn't help but remain vigilant. Each step of the towering Cyclops covered 5 or 6 meters. He finally entered a small valley after a long period of rumbling, hasty travel. A waterfall crashed within the valley, the vegetation green, the lake clear, and strange flowers bloomed. Odd rocks of various colors sat at the bottom of the clear river. They dazzled beneath the sunlight, making the river ripple and shine and the fish's color even brighter in contrast. What was surprising was that after the Cyclops suddenly became very cautious after arriving at the valley. He set each step down very carefully, as if afraid of breaking the silence of the valley, or disturbing some powerful being. Following the Cyclops from a distance away, Han Chuo hid at a cliff above the valley. He looked down from above, observing the Cyclops' movements. The Cyclops advanced forward carefully after arriving at the valley. As it walked, it reached back to undo the huge shovel, heading for the small lake underneath the waterfall. Contrary to Han Chuo's expectations, the small lake was extremely deep. The Cyclops was nearly 10 meters tall, and yet the lake water reached his shoulders when he entered the lake. As careful as the Cyclops had been, he caused numerous violent ripples to spread when he entered the lake. Fish of various colors scattered in fear, and the clear waters around his body gradually became muddier, clearly affected by his movements. When the Cyclops moved its hands and started using shovel, the lake water surged even more and the clear surface of the lake became even murkier, as pieces of gigantic rock were flung onto the bank by the moving shovel. The Cyclops was able to determine with just one glance which rocks were useful, and which were useless. He would put away the useful rocks the moment he excavated them and then continued working. All of the rocks that the Cyclops dug out had some sort of muddy silt stuck to them. Han Chuo couldn't determine what they were. However, since the Cyclops had become interested in them, and had snuck over to dig them out from such a far distance, they were unlikely to be something that could be easily found. Suddenly, several powerful auras descended on the valley. All of them locked their attention onto the Cyclops, as if waiting for something. Han Chuo instantly slowed his breathing and heart rate, and began intentionally concealing his presence. He wanted to prevent anyone from discovering a single trace of him and bringing him unnecessary trouble. As a super-rank magic beast, Gilbert also had a miraculous way of concealing himself. He slowly snuck into the current in the lake after a glance from Han Chuo, continuing to sink downwards until he reached the muddy layers at the bottom of the lake. As one of the evil races of the underground world, the dark dragons had a natural talent for hiding in mire. When Gilbert sank into the mud and was blocked by the flowing water and mud, even Han Chuo needed to sense very carefully before being able to find a trace of the dark dragon. After concealing himself, Han Chuo commanded the 3 yin demons to slowly move around the valley and slowly scout out the direction where he had sensed the powerful auras. Firstly, there was an old woman, whose face was full of wrinkles, wearing a flaming red magician robe, who stood on top of a branch of a 7-meter-tall tree. From the magical insignia on her robe, Han Chuo recognized that this old woman was actually a fire grand magus. Her vision did not rest on the Cyclops. Instead, she kept casting her gaze around, as if more interested in the valley itself. The second person was a middle-aged Hulk. He looked rather handsome, with short golden hair sticking up, appearing very energized. He'd stopped behind a boulder and was focusing his attention on the Cyclops itself. There was a strange aura around the middle-aged Hulk. It was actually rather similar to Gilbert's aura. Han Chuo carefully observed the middle-aged man and suddenly understood that he was an adult, golden dragon. The third powerful being had landed within the bushes. It was a savage, huge ape around 5 meters tall with long silver fur and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its long arms ended with sharp fingernails that were akin to knives. There were traces of blood on one of them, as if it had just ripped open a magical beast. The last person was a beautiful young girl, who was hovering in the air on the back of a Pegasus. She had clear eyes, white skin, and a flawless face. A holy aura emanated from her features. She rode atop the Pegasus with a straight back and breasts held high, appearing quite full. Her attention was also on the Cyclops. Thanks to the surveillance of the 3 yin demons, Han Chuo examined the 4 powerful beings from all directions. He couldn't help but be shocked. The dark forest was truly a terrifying place. A single Cyclops had attracted the attention of so many powerhouses. There were 4 powerful beings, 2 beasts, and 2 people. The middle-aged Hulk was naturally a golden dragon in its human form. As the race with the most powerful bodies amongst dragons, they were publicly acknowledged to be strong. The aura of this middle-aged Hulk was as steady as a mountain. He was definitely a powerful being who had evolved at least 3 times. He wasn't something that a rookie dark dragon could compare up to. The silver-eyed giant ape had an enormous body that was 4 meters tall. From the cold sharpness of its nails, Han Chuo could tell that they were drenched in the blood of various powerful men and beasts from within the dark forest. The aura of bloodlust surrounded it. Although he didn't know what sort of mutated monster it was, its powerful aura was definitely not weak. The old woman with a face full of wrinkles was a fire Grand Magus. Her control over fire magic already reached its peak, so her strength was definitely terrifying. Han Chuo was unable to determine the strength of the beautiful young girl on the Pegasus from her appearance, but since she'd dared to appear here, Han Chuo believed that she wouldn't be an opponent that would be easy to handle. She definitely would have never appeared if she didn't have extreme confidence in her own abilities. When Han Chuo had fully appraised the 4 powerful beings that were hidden, he immediately contacted Gilbert, telling him to stop moving to prevent an unfortunate disaster. Roar! An enormous roar suddenly rang out from underground. The entire valley shook as the boulders on the cliffs trembled and tumbled towards the small lake. This roar came from deep within the earth. It was filled with endless fury. The 4 powerful and hidden existences all displayed varied expressions upon hearing this loud howl. The golden dragon and the beautiful girl on the Pegasus were shocked and didn't know what to do or what was happening. Their gazes shifted from the Cyclops towards the lake and stream. However, the Fire Grand Magus and the gigantic silver ape seemed to understand what had happened, and their expressions revealed a hint of eager anticipation. After that loud roar, the temperature of the originally temperate valley shot up quickly. The lake and the clear river suddenly transformed into a hot spring as steam rose up from them and gradually diffused through the valley. The Cyclops clearly knew what was going on as well. Its originally light-footed actions immediately sped up, as if it was avoiding something and wanted to maximize the most strange ores possible from the lake in a shortest period of time. It frantically sped up its work. The ground in the valley trembled in accompaniment to the large sound. The ground beneath the lake and river split open. The temperature in the valley rose, causing some of the fragile flowers that couldn't withstand it to wilt. Following that, some branches and bushes cracked as they dried up and started smoking. Even Gilbert, hidden within the mud, was unable to withstand the rapid rise in water temperature. It nearly turned him into a roasted dragon, making him want to break out from the mire. However, Han Chuo noticed that the 4 hidden powerful beings had raised their vigilance to the utmost. There was an ominous killing intent that filled the valley, as if a large-scale war would unfold at any second. He was extremely shocked and hastily stopped Gilbert. Han Chuo told him to banish the thought of leaving the river bottom so that he wouldn't become the first target to be attacked. Han Chuo was fiercely stopping the dark dragon's action and telling him to leverage the convenience of the mud to leave the valley. This was to prevent him from unfortunately becoming the target of everyone's attacks and dying a terrible death. Gilbert withstood the pain of his body being burnt and used the dark dragon's natural talents to move to a place of lower temperature, gradually leaving the valley and disappearing in the direction of the river's current. A terrifying roar sounded out from underneath the ground not long after the dark dragon left. The river and lake seemed to be torn open as magma gushed through to them. The scorching hot temperature made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. 10 or so flaming red rock giants, that seemed to be constructed from magma, slowly stood up where the magma was gathering within the river. The body of these giants were red like iron brands, there seemed to be magma continuously circulating throughout their bodies. Each of them were as huge as the gigantic silver ape, and appeared very savage as magma flowed in their eyes. As the magma spread through the water, they rushed towards the Cyclops. The scorching demon generals, they really are here. The old woman, who happened to be the Fire Grand Magus, couldn't help but exclaim with a face full of excitement. The huge silver ape appeared extremely ferocious. There was a savage light sparkling within its blood-red eyes. It was anxiously waving its thick arms around at this moment, as if it was prepared to rush in and fight, but hesitated like it was waiting for something. The Golden Dragon and the Pegasus girl seemed to be targeting only the Cyclops. They clearly hadn't thought that this situation would develop and froze, trying to quickly think of something. While the four hidden powers were slowly gathering ideas, the magma-constructed scorching demon generals charged towards the Cyclops. The Cyclops no longer dared to stay now. It picked up its shovel and once again stepped out heavily, hoping to quickly leave the valley behind and avoid the attacks of these demon generals. The temperature within the valley rose up swiftly, immediately cracking the surrounding ground and wilting all vegetation in an extremely short period of time. The scorching temperature emanating from underneath the ground caused Han Chuo to feel very uncomfortable. Yet, just at this moment, Han Chuo closed his eyes and relaxed his body, as if wanting to perceive his surroundings more clearly. After a while, Han Chuo opened his eyes and light sparkled in them. He gazed down into the valley that had been turned into a sea of fire and muttered, "Yes, yes, it should be a place of extreme fire down there." Chapter 235. Chapter 235, Sea of Fire. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. M. Roar. Another terrifying roar rang out from beneath the ground, the valley trembling vehemently throughout. Large boulders on the cliff tumbled down, while the gigantic boulders that formed the waterfall creaked madly, as if they were about to crumble at any moment. An extremely powerful aura subtly seeped out of the cracked ground. The roar's powerful sound wave caused the wilted trees to suddenly crash to the ground and the earth to rupture very quickly, forming a huge ravine. Han Chuo no longer sent his 3 yin demons in separate directions for surveillance. Instead, he immediately called them back to his side to verify the disturbances in his surroundings. Han Chuo also couldn't help but vault away from the rocks and take to the air because the scorching heat had already transformed the boulders into bright red heated irons. The scorching demon generals that had stalked out of the magma attacked the Cyclops without any hesitation. In concert with the terrifying sound blast, the demon generals sent streams of magma from the river shooting towards the Cyclops' enormous body. 3 4-meter-tall demon generals strode out from the ground's depths and blocked the Cyclops' path of retreat as their flaming bodies charged towards the Cyclops. The Cyclops' enormous body was twice as tall as the demon generals. Its azure muscles sturdy as granite, the huge shovel it was holding with both hands became its weapon to block the attacks. Every single swing embodied monumental strength and caused gusts of hot air to spin wildly within the valley. Loud crackling explosions continuously echoed near the Cyclops' body as every swing of the shovel deflected a stream of magma, causing a spray of sparks to fly everywhere. Rocks hidden within the magma exploded on contact, shrapnel flying off in all directions. When some wilted small vegetation off to the side was brushed by the burning rocks, they immediately went up in flames. Instantly, a raging fire started to rapidly spread, enveloping the entire valley in a burning ocean. A flaming rock the size of a skull was batted to the side with contemptuous ease. Yet the furious force with which it flew towards Han Chuo forced him to flee in a sorry fashion. With a loud crack, the flaming rock smashed into the hard rock where Han Chuo had previously been standing. A splendid shower of sparks decorated the air as the searing hot flame burned a hole clear through the boulder, causing the people around to gasp at its miraculousness. Fire spark stone, the ultimate material for refining weapons. Han Chuo gazed intently at that fiery piece of rock, and immediately knew from those flames what this miraculous rock was. This was the material that cultivators required most of all to refine their weapons, the fire spark stone. Han Chuo reached out with his left hand, and a wisp of purple spell fire rose up like a sliver of a soul. It carried a sinister aura and slowly enfolded the fire spark stone. The moment the scorching heat made contact with the cold aura, dense white smoke immediately billowed out alongside a squeaking sound. When Han Chuo felt the mystical glacial spell fire take effect, he immediately activated his magical yuan. When his magical yuan covered the purple flame of the fire spark stone, it flickered up even more beautifully. Wisps of white mist began to rise from the fire spark stone. Under the impact of the sinister aura, the fire burning on the fire spark stone was slowly extinguished as it slowly calmed to a normal appearance, finally becoming a normal fire red colored boulder, red light sparkling from within like a ruby. Seeing the flames on the fire spark stone extinguish, Han Chuo immediately revealed a joyous expression and placed this rock, that was the size of a skull, into his space ring. It would be of great use in the future when he refined weapons. Whether they were magical cultivators or demonic cultivators, cultivators couldn't avoid needing some special flames for refining weapons. Some particular materials would only be melted with special flames. The fire spark stone was very special. If it wasn't exposed to flames, it acted the same as any other rock, not even the least bit warm. But once the fire spark stone was touched by the tiniest spark, it would immediately start burning intensely. Only once the energy contained within the fire spark stone was completely consumed would it become the most ordinary of rocks. During this process, the enormous fire energy of the fire spark stone was able to melt any material, which made it convenient for cultivators to refine their weapons. Han Chuo felt extremely happy after laying his hands on a piece of fire spark stone, and started searching around with a bright gaze in order to find more stones from the sparks in the sky. At that moment, a fiery streak of a dragon tore through the sky and landed close to the beautiful girl riding a Pegasus. There was an even larger piece of fire spark stone burning where the dragon had landed, shrouding the entire area around it in a sea of flame. The 4 experts who'd been hiding in the valley had already raised their vigilance to the limit. Due to the chaos in the valley, traces of some of them had been revealed. They'd all discovered each other, but none of them took action. For someone to appear in this valley and not be afraid in the face of such a terrifying scene, they either had mental issues, or were powerhouses who had no need to be afraid. All of the experts knew that they couldn't make a careless move without fully understanding the situation. That's why, even after knowing that there were others in hiding, they didn't dare easily blow their cover. As the larger piece of fire spark stone burned intensely, it heated up the surroundings, causing the Pegasus girl to sweat profusely, releasing a sweet fragrance. Due to the sweat, the curves of her tall breasts became even more alluring. There was no way to extinguish the fire spark stone without special means once it started burning. As Han Chuo looked at the fire spark stone endlessly consume its energy, he hesitated and finally flew out, moving towards that area. "Who is it?" the Pegasus beauty called out softly. She'd clearly noticed Han Chuo's actions, since her long eyelashes fluttered quickly as she watched the approaching Han Chuo cautiously. "I bear no ill will, I just want to pick something up." Han Chuo called out softly and slowly revealed himself. He was afraid that if he acted too quickly, it would cause this girl to suddenly attack. Han Chuo was also cautiously on guard during this entire process. He had already called out the demon slayer edge, and a yin demon watched her every move and expression. If this girl made the slightest expression of hostility, Han Chuo would mercilessly make the first move. Through the yin demon's surveillance, Han Chuo noticed that the arched eyebrows of the girl was furrowing slightly. 2 rows of sweat rolled down her fair cheeks, along her neck, and made it into the depths of her clothing. The girl anxiously urged the Pegasus to fly into the sky as she carefully looked at Han Chuo, perplexed. He was approaching her via flight, but wasn't making any unusual moves. The piece of fire spark stone was to the left of the beautiful girl. Since Han Chuo was afraid that she would misunderstand, he deliberately avoided her body, and circled around to land at the center of the intense flames where the fire spark stone was located. I mean no harm. Han Shuo raised his head and looked deeply into the eyes of this beautiful girl as he slowly descended from midair. He clapped his palms together and activated the magical yuan, causing a sphere of purple flame to explode into being between his palms. A wave of freezing aura instantly radiated from Han Shuo's palms. Someone that could fly was certainly a top expert. This was common knowledge in the entire profound continent. When Han Shuo flew over steadily with a relaxed expression, the girl immediately thought that he was an expert on the same level. Since she saw that Han Shuo hadn't made any actions that displayed ill intentions towards her, she didn't dare carelessly offend Han Shuo either. She only examined him with a pair of beautiful and curious eyes. When Han Shuo deployed the mystical glacial spell fire, giving form to the freezing purple spell fire, the temperature with Han Shuo at the center also decreased. Using the same method as before, Han Shuo brought over the purple magical spell fire with both of his hands and gradually approached the fire spark stone. Intense rumbling smoke suddenly rose up. As the scorching heat aura and the freezing cold aura met, the collision once again caused a dense white mist to billow. The fire spark stone that had been burning intensely started to gradually extinguish amidst squeaks. The majestic Pegasus underneath the beautiful girl was very unused to the inhospitably high temperatures currently in the valley, and had been extremely agitated. It was only due to the girl's continuous control that it did not immediately leave the valley. However, once Han Shuo's purple spell fire appeared, the temperature around Han Shuo rapidly dropped. It was as if he was a piece of land that the blistering summer was evading. For the majestic Pegasus underneath the girl, this was an extremely strong temptation. The Pegasus decided to draw near Han Shuo despite not having received any such orders from its rider. It flew around Han Shuo greedily, as if wanting to stay where the temperature was just right. Han Shuo, who was focusing on obtaining the fire spark stone, saw the Pegasus approach and the girl's actions clearly through the surveillance of the Yin demons. The beautiful girl was attempting to stop the Pegasus from approaching, but was clearly failing. Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the beautiful girl, revealing a smile of good intentions, signaling that he understood she hadn't approached intentionally, and that she bore no ill will either. "Thank you." When the girl smiled, it was as if flowers had bloomed. Her voice was soft and sincere. "You're welcome." Han Shuo lowered his head and continued to use his magical yuan to extinguish this piece of fire spark stone at the quickest pace possible. He didn't glance at the beautiful girl anymore. With the 3 Yin demons, Han Shuo could still keep an eye on the situation of the entire valley even though he was working hard. The scorching demon guards that had blocked off the Cyclops' way was savagely battling, trying to make the Cyclops permanently stay in the valley. However, the Cyclops was twice as large as the scorching demon generals, and possessed an extremely hard body. It was furiously flailing about with the giant shovel in its hand. In a shocking turn of events, he had already hacked 2 blazing demon generals into several large pieces of rocks that ended up fusing together in the river. At that instant, a bit of scorching magma splashed onto the Cyclops' azure body, causing a large scalded area. The Cyclops wailed in pain, its single eye occasionally glancing at the depths of the magma river, as if scared that a certain powerful being would suddenly break out of the ground. The Fire Grand Magus was covered in a crimson magic shield. The old woman within had a really excited expression on. Her eyes sparkled as she directed all her attention to the depths of the magma, as if she was waiting for something as well. The buff golden dragon Hulk was completely soaked with sweat in the hot valley. He was slowly moving towards the outside of the valley, as if biding his time to make a move on the Cyclops. The silver fur of the giant silver ape was standing up like needles. When some sparks landed on its silver fur, they actually didn't leave any burn marks. His tough claws continuously clenched and unclenched as its blood-red eyes stayed laser-focused on the depths of the magma river, not daring to approach. Roar! Another ear-shattering roar rang out, and the valley truly started to crumble. The land was ripped apart. The being underneath the ground seemed to be truly furious, as if it was blaming the scorching demon generals for their incompetence. More and more fissures tore open as more magma exploded outwards, spurting in all directions like a fountain. In what seemed to be an instant, the beautiful scenery in the valley no longer existed. A gigantic 10-odd meters tall thing stood up from the largest crack on the ground, rising along with the boiling magma. The head of this enormous thing was sharp, its lower body rotund, and it was as flaming red as the scorching demon generals. It seemed to be a huge moving volcano as a powerful aura spread out from its body, seemingly burning the very sky. Swathes of clouds, seemingly set ablaze, covered the sky above the valley, causing the valley to utterly transform into a kingdom of pure conflagration. As the sky crumbled and the ground shattered, the boulders of the valley imploded, careening downwards. When the gigantic being walked out from the depths of the earth, its enormous body swayed backwards and caused more magma to explode. A volcano had truly erupted. It's actually the Lord of the Flames. No wonder scorching demon generals would appear. The beautiful girl exclaimed, immediately spurred the Pegasus underneath it, yelling, "Leave, now!" The Pegasus, though infatuated with the temperature around Hanchuo, was clearly very happy to hear the girl's orders. It flew up beautifully and planned to leave this place of trouble. However, the terrifying Lord of the Flames was furiously burning everything. The burning clouds in the sky were not illusions, they had actually enveloped the valley. When the girl and Pegasus flew up, the flaming clouds lit up with intense flames, turning the sky into a sea of fire as well. No one could even think about escaping through the air. Furious killing intent spread out from the body of the Lord of the Flames. All of the experts realized that this fire manipulator was of a mind to savagely slaughter the intruders that had dared to break into its kingdom. Chapter 236. Chapter 236, The Strong Work Together. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. By the time Hanchuo finally secured the fire spark stone, the entire valley had already been sealed off by fire. 6 powerful beings, including Hanchuo, were all trapped within the valley. Those 6 powerful beings, who all had different goals, were about to face the wrath of the Lord of the Flames surrounded by volcanic eruptions. No one had been fortunate enough to escape. After the fire spark stone was stored safely into the space ring, Hanchuo extinguished the purple spell fire between his palms. The surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly once again. Sweat gathered on Hanchuo's body and flowed down like small rivers. As they were facing a sky filled with fiery clouds, the beautiful girl and the Pegasus were forced to land on the ground. They looked up at the flaming clouds with resignation. It looked like they didn't dare to directly break through the ocean of flames that occupied the sky above the valley. The fire Grand Magus with the crimson shield floated like the wind, occupying the place between Hanchuo and the girl. She smiled and said, "The 3 of us are human. I think it'll be easier to communicate between us. Taking a united stand against the enemy at this moment might make it easier for us to survive. What do you guys think?" When faced with horrifying danger, alliances between the powerful wasn't a bad idea. Besides from the Lord of the Flames, there was also the gigantic silver ape, the Cyclops, and the golden dragon. Those 3 beings were also exceptionally powerful, but it was a pity that they weren't human, making them less than ideal targets to partner with. Of course, only by cooperating can we live to walk out of this kingdom of flames. Hanchuo naturally knew that with his ability alone, he didn't have complete confidence in dealing with any of the experts within the valley. This Fire Grand Magus seemed to at least know what was going to happen. Although he didn't know what she was planning, he could at least wait and see. "This idea isn't bad, Granny." The beautiful girl revealed a dazzling smile and responded with a sweet and clear voice. The Fire Grand Magus seemed to know that Hanchuo and the beautiful girl would agree. She slightly shook the magic staff in her left hand and chanted a mystical spell. A boundary the size of a house instantly appeared around the 3 of them. The boundary was invisible and formless, but it isolated them from the high temperature. The scorching temperatures from the magma outside was completely blocked off. The magic shield on the old woman disappeared after she'd formed the boundary. She smiled and looked towards Hanchuo and the girl. She introduced herself. I'm called Marceau, I come from the Brute Merchant Alliance. I major in fire magic. Brian Han from the Lancelot Empire. I'm a necromancer, Han Chuo replied. Sophie from the Kasi Empire. I'm a knight. Ugh, and an amateur summoner, the beautiful Pegasus girl answered simply. The moment she said this, she softly chanted a spell and made the Pegasus she had been riding the entire time miraculously disappear. The old woman Marceau and the girl called Sophie seemed to have heard of each other's name. When the two introduced themselves, the other person revealed a shocked expression. Only Han Chuo was an unknown, and the two were unfamiliar with him. They looked at him in confusion. As an expert who focused on necromancy and could fly, they definitely would have heard of him if the Lancelot Empire had such a person. Thus, Marceau and Sophie both assumed that Han Chuo had given a fake name after realizing that they'd never heard of Han Chuo's name. In response to the two people's confusion, Han Chuo shook his head and smiled wryly as he explained, I'm telling the truth, I only made my debut recently, it's normal for my name not to be known. There's nothing to feel odd about. Roar! The Lord of the Flames' loud roar rang through the valley. Along with the terrifying sound wave, its massive body began to chase the Cyclops with surprising speed. Rays of scorching flames danced like flailing ribbons, while the insanely high temperature caused the air itself to crackle and pop. Flames mixed with magma surged towards the Cyclops under the Lord of the Flames' manipulation, causing the Cyclops to scurry around in an unsightly manner, clearly showing that it wasn't able to stand up to its opponent. The golden dragon seemed to be targeting the Cyclops, but after realizing now that it also faced an enormous threat, it seemed to have given up the plan of immediately dealing with the Cyclops. Instead, it paced around the exit of the flaming valley, wondering how to leave. At that moment, the enormous silver ape beat its chest with a roar, and turned into a bolt of silver lightning as it tore through space, shooting directly at the Lord of the Flames, who was still chasing the Cyclops. While in the air, its two razor-sharp claws danced in front of its chest, sending out several rays of cold light similar to a sword's fighting aura. When several flaming demonic generals in the vicinity were hit by the rays of cold light, their bodies crumbled with a huge crack, the pieces swiftly fusing into the magma flow. Watching through the yin demons, Han Chuo couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what sort of mutated magical beast this gigantic silver ape was, but it had such terrifying destructive abilities. Its two claws could shoot out attacks akin to sword flashes, which seemed to hold tremendous power, like it could tear through anything. The flaming demonic generals, who were just as huge as it was, and had bodies like heated metal to boot, were torn into pieces from afar before they'd even neared the gigantic silver ape's body. The power of the gigantic silver ape is very terrifying. I have once saw it tear apart 3 twin-head dragons before. It should be a mutated super-rank magical beast. Its target is the Lord of the Flames. I have watched for a while, and found that it had come to the valley 3 times, but it had never dared to provoke the Lord of the Flames. This time, they might actually fight. Granny Marceau had been paying attention to the distant commotion as well. Han Chuo momentarily blanked, then understood that Marceau truly hadn't come here by chance like himself. She must have surveyed the area for a long time, and then chosen to come here during the chaos. However, he didn't know what she planned on doing. Aooo! A loud roar exploded from where the golden dragon was. A gigantic golden dragon, 15 or 16 meters long, suddenly revealed its form within dazzling golden light. After the golden dragon had transformed back to its original form, its long and slender body shook, releasing a terrifying surge of dragon breath that exploded outwards, disintegrating the red boulder that sealed the valley. The sudden explosion caused a path 5 or 6 meters wide to suddenly appear in the valley that the Lord of the Flames had sealed off. As the dragon race with the most incredible fighting abilities, the golden dragons boasted the strongest attacks and defense. They'd always been synonyms for strength and power, and taking on its dragon form had made it even more ferocious. Even the valley that has been sealed shut by the Lord of the Flames was blasted clear by the golden dragon's dragon breath. This Lord of the Flames is a super-rank magical beast that has evolved 4 times, but this golden dragon has only evolved 3 times. Its decision to give up on taking revenge on the Cyclops, and choosing to leave the valley instead is the wiser decision. The Fire Grand Magus, Marceau, gazed at the large commotion in the distance and calmly explained the situation to Han Shuo and Sophie. Roar! The Lord of the Flames let out an earth-shattering howl. When faced with the golden dragon's dragon breath, it naturally considered it provocation, so it howled loudly to vent the rage in its heart. All of a sudden, the flowing magma on the ground and the flaming clouds covering the sky all rushed towards the opening which the golden dragon had created, following the will of the Lord of the Flames. The path that was created by the dragon's breath attack was once again sealed shut by the searing flames, magma, and the flaming clouds before the golden dragon had time to leave. This time, it was sealed even tighter. At this, the golden dragon was completely enraged. As the proudest species amongst the super-rank magical beasts, the method that the golden dragon had tried to take in leaving the valley had given quite a bit of face to the Lord of the Flames. However, this rank 4 Lord of the Flames seemed to truly want to burn everything with its flames, causing the golden dragon to completely lose its temper. A dominating dragon roar came out from the golden dragon's huge mouth. The golden dragon decided to give up on its original plans. Ignoring the Cyclops, it charged directly towards the Lord of the Flames. Along the way, the golden dragon swung its tail, making it so that the scorchingly hot flaming rocks were unable to leave even the tiniest of scratches on its shimmering body. At the same time, Marceau suddenly exclaimed in joy and said excitedly, a chance for us has finally arrived." Han Shuo turned around to gaze at Marceau, then said calmly, "I think that you should tell us your plan now. Otherwise, it's impossible for the 2 of us to blindly follow you. There is a very miraculous existence in the underground domain of the Lord of the Flames. It was only due to this miraculous existence that it was able to evolve 4 times. I have researched fire magic for many years, and have noticed that that place has a strange kind of fire attribute energy. This energy is different from the usual fire element, it is much more mysterious and mystical. Not only did this miraculous location shape a rank 4 Lord of the Flames, it's also nurtured a mysterious fire lotus and many strange rocks. I only discovered this by coincidence. Using the opportunity while the Lord of the Flames battles outside, I can use my fire manipulation magic and take you guys into that underground world together, and bring out some interesting things. What do you think about that?" Fire Grand Magus Marceau looked very anxious as she looked at the other 2 people and explained quickly. "Sure." Han Shuo answered decisively without any sort of hesitation. Fire Grand Magus Marceau was definitely a powerful figure. From her to be able to discover this place of extreme fire, and even understand that the fire element energy within was completely different from the energy of the fire elements, it seemed as though she had definitely put a lot of work into studying the place of extreme fire underneath. Although fire element energy and the fire element were both fire attribute existences, they were 2 completely types of power. In this world, as long as a mage had mental strength, they can use it to communicate with the fire element and cast fire magic anywhere. The fire element existed everywhere in this world. According to a mage's mental strength, a fire mage could communicate with the fire element and release fire magic that was either powerful or weak. However, fire element energy did not exist everywhere. It only existed in some mystical places in the world. Only when a place that coincided with heaven and earth and formed a land of natural treasure, would it be possible for fire element energy to form in some blisteringly hot places after hundreds and thousands of years. Out of these places, the place of extreme fire was without a double the best spot to nurture fire element energy. Compared to the fire element that was everywhere, fire element energy was far rarer. If it was then refined by some cultivators who knew how to use it, it could display even more mystical and incredible power. The Lord of the Flames had always been a magical beast that found it extremely difficult to evolve. However, this one had evolved 4 times and become an extremely savage fire magical beast thanks to this place of absolute fire. If this ruler of flame could evolve once again, it would become an emperor of the flames that possessed power and divinity similar to that of a demigod. If the emperor of the flames could break through the 5th evolution, it would surpass the boundaries of magical beasts and become a fire god with a divine fate, possessing true divine powers as well as powerful fire manipulation abilities. Han Shuo understood that this was a chance. He had to take a look at the place of extreme fire no matter what in order to see if he had a chance to refine a fire elite zombie. The elite zombies of the 5 elements was Han Shuo's goal. If he counted this place of extreme fire, he only had a place of extreme metal left to locate. Only when the elite zombies of the 5 elements were gathered could they use the earth-shattering effects of the formation. Beautiful girl Sophie was likely targeting the Cyclops. She was clearly a bit hesitant to accede to Marceau's suggestion. She contemplated for a while, finally nodding her head lightly, agreeing to Marceau's suggestion. All right, then let's take the opportunity when they're fighting to hurry to the underground kingdom of the Lord of the Flames. Seeing that Sophie agreed, Fire Grand Magus Marceau displayed a joyous expression, and hurriedly activated a spell. Sparks suddenly arose from the invisible magic boundary covering the 3 of them, seeming to have the ability to absorb the fire element. As the sparks flew, the surrounding fire element was swiftly absorbed into the boundary. After absorbing the enormous amount of energy, the boundary contracted bit by bit and emitted a dazzling red light as the temperature inside also gradually rose. Only when the temperature inside the boundary was about 40 degrees Celsius and it become 3 or 4 meters in size, did the temperature stop rising and the space stop shrinking. Go! Marceau called out softly, causing the boundary to carry the 3 people and circle around the great battle of the enormous beings. It then descended into the flaming fissure on the ground that was shooting out magma. Chapter 237. Chapter 237, Fire Attribute Treasure. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The temperature within the boundary stopped at around 40 degrees, while the magma that spewed out of the crack in the ground was halted outside the boundary, not affecting the 3 people within its confines at all. Fire Grand Magus Marceau clearly found the process very difficult. Since there was a large amount of magical element within the boundary, it meant that she had spent a lot of mental strength in order to shift this boundary. After the boundary had shrunk to a size of 3 to 4 meters, it became rather close quarters. Adding on to the fact that it was a hot and muggy temperature of 40 degrees within, it caused the people to feel wet and uncomfortable, even though it wasn't as scorching as it was outside. However, Han Shuo's body was able to easily handle a temperature of this degree. His body wasn't covered in sweat even though he didn't use his demonic arts to defend himself. Instead, he used this rare spare time to sit down cross-legged, calmly adjusting his breathing to recover the magical yuan that he'd expended earlier. Beautiful Night Sophie wore tight clothes that clung to her great figure. Her sweat soaked through her clothes, making it seem like she'd just taken a bath in her clothes, emphasizing the curves on her body. Due to the high temperature, the sweat on her body flowed continuously as she wheezed erratically, continuously fanning herself with her hands to create a little bit of wind to cool herself. The Fire Grand Magus was just as focused as Han Shuo as she paid careful attention to controlling the boundary. The wrinkles on her face were like gullies that were currently filled with sweat. They were unable to stop the sweat from slowly dripping down her body due to gravity. The 2 yin demons, that had been left in the valley, were surveying everything that was going on outside, so that Han Shuo could find out everything going on above in order to make the most precise decisions. After descending into the magma crack on the ground, the boundary continued to sink. As the surrounding flames burned fiercely, bits of magma and loud rumbling sounds shot everywhere. When they collided with the boundary, radiant sparks appeared and created a beautiful scene of an ocean of fire. Unfortunately, for the 3 people in the boundary, Han Shuo and Marceau had no spare effort to pay attention to the surrounding scene, while female Night Sophie was uncomfortably covered in sweat creating a burning fire of anxiety in her heart. She naturally wasn't of the mind to pay attention to the beautiful scenery around her. The three of them and the boundary slowly sank downwards amidst the scorching and brilliant sparks. During this process, Fire Grand Magus Marceau manipulated the direction of the boundary, slowly guiding it to fall towards the Earth's center. She seemed to be rather familiar with the situation here. Finally, the moving boundary stopped. Han Chuo opened his eyes instantly and carefully surveyed the scene around him. He wanted to imprint everything into his mind with the shortest amount of time. What he saw first was a vast lake of fire. It was like the burning sun as it released scorching light and heat. Turbulent magma emerged in the form of pillars of fire dragon. They shot up pillar by pillar. They were likely so fierce due to the influence from the Lord of the Flames' powers. Blazing walls of boulders were around the vast lake of fire. These walls of boulders were red like heated metal as they radiated an intense temperature. They filled up the surroundings with piercing red light, causing the entire area to become a huge space of flames. There was a strange fire lotus at the center of the fire lake that bloomed miraculously in the turbulent lake filled with magma. It simmered with an unusual red light and seemed to have a sort of tempting beauty as it swayed on the fiery waters. The three of them were still enclosed by the boundary and floated inside an opening within the wall of boulders. This moved them safely away from the spurting magma. Fire spark stone, fire sun crystal, red onyx. Han Chuo exclaimed softly with surprise when he noticed that there were several pieces of magical rocks scattered not far from the cave entrance. They were all weapon-refining treasures of the fire attribute. Their quality was top tier and could be used to refine high-quality fire-flying swords or be directly absorbed by fire cultivators in order to improve their arts. This area is very mysterious. It's filled with strange energy, and the stones that is nurtured around it are very valuable. If they were embedded into a magic staff, it would definitely give a great improvement to fire mages. Grand Magus Marceau said as she wiped away her sweat. However, Han Chuo, as a demonic cultivator, could recognize many of the strange stones based on Chu Kanglin's memories even without her explanations. He understood that these special stones all had different types of great effects, and each one of them were highly useful. Open the boundary, I have to go and collect some. Han Chuo felt really excited, but he still spoke with a calm expression. Marceau blinked, then hesitated for a moment before reminding with goodwill, the temperature outside the boundary is several times higher than within. I think that the moment you leave the boundary, you will be baked by the high temperature. I would advise you not to take the risk. It's okay, I think I can withstand it. Han Chuo used his magical yuan to create a jumping sphere of purple flame to appear in his left palm. A wave of cold breeze air instantly blew up in the 40 degrees interior of the boundary, causing Sophie and Marceau to shudder with cold, despite perspiring heavily. Their flowing sweat suddenly stopped, bringing to them a cold feeling. What kind of magic is this? Fire Grand Magus Marceau couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the high temperature within the boundary instantly drop, nearly turning into an extremely hot spot into an ice cavern the moment the purple flames appeared in Han Chuo's palm. Hehe, it's just a special type of martial arts, so don't worry, I think I can withstand the high temperatures outside. Han Chuo gave a faint smile as he looked confidently towards Marceau while holding the ball of jumping purple flames. I think you're right. Marceau nodded and then said. Pay attention, the moment I count to 3, I will send you out of the boundary, so prepare yourself. Han Chuo took in a deep breath and circulated his magical yuan, moving his fingers on his hands agilely as waves of purple flames appeared from his fingertips. When Marceau counted to 3, the section of the boundary in front of Han Chuo was sheared off, as if by a knife. The high temperature attacked his face as scorching waves of fire broke through the boundary, instantly covering Han Chuo's entire body. Without Marceau's control, the boundary cracked like an egg shell. Not only did it lose the ability to block off the heat wave, it also lost the ability to remain in the air. The boulders were boiling heat where Han Chuo had landed. If he stepped down, his feet would instantly burn to cinders. When he activated his magical yuan to cast the mystical glacial spell fire, he naturally didn't forget about the arts of the demonic ninth heaven. In the moment his feet were about to land on the faming stone, he suddenly stopped moving in midair. The yin demon that Han Shuo had left behind in the boundary was paying attention to the two women's actions. Han Shuo himself didn't waste a split second as he used the extreme coldness of the mystical glacial spell fire, covering his entire body in white smoke as he planned to act covertly. When Han Shuo started flying, Marceau and Sophie looked at his actions in shock. They were clearly very surprised. At the same time, when the extreme cold on Han Shuo's body was met with the high temperature, his body was instantly covered with white smoke, obscuring his figure from their eyes. The most magical thing in this area should be that fire lotus at the center of the lake. He's gone to collect stones to forge weapons, then let's go and pick that fire lotus. Fire Grand Magus Marceau did not seem to care about the unknown rocks around her. Perhaps, it was because she didn't know what kind of miraculous effects those rocks had and had placed all her attention onto that fire lotus. The fire lotus had roughly 10 bright red leaves that were the size of palm leaves. It was as translucent as a crystal. Strange red light flowed in the texture of every leaf, as if they were nurturing life through flames. The fire lotus was extremely eye-catching in the flaming fire lake, giving people a feeling of awe-inspiring beauty. Fire Grand Magus Marceau and Sophie were completely captivated by this strange lotus. Both of them gazed at the fire lotus like they were mesmerized. Marceau started moving the magical boundary and slowly approached the fire lotus together with Sophie. Han Shuo did not activate his arts within the dense white smoke to collect fire rocks. Instead, he quickly dug a large hole and dripped his blood essence into it. His sparkling eyes occasionally glanced over to the fire lotus. While the expression on his face was extremely calm, as if he was quickly thinking about setting something up. After hearing Marceau's description before they'd come down, Han Shuo understood that the place of extreme fire had nurtured a fire lotus, and thus formed his own plans. No matter what, the fire lotus could not be obtained by Marceau nor Sophie. As a fire attribute treasure and a spiritual treasure that was nurtured by the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus had the miraculous effect of directly enclosing a zombie in order to help a zombie directly become a fire elite zombie. The places of the 5 extreme elements had a chance to nurture treasures of the 5 elements based on time and special circumstances. The place of extreme earth, place of extreme wood, and the Valley of Sunshine's place of extreme water may have needed too much time, or perhaps were not suitable locations, and so no treasures had appeared. However, this place of extreme fire may have existed for over several 100,000 years, and had been storing energy during this long period of time. Thanks to the Lord of the Flames as well, it had actually successfully nurtured the treasure of the fire lotus. As the spiritual treasure of the place of extreme fire, the fire lotus had absorbed all sorts of fire attribute power during the thousands of years it had to grow. Thanks to the existence of the fire lotus, Han Shuo did not need to spend a large amount of time to gather all sorts of materials. He could use secret techniques to build a formation at the place of extreme fire, and start the formation with his blood essence. If he then placed the zombie into the fire lotus, it could help evolve the normal zombie into a fire elite zombie through the nutrients the fire lotus had absorbed over the years, and the dense concentration of fire element energy within the place of extreme fire. This was an extremely rare chance. Han Shuo would definitely not allow Marceau to take the fire lotus. Therefore, he'd started to organize everything after he exited the boundary. As Marceau manipulated the boundary and slowly approached the fire lotus, Han Shuo's wave of dense white smoke passed through the caves made from the reddened boulder walls. When the two women saw this, they thought that Han Shuo was taking the chance to collect some unique ores in the surroundings. They didn't know that by using the cover of the dense smoke, Han Shuo had already finished digging the eyes of the formation that was needed to refine the fire elite zombie. Although there was the fire lotus, because there weren't any other materials to refine the fire elite zombie, the connection between eyes of the formation was done using Han Shuo's blood essence. It was fortunate that Han Shuo had swallowed a 300 years old blood essence grass earlier and possessed enough blood essence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to successfully use the formation at this time. After Han Chuo walked around the walls, dug all of the eyes of the formation, and dripped his blood essence into them, he immediately chanted an incantation and summoned the little skeleton from the other dimension. "Quick, bring a zombie you approve of. He will have the same treatment as the Earth Elite Zombie." After issuing the order, he sent little skeleton back to the other dimension before the little skeleton could nod in understanding. Purple flames then leapt up from Han Chuo's hand as he activated his magical yuan in the direction that the little skeleton had stood at in order to create a temperate location. The little skeleton's body was made out of crystal-like white bones. After multiple refining and training, Han Chuo had enough confidence in the strength of the little skeleton's body that he knew that this sort of temperature wouldn't affect the little skeleton at all. However, if a normal zombie suddenly appeared at such a place like this, it would definitely be in terrible pain due to the scorching high temperature. It might even be directly burned to death. Thus, in order to successfully refine the Fire Elite Zombie, Han Chuo had to make some preparations first, so that the zombie wouldn't die from the heat once it was placed within. An urgent call passed over from the other dimension from the little skeleton. When Han Chuo received this call, he immediately cast the spell, resulting in the little skeleton appearing in front of Han Chuo within the temperate area he'd created. When the little skeleton appeared, he was holding a zombie warrior that had an extremely large head. Perhaps the little skeleton had felt Han Chuo's anxiousness, and so did not take too long in his search before randomly grabbing a zombie warrior with an extremely large head. "All right, it's you." Time was tight. Han Chuo saw that everything had been prepared. When he saw the two women approaching the fire lotus, he didn't have the time to dither as he grabbed the huge zombie and dashed towards the center of the fire lake. Chapter 238. Chapter 238 Disguise. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The closer Han Chuo traveled to the fire lake, the hotter the temperature was. But since the big-headed zombie couldn't withstand the heat, Han Chuo had no choice but to use more magical yuan to activate the mystical glacial spell fire in order to lower the temperature around the two of them. Zombie warriors was used to the dark and instinctively wanted to avoid to the scorching heat and sunlight. This big-headed zombie was no exception as it kept on shaking in Han Chuo's hands, like it was afraid of that searing fire lake. However, he couldn't move at all within Han Chuo's vice-like grip. Meanwhile, two waves of dense white smoke quickly neared the fire lotus from the boulder walls and arrived beside Marceau in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the two women were only a bit more than 3 meters away from the fire lotus below. Since they were afraid of the temperature being higher than what the boundary could entire, the two of them didn't dare to approach the fire lotus that quickly, for fear of the boundary being cracked open by the high temperature. Why are you here?" Marceau was surprised to see the two waves of white smoke near. Although she couldn't see Han Chuo's appearance due to the dense mist, she was able to recognize him from his actions. "I can't stand the baking of the heat anymore, please let me enter the boundary to rest a bit." Han Chuo's anxious pleading rang out from the thick mist. When the sound had reached them, Han Chuo already stopped next to the boundary. Fire Grand Magus Marceau was clearly a bit troubled after he said this. It seemed like it was very difficult for her to bring Han Chuo into the boundary, so she hesitated and debated. Han Chuo suddenly screamed loudly in one of the waves of smoke next to Marceau. The wave of smoke suddenly sank directly towards the beautiful fire lotus. Screams rang out from continuously the smoke underneath them, shocking them to the core. This caused the two confused women unable to react. Although Han Chuo was emitting terrible screams whilst covered by the smoke, he had a calm expression on as he grabbed the struggling big-headed zombie warrior and stuffed him into the bud of the flower. Han Chuo shot out an arrow of blood from his left index finger, causing it to land directly in the big-headed zombie's mouth. At the same time, Han Chuo also imprinted a dark seal into the zombie's body. A jumping purple flame followed Han Chuo's thoughts and covered the zombie, while Han Chuo sent out rays of dark magical light that surrounded the big-headed soldier. Han Shuo formed his blood essence into a lotus shape and smacked it down onto the big-headed zombie's head. It was as if he'd triggered some sort of prohibition. All of a sudden, 24 rays of scorching blood-red lights shot out towards the fire lotus from the holes in the boulder walls. The rays of fire element energy seemed to be couriers for the dense fire element energy, bringing it to the fire lotus in the center. The beautiful fire lotus let out a blinding, splendid red light that leapt around. It slowly began to retract with a miraculous speed and path. During this, the big-headed zombie that Han Shuo had firmly ordered to remain in the bud became wrapped up bit by bit. "What's going on? What is this?" Marceau, 3 meters above Han Shuo, couldn't help but exclaim as she observed the mysterious change in the surroundings and felt fire element energy gather furiously. However, Han Shuo's pitiful wails completely covered Marceau's exclamations. Marceau had no idea what was going on and had no idea just what Han Shuo had met with below. She didn't dare descend herself the last 3 meters to see what was going on underneath. Due to the influence of the formation, the thick fire element energy in the surroundings was all sent gathered at the fire lotus at the center to provide nutrients for the fire elite zombie. When the fire elite zombie formed, the fire lotus that nurtured it may very well become a treasure that the fire elite zombie could employ. 24 rays of blood-red light had gathered at the fire lotus in the center of the cave. The fire element energy that has circled the entire place of extreme fire for 10,000 years was gradually nourishing the big-headed zombie's body through the fire lotus. As long as it continued to absorb the pure energy and trained according to the seal that Han Shuo had left in his mind, the zombie would be able to continuously change itself and become a strong fire elite zombie. Roar! A terrifying roar of anger sounded out from above the fire lake. It was as if the Lord of the Flames sensed the change in the kingdom of fire, howled as a result. Through the Yin demon's surveillance, Han Shuo saw that despite holding a slight upper hand even against 3 enemies, the Lord of the Flames had given up on the fight with the Golden Dragon, the Cyclops, and the gigantic Silver Ape. Instead, it moved its enormous volcanic body and slowly walked towards the largest crack in the valley. The fire lotus nurtured by the fire lake was a treasure of the fire attribute. There was special energy inside, and the Lord of the Flames must have some sort of connection with the fire lotus since it was the ruler of this kingdom of flames. Perhaps, the fire lotus had already been branded with its mark, and it treated the lotus as its own forbidden treasure. Using the formation and touching this forbidden item, even left a living life form within that absorbed the fire element energy around it. This must have startled the Lord of the Flames, and it was rushing over to find out what was happening. At this moment, the petals of the fire lotus have already closed into a flower bud, and started to sink into the fire lake. Han Shuo immediately knew that his job was complete, and continued to scream as he moved upwards slowly. Han Shuo's plan has been successful up until now, but he was still unable to know the final results. According to Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo knew that after the fire lotus petals had shut tight, it was very hard to open it once again without a special method and particular timing. However, he didn't know whether the Lord of the Flames had a way to open the fire lotus since it was the owner of this fire lake. Han Shuo knew that there was no guarantee of success, but he had been forced to do this. Otherwise, if he lost this chance, it was unknown when the Lord of the Flames would next leave the place of extreme fire, and there definitely wouldn't be a fire Grand Magus who would bring him to this strange space. Therefore, despite not being guaranteed success, Han Shuo needed to make use of this rare opportunity and plant the big-headed zombie into the fire lotus. As for the final result, whether the Lord of the Flames could open the fire lotus or not, would it kill the big-headed zombie or not, none of it was something that Han Shuo could control. It was up to heaven's will. When Han Shuo's body floated upwards slowly, he intentionally dispelled the purple flames protecting his 2 legs, and allowed the high temperature of the fire lake to burn his legs. The ends of Han Shuo's trunks were burnt black in an instant, his legs were exposed to the scorching temperature, and they looked like they would be charred to cinders in an instant. "Save me!" A terrible cry filled with despair rang out from Han Shuo's mouth. However, Han Shuo's face in the dense smoke had no expression of pain on it. Instead, it was terrifyingly calm. It was like the burning pain on his legs was happening to someone else as he looked at the two people within the boundary with interest. Fire Grand Magus Marceau watched the fire lotus slowly sink into the fire lake with a clear expression of regret. She didn't pay attention to Han Chuo's call underneath, and just kept muttering, "My fire lotus, my fire lotus." It was female knight Sophie who showed pity for Han Chuo. She wheezed heavily as she pulled on the corner of Marceau's clothes and said anxiously, "Go and save him first." Marceau suddenly recovered her senses thanks to Sophie's actions. She looked down in dejection, sighed, then nodded unwillingly and started to chant a spell. A powerful magic suddenly covered Han Chuo's body. Under the guidance of the fire elemental energy, Han Chuo's body was suddenly pulled into the boundary where Sophie and Marceau was staying through the fire sparks. When Han Chuo had first left, the 3 to 4 meter magic boundary had had a section chopped off. Now that Han Chuo's body squished in once again, the chopped off section did not return, and so the magic boundary that Sophie and Marceau were occupying became very crowded due to Han Chuo's sudden appearance. Han Chuo had a weak expression on his pale face at the moment. He had been burnt on a large scale from his knees down to his feet. Not only was it terrifying, there was also a terrible smell. Possibly due to her age, identity, or some other reason, the Fire Grand Magus didn't seem to want to touch Han Chuo within the crowded confines. She squeezed herself into a corner, making the collapsed Han Chuo lean on Sophie. Han Chuo moved his body difficulty, then called out with fake pain, as if wanting to sit up from the collapsed posture. With his arms pressed against the invisible boundary, he couldn't help but touch Sophie's leg. After Han Chuo had left, the temperature within the boundary had remained around 40 degrees. Sophie was still covered in sweat, causing her entire body to feel uncomfortable from the dampness of the clothes stuck to her body. The plastered clothes fully emphasized her curves and well-toned body. Through Han Chuo's unintentional touch, he could feel the firmness of Sophie's thigh, as well as the tremendous power within the flexible thighs. The burning of his 2 legs had been intentional. This level of injury wouldn't affect the function of his legs. Although it looked terrifying and caused some pain to Han Chuo, there was no other impact to him. Therefore, although Han Chuo cried out softly as he tried to sit up whilst pretending to be in pain, he wasn't in as bad of a state as he appeared. Thus, when his arm unavoidably touched Sophie's straight, slender thighs, he actually had the effort to spare to rate the flexibility and suppleness of her thigh. Perhaps due to the boundary being very crowded, Sophie treated this sort of frivolous touching as accidental, and wasn't annoyed. Her arched eyebrows furrowed slightly and instead looked at Han Chuo with a bit of pity. She said kindly, "Let me help you." Sophie's soft voice rang out beside Han Chuo's ear. As Han Chuo clenched his teeth in pain, she squatted down slightly and used her jade hands to support Han Chuo's shoulders in order to help him up. She then aided him in sitting down cross-legged in the boundary. Due to how crowded the boundary was, it was unavoidable that the two would have body contact. When she hauled upwards on Han Chuo's arms, their arms pressed tightly, and Han Chuo even accidentally touched Sophie's full and well-curved breasts with his shoulder. "Thank you so much." When Sophie helped Han Chuo sit up from his collapsed position, Han Chuo looked at Sophie sincerely and thanked her wholeheartedly. "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Sophie's delicate cheeks were bright red due to the high temperature, but the keen-eyed Han Chuo noticed that Sophie's cheeks were even redder than before. She even seemed slightly embarrassed. It seemed that the close contact between the two had caused this kind girl to feel a bit awkward. Han Chuo and Sophie still remained very close together up until now. Although Sophie had intentionally tried to distance herself, due to the crowded quarters of the boundary, the maximum distance of the two's limbs was not more than 20 centimeters, causing them to smell the scent on each other clearly. Han Chuo's intense male body odor mixed together with the sweet smell of sweat on Sophie's body. Both of them breathed it in. This special scent was like a miraculous medicine that nourished Han Chuo's eager heart, causing it to palpitate for some reason. Han Chuo looked deeply at Sophie. His gaze was extremely intense, possibly due to the high temperatures. When Sophie turned her head uncomfortably, Han Shuo greedily took a deep breath, then resumed his normal expression as he flashed a bright smile towards Sophie. He then slowly closed his eyes and started to rest, not wasting any time to restore his magical yuan. Through the surveillance of the Yin demon, Han Shuo saw that Sophie's cheeks had reddened, and her expression seemed rather unnatural. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she looked oddly at Han Shuo when he started to rest. He was unable to know what she was thinking. On the other side, Marceau hadn't noticed Han Shuo and Sophie's actions. Since the Lord of the Flames' roar was getting closer, Marceau didn't have any effort to spare to observe what was going on around her. She was completely focused on controlling the boundary and making it gradually rise towards the top where the magma was shooting out. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, Couldn't Help It. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Lord of the Flames' terrifying wave of sound carried within it savage and earth-shattering power. It caused all of the spurting magma to stop, and then fall downwards to the fire lake with an even more ferocious speed. At that moment, not only was the magic boundary unable to rise any more, but it fell speedily towards the fire lake below due to the reversed flow of the magma. This is bad! Marceau exclaimed anxiously with a face full of shock. The Lord of the Flames is controlling the magma and making it fall. I used too much mental strength just now and have no way to control the boundary and fly out. Han Shuo had been resting with his eyes closed and suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Marceau. So we're stuck in the fire lake. Kind-hearted female knight Sophie was equally helpless in this situation and looked anxiously at the scorching magma roiling towards them, completely unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Marceau revealed a resigned expression and said to Han Shuo and Sophie, "I'm very sorry, I don't think I can leave the fire lake if I bring you too." "I'm sorry." A strong pulse of magic suddenly travelled out from the position where Han Shuo and Sophie was at. It felt the same as last time when Han Shuo had left the boundary. As fiery sparks flew, the section of the boundary where Han Shuo and Sophie was located was directly cut off from Marceau's boundary as if it had been chopped off by a sharp weapon. Without the support of Marceau's magic, Han Shuo and Sophie were immediately drowned by the flowing magma as they fell into the fire lake. "Instead of the three of us dying together, I might as well escape by myself. This couldn't be helped. Please don't blame me," Marceau murmured to herself remotely as she watched the two people fall and be quickly covered by the magma. Roar! The earth-shattering roar was growing closer and closer. Marceau's expression turned to shock when she heard that, and she no longer dared remain. She controlled the boundary that was clinging rightly to her and inched upwards against the magma that was falling like a waterfall. "Ah!" Sophie's yell as she fell towards the fire lake was completely covered by the roar from the Lord of the Flames. Aside from Han Shuo, who happened to be right next to her, no one else heard her scream of despair. Even a female knight with extraordinary abilities would instinctively reveal her weak side when facing a life or death situation, so this yell of despair was not a shameful act. However, no one was able to withstand it when this sort of sharp scream was continuously ringing out right next to your ear. Han Shuo was naturally no exception. "Miss Sophie, can you stop yelling?" Han Shuo couldn't help but say to Sophie with a look of annoyance as he held Sophie's slender waist with one arm. To his surprise, the remaining magic boundary that was left on the two of them did not suddenly burst due to Marceau's departure. It was instead covered with a dark light. The dense magma in the surroundings continuously crashed against this dark boundary, but the latter didn't move or crack. Only rays of ghostly light slowly seeped out from Han Shuo's body to stick to the dark boundary. Sophie very quickly realized the situation they were in after Han Shuo's scolding. Her clear eyes swiftly surveyed her surroundings and she exclaimed in joy, "We're actually not dead. Of course, I just recovered some strength. I think we can hold on for a bit more until we leave this mysterious place." Han Shuo smiled faintly and comforted Sophie. Sophie suddenly realized that Han Shuo still had an arm wrapped around her waist. She immediately straightened herself uncomfortably, and struggled out of Han Shuo's arm to maintain a safe distance from him. Seeing that Sophie had recovered from the shock, Han Shuo no longer intentionally took advantage of her. He smiled apologetically and said, "It couldn't be helped just now, I hope you don't mind. The Lord of the Flames will come back very quickly, we have to leave immediately. That Marceau is actually a famous person from the Brute Merchant Alliance, I didn't think that she could actually do something like this. What a petty character." The kind Sophie swore furiously as she was still very hung up over Marceau's actions. Han Shuo, however, felt that it was natural. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with Marceau's. After all, the three of them had just met and there was no true friendship between them. When danger befell them, everyone naturally had to think for themselves. Marceau had been forced to do what she'd done, so Han Shuo didn't fear any grudge towards her. That was because he would have done the same if he were in her position. However, Han Shuo didn't say much, he merely shrugged and smiled, concentrating on circulating his magical yuan as they slowly flew up through the falling magma. At Han Shuo's level of magical cultivation, he could naturally form a protective barrier around him via manipulating the magical yuan. As long as his magical yuan didn't run out, he could continue to maintain the barrier so that it didn't break, and use it to stop the invasion of the magma and flames. Compared to Marceau's barrier from earlier, the insides of Han Shuo's shield had a more moderate temperature. None of the various threats in the surroundings could penetrate the barrier. After the barrier enclosed Han Shuo and Sophie's body, their flight speed actually increased greatly as they broke through the obstacles of layers of magma. They swiftly identified a narrow crack and rushed upwards against the scorching sparks. Sophie focused on observing Han Shuo's protective barrier during this process and displayed a confused expression. She even reached out carefully her hands and touched the protective shield with black light flowing through it, then mused blankly as she felt the weird texture. Han Shuo's expression was carefree and confident without pain and suffering he'd shown before as they rushed upwards. This caused the observing Sophie to be very confused. In the end, she couldn't resist as she asked with suspicion, "Are you actually hurt or not?" Han Shuo understood her meaning the moment she said this and turned to look at Sophie. He smiled wryly and said, "Don't think that I'm fine just because my expression is carefree. I've actually been enduring agonizing pain. It's just that I have to show my strong side in front of a beauty, only then will I leave the image of a powerful man in your mind." Sophie obviously hadn't expected Han Shuo to say that. These words were full of ambiguities which Sophie naturally heard as well. She first blanked, then rolled her eyes at Han Shuo with annoyance and laughed, "You're so interesting, who says things like that?" Han Shuo shrugged and pretended to in pain. He even used his magical cultivation to force himself to break out into a sweat and turned his face ghastly pale. He said with difficulty while panting, "Look, this is my real situation. I might fail at any moment, then we'll both fall into the fire lake together to see that beautiful lotus." Sophie was extremely unused to Han Shuo's sudden change in appearance. She said anxiously with great shock, "Don't scare me, I don't care if it's real or not, but I want to see your carefree look of just now." "No problem." Han Shuo laughed heartily as the painful expression disappeared from his face in the blink of an eye. The sweat on his forehead also miraculously disappeared, and he winked at Sophie with an evil smile. He teased casually, "Is this better?" Pfft! Sophie was unable to hold in her laughter, and she waved her fists to punch towards Han Shuo's chest. She huffed as she waved her fist angrily in front of Han Shuo, "You evil person, you were tricking me the entire time." "Ha ha!" Han Shuo laughed proudly. He then broke through the layers of magma with Sophie in tow and rushed directly towards the crack above. "You guys are actually fine." Marceau, from the Brute Merchant Alliance, suddenly exclaimed from a boundary wrapped in magma located beneath Han Shuo and Sophie's body. Right now, Marceau looked like she was drenched by rain. Her body was soaked in sweat and her face was pale as she huffed and puffed weakly. She moved the magical boundary with difficulty and slowly inched upwards. Her current appearance was similar to the appearance that Han Shuo had faked. It was obvious that she'd used up a lot of mental strength, and was finding it harder and harder to hold on. When she noticed Han Shuo and Sophie had passed her by like an arrow as they flew straight towards the surface, she was even more shocked. "Hi, let's meet up there." Han Shuo casually looked down at Marceau beneath his feet as he responded with a smile. He then activated his magical yuan and ignored Marceau's concentrated gaze as he rushed towards the crack in the ground that was revealing the sky. One of his yin demons had been left near the underground fire lake, while the other two had remained in the valley all this time. This had enabled Han Shuo to see everything clearly through the three yin demons' surveillance. When the Lord of the Flames left behind its three enemies without hesitation and wanted to return to the Kingdom of Flames, the enormous silver ape was the only one that went to stop it, but was easily beaten back by the fury of the Lord of the Flames. Without the cooperation of the Golden Dragon and the Cyclops, the enormous silver ape was unable to defeat Lord of the Flames. It could only watch as the Lord of the Flames entered the largest crack on the ground and hitched a ride underground with the flowing magma. As the traces of the Lord of the Flames disappeared, the proud Golden Dragon seemed to remember the purpose for coming to the valley, and immediately started to attack its previous ally the Cyclops. The Cyclops seemed to know well beforehand that this would happen as well as it started fighting with the Golden Dragon. It carved a passage through the valley, as it fought with the Golden Dragon, making for the exit. When the Lord of the Flames landed in his Kingdom of Flames, the enormous silver ape knew that it didn't have any more chances and left from the path that the Golden Dragon had torn open after beating on its chest. It disappeared with a few hops. Han Shuo saw all of this through the two yin demons he'd left in the valley. The yin demon left around the fire lake also noticed the enormous body of the Lord of the Flames at this moment. It was mixed with the flames and magma, and was slowly sinking towards the bottom of the lake. Phui! A long whistle rang out from a crack in the ground as a black arrow shot out from within, hovering in the sky above the valley. Having managed to escape from danger, Han Shuo let out a long whistle as the barrier of black light flowing around him cracked like an egg shell. Rays of black light seemed to wrap around Han Shuo like lightning before it slowly sinking into his skin. These black lightning wiggled beneath his exposed skin. They seemed to be like moving tattoos and displayed a shocking beauty. With Han Shuo's long whistle, the black light slowly faded away as his skin color returned to normal. "How long are you going to hold onto me for?" Sophie gazed at the series of changes to Han Shuo's body and couldn't help but glare when she saw that he refused to let go of her slender waist. Due to the crack in the protective barrier, Han Shuo had been afraid of Sophie falling down from the sky and had held onto her slender waist in hurry just now. When he felt the soft elasticity of Sophie's slender waist, the long whistle earlier had also been indescribably comfortable. I couldn't help it, couldn't help it. Han Shuo didn't feel awkward at all as he chuckled. "I don't know that if I let go, would you directly crash to your death?" Sophie looked at Han Shuo in an unfriendly manner and then pointed below. "I'm only a few meters up from the ground. The surrounding area has not been covered by lava yet. Do you think a knight who has dared come to the dark forest by herself would fall to her death from a few meters in the sky? Ugh. I think not, you should have reminded me earlier." Han Shuo touched his head and said with a laughing expression. He tightened his right hand on Sophie's thin waist, then gave a last feel for the miraculous softness of her waist, before letting her go and fall towards the ground. Aru! The Lord of the Flames' strange roar suddenly rang out from deep within the ground. By using the yin demon underneath to investigate, Han Shuo noticed that the Lord of the Flames' enormous body had been completely fused into the fire lake. The fire lotus that had sunk into the fire lake was raised in its giant palm. A powerful feeling emanated from the Lord of the Flames towards the fire lotus through some sort of mystical power. Just as Han Shuo was growing worried, the Lord of the Flames suddenly looked up and called out continuously, then carefully caressed the shut fire lotus as if it was a treasure. The murderous air around it was nowhere to be felt. Instead, it was more like a mother as it brought the fire lotus to its chest as a strange motherly love filled the entire fire lake. No way, it's not treating the fire elite zombie as its child, right? Han Shuo guessed in confusion as he was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 240. Chapter 240, A Strange Place. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. A ray of red light flew out, showing that Marceau had finally escaped with incredible difficulty. Her wrinkled face was full of dejection as her shining eyes looked around, wanting to understand to fully grasp the current situation within the valley. The beautiful scenery in the valley full of flowers had been completely destroyed after the four enormous beings' battle. The ravines in the ground were flowing with lava, while raging flames burned in huge holes, filling the air with a burnt smell. Marceau looked around for a bit and clearly let out a sigh of relief after noting the absence of the golden dragon, cyclops, and gigantic silver ape. When she noticed Han Shuo and Sophie staring coldly at her at a distance, she forced an ugly smile on her face. She explained apologetically, "Congratulations to the two of you for gaining a new life. I hope you can understand the special circumstances just now, I had no other choice." Sophie's face was full of despise and contempt. She raised her head and snorted. Without looking at Marceau for even a moment longer, she said to Han Shuo still up in the air, "Let's go. There's nothing to be said to this kind of person." "Yeah, I think so too." Han Shuo supported Sophie's suggestion, then looked at Marceau coldly from afar. When he did that, he naturally emitted a wave of savage aura, but he didn't make a move, and instead flew towards the exit of the valley. Sophie chanted out a mysterious summoning spell from her cherry lips. The pure, white, and beautiful Pegasus appeared in the burning valley once again, helping Sophie mount. The enormous burning clouds slowly dispersed from the skies above the valley after the Lord of the Flames ceased to control them. The wind in the sky blew lightly downwards and slowly extinguished the surging flames. It would definitely take more than a single day for the fire elite zombie to form. It would be a slow and gradual process. From the Yin demon's surveillance, not only did the Lord of the Flames bear no ill will towards the life within the fire lotus, it even treated and protected him as its child. There definitely wouldn't be an issue with the fire elite zombie's safety. When the fire elite zombie had absorbed enough power, it would emerge from the fire lotus. When that happened, this place of extreme fire will also become the fire zombie's kingdom of fire. Han Shuo would be able to use its connection with the fire elite zombie to sweep away all of the various fire spiritual stones, so he wasn't in a hurry to collect them. As Han Shuo exited the valley, Sophie rode the beautiful Pegasus and followed behind him at a moderate space, eventually disappearing from the valley as well. Marceau watched both Han Shuo and Sophie leave with a sullen expression, but didn't take any action. Only a while after the two had disappeared did she gaze at the now clear sky and used a levitation skill to quietly rise into the sky. Han Shuo mentally contacted Dark Dragon Gilbert when they'd left the valley. The little skeleton has already been sent back to the other dimension, and the Yin demon left in the fire lake also flew out of the ground's crack and met up with Han Shuo. When the Yin demon returned to Han Shuo's side, he also sensed Gilbert's location. Sophie was following Han Shuo at a moderate pace on the Pegasus. She gazed at Han Shuo with her beautiful and sparkling eyes, thinking some unknown thoughts. Han Shuo had a good impression of Sophie. When Han Shuo had pretended to be injured as he flew up from the fire lotus, it had been Sophie who had convinced the indecisive Marceau to let him into the boundary. After Han Shuo had entered the boundary, Sophie hadn't minded the terrible smell and the terrifying appearance of his legs to help Han Shuo sit up. Sophie's kindness had won Han Shuo's kindly disposition, causing Han Shuo to immediately enclose Sophie in his protective barrier after Marceau had cut them out, and use more magical yuan to protect Sophie. "I think it's time for us to go separate ways." Sophie had been silently following Han Shuo for a while when she finally spoke. Han Shuo turned around and looked at her deeply. He flashed a dazzling smile and said, "You are a kind and just knight. It was a pleasure to meet you." They were about to go on their ways when Sophie also looked at Han Shuo with deep interest, as if she wanted to commit him to memory. After a while, she smiled and said, "Brian, if you have the time to come and tour the Kasi Empire, I can be your guide. Oh! Han Shuo was happy to hear that. He then asked curiously. How should I find you? Sophie pouted and glared at Han Shuo. She said strangely, did you really just make your debut that you actually don't know me? Han Shuo shook his head and spoke with a laugh, are you very famous? The Kasi Empire's sacred knight, Zoro, is my father. I am the only Earth Rider who rides a Pegasus. If you want to find me when you come to the Kasi Empire, you'll definitely be able to find me. Goodbye, interesting scoundrel. Sophie left behind a round of bell-like giggles as she flew in another direction on the Pegasus, entering the skies like a little fairy. She completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was the daughter of a sacred knight. Han Shuo was shocked. Only then did he truly pay attention to Sophie's identity. He never would have thought that she was from such a famous family and have such a terrifyingly powerful father. Currently on the profound continent, only the strongest of the strong would have the word sacred added on their class. Whether they were a sacred magus, a sacred sword master or sacred knight, they were the people that were publicly recognized to be the strongest. Regardless of what country they were in, they would hold an extraordinary position and gain the adoration of all of the people. People like them held terrifying strength. They could even instantly change the outcome of a battle. They were existences that served as a nation's patron god, and had the strength that caused even kings to treat them carefully. Sophie's father was a sacred knight. No wonder she had such confidence, and rolled her eyes at Han Shuo furiously when he told her that he had never heard of her. However, there was another type of existence that exceeded the boundaries of sacred and gained the title of divine. They were the closest existence to the gods, and were commonly called demigods. They were the extreme of every class. They were as rare of the scales of dragons and feathers of phoenixes, and only a few appeared during hundreds and thousands of years. They were called the Divine Magus, Divine Sword Master, and the Divine Knights. These demigods had the destructive abilities to destroy the earth. Their power were on par with deities. If they could break through even more, they would break through the barriers and become true gods. It was a pity that no such people had appeared on the profound continent yet. Those who held the title of sacred were already the peak level of existence. As Sophie rode away on her Pegasus, Han Shuo merely gawked at Sophie's identity for a bit and then flew towards where Gilbert was. He saw the huge footprints of the Cyclops and signs of an intense battle along the way. The 2-meter-long footprints were clearly from the Cyclops. All of the towering ancient trees had been knocked down in rows, whereas some smaller hills also had been impacted. With just a few glances, Han Shuo was sure that the Cyclops and Golden Dragon had been fighting as they left the valley. Gilbert must have followed the two enormous beings here stealthily. Gilbert was still following the two powerful creatures. Han Shuo could feel that he was constantly on the move without paying attention to his surroundings. As he followed his contact with Gilbert, Han Shuo fully activated the art of the demonic ninth heaven and rushed towards Gilbert like a ray of light. The valley had been in an ocean of flames before. Han Shuo only noticed that it was already night after he'd left. The stars shimmered in the sky while moonlight flowed down like water. It was a pity that the passing scenery was no longer beautiful due to the fighting of the two powerful beings. After Han Shuo flew with all his might for a long distance, he heard a loud sound from afar. It was as shocking as the ground breaking apart. The ground seemed to be trembling due to this voice. In this moment, Han Shuo's distance with Gilbert also seemed to be gradually decreasing. Just as Han Shuo flew quickly and thought that he would be able to see Gilbert soon, the loud sound disappeared, and Han Shuo's contact with Gilbert was also cut off at the same time. No matter how hard Han Shuo tried, he couldn't sense Gilbert's existence. Han Shuo was shocked. He had no idea what had suddenly happened. He was completely confused by this sudden change, so once again raised his speed and flew towards the location where he had sensed the dark dragon just now. Han Shuo was able to reach the scene with the speed of a falling star a few minutes later. Traces of the two enormous beings' fight were still in front of him, but there was a vast area covered in black mist as well. The area was extremely large. As Han Shuo gazed down from above, he noticed that the black mist covered a 2.5 kilometer radius. The moonlight was completely blocked off by the black mist, preventing it from entering. Han Shuo wasn't able to see anything with his naked eyes either. Waves of intense evil filled the entire area. There seemed to be some sort of terrifying danger within the black mist. Han Shuo was unable to feel the existence of any living things. It was as if the black mist had completely blocked everything off. He hovered in the sky for a moment, then released a yin demon towards the area underneath. The formless yin demon descended slowly, then shot into the area of black mist. Han Shuo's connection with the yin demon was instantly cut off. The yin demon that had slipped into the black mist had instantly vanished in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo was unable to sense its position at all. Han Shuo was truly shocked now. His connection with Gilbert was due to the power of the contract, so it was possible for the area to block it off. However, the three yin demons were refined by feeding them his own blood essence. Having it disappear after entering that area was truly a bit frightening. The 5-kilometer radius below him was completely blocked off by the black smoke. He was unable to see what was going on inside at all. Han Shuo could only feel that it was full of an evil aura, meaning that the existence inside was definitely not a simple one. The dark forest is truly filled with mystery. This is such a bizarre place. It seems that if I want to understand the situation, I have to go in and figure it out. Han Shuo muttered to himself as he gazed at the area below. He activated the magical yun in his body to form a barrier that would protect his body and slowly descended into the area below. As Han Shuo slowly approached the black mist, fear, depression, rage, insanity, and all sorts of negative emotions suddenly surged into Han Shuo's mind. It was like a power had tried to invade Han Shuo, trying to cause him to lose his sense of self. However, the murderous aura that had formed Han Shuo's body had absorbed various negative emotions in the last 2 slaughters he'd committed. Being in the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo was also used to the invasion of negative emotions. He was completely unaffected as his expression remained calm and controlled. This is rather interesting. Han Shuo couldn't help but mutter with surprise after feeling that sort of negative emotion rush into his mind. His body suddenly sank and fell directly into the area. His lost connections with Gilbert and the Yin Demon was instantly reconstructed. It seemed like the black mist only prevented contact with the outside, but couldn't stop the beings inside from connecting with each other. He didn't hurry to find Gilbert. Instead, Han Shuo looked around with fascinated eyes. He planned to fully memorize his bearings first so that he could make the correct decision when facing something dangerous. Han Shuo's vision was affected by the dense black mist. He was only able to see 10 meters around him. This part of the dark forest seemed entirely different as it was covered with black mist. He looked around, but didn't find any vegetation within 10 meters of him. There were only weird and dark-colored rocks around him. There was a small green stream beneath Han Shuo's feet. It flowed quietly without any fish in it. When Han Shuo looked up to the sky, the black mist blocked off even the tiniest bit of light. The entire space was dim and filled with the smell of the desolation. "Aha!" Han Shuo exclaimed when he saw a strange stone monument through the Yin Demon's vision. It was the fact that there were some writing on the stone monument that caused Han Shuo to decide to go and see it for himself. Chapter 241. Chapter 241, Demigod Existence? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As Han Shuo approached the monument, he saw a row of words engraved in it from far away Ermika Cotton. It was actually Ermike Cotton's name. This simple row of text shocked Han Shuo greatly. As a citizen of the Lancelot Empire, he had heard a great deal about this person. Every citizen would speak of his deeds in great detail. As the peak existence of dark magic in the Lancelot Empire's history, Ermika was a divine dark magus that was said to have a demigod's strength in the legends. 500 years ago, Ermika Cotton had helped the first king of the Lancelot Empire to establish the empire. It was only with this person's help that the founding emperor of the Lancelot Empire was able to conquer all of the foreign tribes, exile the barbaric beastmen, drive off the greedy and despicable goblins, and stand above the various factions to establish control of the land. Even now, the Lancelot Empire stood firmly upon this land. In the legends, Ermika Cotton was a divine dark magus with the abilities to destroy the world. In that era, not only did such a powerful being bring about the existence of the Lancelot Empire, it had also deified his being, resulting in adoration from all citizens of the Lancelot Empire for 500 years. Even now, there hadn't been any descendants who could surpass his glory and game. Ermika's entire life had been glorified with the legends of greatness. He'd defeated countless powerful people, expanded the borders of the Lancelot Empire, and shattered the fighting spirit and confidence of the foreign tribes. His power had caused all the tribes to submit to the Empire's reign as soon as the Empire's iron hooves landed on it. However, such a terrifying demigod existence had suddenly disappeared at the peak of his life. The Lancelot Empire had been in its grandest era, having already conquered several countries around it. It was at that time that Ermika should have been enjoying glories and honor. However, he'd disappeared mysteriously, just like that. The first king of the Lancelot Empire had been unable to accept the departure of his true friend, and used all sorts of ways to search for him. They were still unable to discover anything in the end. There were quite a few versions of the rumors surrounding his mysterious disappearance. Some said that he grew sick of conquest and went into hiding by himself. Others said that he surpassed everything and ascended to become a true god. There were those that said although he'd defeated countless powerful foes in his life of conquest, he had been injured several hundred times. The frail body of a mage was unable to withstand the wounds in his old age, so he'd died in a depressing way. However, the legends were still just legends in the end. All words were mere illusions before any tangible evidence was produced. Ermika Cotton's mysterious departure 500 years ago remained an unresolved mystery. However, there was a monument with Ermika Cotton's name engraved on it in such a strange place enclosed by black mist. From the shape and engraving of the monument, Han Shuo was certain that it was a tombstone to memorialize the deceased buried here. Seeing this filled Han Shuo's heart with shock. He wanted to draw close to the tombstone and carefully inspect it. Just at this moment, Gilbert started moving towards Han Shuo, using their mutual connection. Han Shuo could even feel Gilbert's anxiety. Han Shuo had already planned to examine the tombstone closely, but due to Gilbert's anxious and swift approach, he set the idea aside. He then increased his awareness so that he was ready before leaping up and landing behind a huge boulder. At the same time, he also sent out a yin demon to fly in Gilbert's direction. Gilbert, who'd changed into his dragon form, approached swiftly with an enormous roar. He actually wasn't flying, but was using his body to slither forward like a huge python. The gigantic Cyclops was chasing him relentlessly, while the golden dragon that had originally been fighting with the Cyclops was slithering on the ground like Gilbert, foregoing a dragon's natural talent to fly. "Great Master, come quickly and save your pitiful servant." As Gilbert approached swiftly, his eyes shone with frantic light as he continuously bawled out in his deep voice. Hearing that Gilbert was shouting for Han Shuo to save him, Han Shuo couldn't help but curse quietly behind the boulder, "Dumb dragon, with you shouting like this, anyone would know that there's someone waiting ahead. How can I ambush them then?" Seeing that he couldn't set up an ambush, Han Shuo cursed lowly as he leapt up into the sky and flew in Gilbert's direction. Then, he let out a dominating whistle in order to notify Gilbert of his presence. Through the Yin Demon's surveillance, Han Shuo saw that the Cyclops and Golden Dragon seemed to be chasing Gilbert. Who knew what sort of shitty thing Gilbert had done in order to piss off two enemies enough for them to work together to kill him? The terrified Gilbert calmed down slightly when he heard the piercing whistle. He then furiously crawled over and started complaining before he reached Han Shuo, 2-on-1, "This is too shameless, too wicked. Damn stinky bug! You nearly ambushed and killed both of us when we were tired from the fight. But whatever, you actually brought us to this forbidden land, making us have no way out. You're the most shameless and wicked. To Han Shuo's surprise, the Cyclops actually let out a thundering curse after a furious roar. A shameless person that ran over to someone else's place to steal stuff doesn't have the right to scold others. Gilbert was clearly more confident with Han Shuo around, so he turned around and mocked the Cyclops. He then swiftly moved his huge body and stood in line with Han Shuo. You're pissing me off, you damn reptile, I'm going to kill you. The Cyclops was enraged. He roared at the sky and his single eye began to shimmer with a terrifying light as he leaped towards Gilbert. The majority of the Cyclops' body had been scorched by the Lord of the Flames. Its two large azure palms were a mess of blood and muscle. It seemed that the fight with the golden dragon afterwards had caused it quite a lot of harm. Shut up! You can beat him and curse him, but you aren't allowed to use the words reptile and stinky bug in front of me. Otherwise, I'll kill you first, you damn one-eyed thief! The golden dragon roared furiously and howled loudly behind the Cyclops. The golden dragon's body condition was equally as bad. Not only were large patches of its golden scales black, there were also some scales that were splattered with blood. Even its large head had a trail of blood dripping from it. It seemed that the fight earlier had caused it to become severely injured. You crazy dragon! Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Cyclops and Golden Dragon had fought their entire way out of the valley, and had become quite angry with each other. Although the Cyclops was extremely furious with Gilbert's shameless actions, he had no good feelings towards the Golden Dragon either. He immediately turned around to argue with the Golden Dragon, as if they were ready to resume their halted fight at any time. The truth was this as well. The proud Golden Dragon just couldn't take any provocation. Right after the Cyclops' initial thunderous shout, he'd already rushed up with a howl and started fighting with the Cyclops. They'd already forgotten about Gilbert and completely disregarded him. What's going on? Han Shuo was confused by the two enormous beings fighting in front of him. He couldn't help but look at Gilbert, asking him with a wry smile. Haha, I saw that they fought along the entire way, so I followed them, and took the chance of moving a large rock that was the size of a small mountain when they were both tired in hopes of smashing them both to death. What I didn't know was that they were rather nimble and managed to dodge it. Afterwards, they chased me all the way here. I started running frantically without caring where I went, and ended up rushing into this strange place. The two of them had already lost their sense of reason, and also followed without thinking. Then, I noticed that my power was restrained. Not only did I lose the power of my tribe to spurt poison, I couldn't fly anymore. Of course, that dumb golden dragon couldn't fly anymore either. He could only crawl like me. It seemed that like even the Cyclops has his power restrained. After a brief moment of shock, they treated me as their main focus of attacks. They started attacking me together with great shouts. I had no other way, so I could only come find you. Gilbert didn't mind in the slightest, and laughed evilly when he explained his shameless actions to Han Shuo. Looking at his prideful look, he was clearly honored instead of ashamed. You truly are despicable. Han Shuo commented upon hearing Gilbert's description. I learned all of this from you. Gilbert yelled, blaming it all on Han Shuo, as if he'd been that pure when he left the underground world. Rumble. Loud collision sounds rang out from where the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon were fighting. Dark-colored boulders around them exploded outwards, whilst the Cyclops and Golden Dragon collapsed limply on one side, a large pit between the two of them. Just as the two enormous beings struggled to stand up and continue their fight, the Cyclops shouted in a thunderous voice, "Wait, why isn't the human affected by the environment and is still able to fly in the sky?" Upon hearing that, the Golden Dragon and Gilbert also looked confusedly at Han Shuo, seeming to be filled with surprise and confusion. They suddenly seemed to regard Han Shuo, still able to fly in the sky, as a really special sort of existence. Human, there is no magical essence in this forbidden place, so how are you still in the sky? The Golden Dragon coiled up from his limp posture with difficulty and raised his head up high. Even now, he still did not forget about the innate pride of his tribe, and seemed to want to suppress Han Shuo in his atmosphere. He gazed at Han Shuo from above and asked with a tone that was used to interrogate criminals. "None of your damn business." Han Shuo replied very sharply with a very disparaging tone towards the golden dragon. Just as the golden dragon was about to roar with anger, the Cyclops couldn't help but jeer, "Dumb dragon, do you think someone who can stay in the sky in this forbidden land would be scared of you? Have you not heard about the legend about this forbidden place? Do you really want to die?" The golden dragon surprisingly shut his mouth the moment the Cyclops voiced this thought. His two eyes, that were as large as a human head, quickly shone with a strange brightness. They focused on Han Shuo as he shook his head with disbelief. He rumbled, "Impossible, how is it possible? Great demigod existence, you must have exceeded the barriers of mankind. Please, you must shine your merciful light and take us away from this forbidden place." Sincere pleading filled the Cyclops' eye. Furthermore, his humongous body bent in a weird manner to display respect for Han Shuo. Even the golden dragon stopped his muttering and gazed at Han Shuo silently. The pride within him made him unable to immediately bow before Han Shuo, but he also conveyed urgent pleading with his eyes. "What do you mean?" Han Shuo didn't know what to say and looked at the two enormous beings in confusion. He scratched his head in silence for a moment and couldn't resist asking with confusion. "All the super-rank beings in the dark forest know of the legend of this forbidden land. There was a shocking battle here 500 years ago. The legends say that even true gods participated. That battle caused all of the beings in the dark forest to tremble. The enormous commotion lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. Nobody knows what happened." The Cyclops showed an expression of lingering fear and continued in his thunderous tones, "None of the powerful beings that tried to come in to observe the situation were able to walk out of the forbidden zone. Furthermore, none of the beings that accidentally entered the forbidden zone made it out alive either. Legend says that all magic and fighting aura is restrained in the forbidden area. All beings can only use pure physical abilities, and they cannot leave the forbidden place. Only demigods that have surpassed the divine stage will be unaffected by the limitations of the forbidden place. Great human demigod, please take us away from here." Although the golden dragon hadn't said anything, his gaze towards Han Shuo was completely different from before. His gaze clearly contained a bit of pleading, and he couldn't help but dip his proud head. "I think that you're mistaken." Han Shuo looked helplessly at the two enormous beings, then explained with a shrug. "I'm very sorry, but I'm not some kind of demigod existence." Chapter 242. Chapter 242, Murderous Soul. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. How is this possible? If you're not a demigod existence, how are you not affected by the restraints of the forbidden place and continue to fly? The Cyclops found this hard to believe. He had an incredulous expression on his face, perhaps afraid of the hope that he'd placed on Han Shuo vanishing. Han Shuo chanted out a most basic necromancy spell, the skeleton summoning spell that he never failed in casting. There was no effect this time. No abnormalities formed out of the dark space the necromancy spell had failed. This was indeed the case. Han Shuo was shocked and understood that the Cyclops wasn't lying. It seemed that no magic abilities could be used in this forbidden place. "Wait a moment." Han Shuo called softly towards the Cyclops and the golden dragon, and flew directly up into the swirling black mist. However, just as Han Shuo felt that he was about to leave the space of the swirling black mist, a nearly infinite wave of strange energy blocked off the sky like a trillion-ton rock. Han Shuo charged furiously into it, causing his entire body to ache with pain, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break through the cover of the black mist and leave this strange space. There was no need to try any more. Han Shuo understood that this area with a 2.5 kilometer radius had been completely restrained by this strange power, just like the cemetery of death. It was impossible to leave without opening the boundary. Han Shuo landed dejectedly, rubbing his buzzing head. When he looked at the surprised Cyclops and Golden Dragon in front of him, Han Shuo spread out his hands and apologized. The entire forbidden place is truly enclosed within a boundary, the same going for the sky covered by black mist. I think that if there is no special way, we don't need to bother thinking about leaving the forbidden place. The Cyclops and Golden Dragon were starting to believe that Han Shuo wasn't the demigod existence they'd thought him to be. When facing the threat of death, and their hopes extinguished, the two powerful beings lost interest even in why Han Shuo was able to fly. They started sighing continuously in despair. Seeing that the two powerful beings had not only lost interest in his ability to fly, but was also the desire to attack Gilbert, Han Shuo was able to understand the depths of their utter despair. Great Master, what should we do? I don't want to stay in this damned place. Let's go to the colorful outside world to continue my incomplete legend. Gilbert was very anxious as he started to fretfully wail. No beings have left the forbidden place in 500 years, not even super-rank magical beasts with extremely long lives. Yet, after Han Shuo had entered this area, he'd only felt the coldness of death without a hint of life. This meant that those super-rank magical beasts with extremely long lives must have died there. As he looked up to the sky, Han Shuo noticed that the black mist swirling around the entire region had gradually become denser, possibly due to his forceful impact. There was an extremely dangerous, murderous aura that floated around in the damp air. I don't think we could die of old age here, even if we want to. Han Shuo muttered as he felt the surroundings change. He then suddenly called out. Careful, danger! Just when he'd been complaining about everything, Gilbert suddenly sensed the terrifying change in their surroundings as well, along with the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon. This caused their survival instincts to kick in immediately as they nervously scanned their surroundings, ready to react at any time. Swirls of inseparable black mist roiled in the sky, the occasional green flashes of light mixed in with them revealing an evil and terrible power. As it swept over and crashed down on those assembled, they found it difficult to even breathe. The colossal power seemed as weighty as a billion-ton mountain, bearing down on everyone's backs. Even enormous beings like the Cyclops and Golden Dragon could only scream and howl in the face of such terrifying pressure. Their figures, they had completely lost their minds. Gilbert, at only rank 1, had already fallen flat on the ground like a limp snake, unable to even stand up. The magical yuan within Han Shuo cycled furiously, creating a sparkling black protective shield that completely covered Han Shuo's body. Meanwhile, rays of black lightning swirled around inside the shield as the pure magical yuan refined the shield over and over again, raising the defensive power of the shield even further. In the end, the protective shield around Han Shuo was as beautiful as a piece of clear ink jade, and Han Shuo seemed like a living fossil entombed within the black jade, full of a demonic charm. The forbidden place had sealed all of the mystical powers within this world, but the magical yuan from another dimension was not something the forbidden place could simply snuff out. Thus, as Han Shuo furiously cycled his magical yuan to protect himself, he actually managed to withstand the tremendous pressure and remain standing. As Han Shuo's profound gaze examined at the change in the entire area, none of the traces of evil aura were able to escape his detection. His originally anxious heart was thumping violently, and his once calm breathing slowly sped up. Han Shuo actually felt a sliver of familiarity from the strange power enclosing the forbidden place. More, it seemed as though this power was filled with a drug-like allure to him, someone in the bloodlust realm. A miraculous feeling was suddenly transmitted from the demon infant within his body. The demon infant was like a bloodthirsty little monster that had finally caught the scent of fresh blood. It was no longer able to resist as it rampaged within Han Shuo's body and urged him onwards, as if it was trying to reach something. Terrible green light flashed within the inky mist that covered the entire area, as swirls of the mist started to converge around Han Shuo and the others. Waves of the terrifying evil aura seeped out from the swirls of smoke. Under the continuous flashes of the green light, the mist gradually changed shape, transforming into a savage and horrifying face that bore downwards. No! The Cyclops let out an angry roar and waved his giant shovel towards the terrifying face. The golden dragon also let out a roar and furiously swung his huge tail towards the sky, towards the savage, demonic face. However, their attacks had not the barest of effects on the savage phantasm. It fearlessly reformed after it was scattered, and lunged down with shocking fierceness. Still inside his protective barrier, Han Shuo suddenly exclaimed, "Spectres, they're spectres!" Instantly, he dispelled the protective barrier that covered his entire body as rays of bloody light shot out from his body, causing a dense, murderous aura to suddenly surround his body. At the same time, a flash of indigo light shot out from his body. The Demon Slayer edge was shining with a purplish-red light as it danced around endlessly above Han Shuo's head. Han Shuo had a calm expression before, but now his face had twisted into a savage and frightening visage. His stark white teeth were bared in a devil's grin, as his eyes glowed blood red. The murderous aura around his body spread out and entwined with the Demon Slayer edge above his head. A piercing bloody light exploded forth from man and the weapon in that moment. The terrifying demonic face was screeching without any sound. All of the evil faces that was rushing down towards the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon all panicked, and started to escape without the slightest hesitation. But it was far too late. With Han Shuo and the Demon Slayer edge as the center, an enormous whirlpool had unknowingly formed above them. It was hovering in the air, around 10 meters wide, a murderous aura swirling within. Blood-red light flashed inside as evil energy swirled within it. All of the spectres that had gathered seemed to be caught within a strong suction force generated by the enormous whirlpool. All of them frantically tried to escape, but none were able to. Under the attraction of the enormous whirlpool above Han Shuo's head, no matter how far away the spectres escaped, they were slowly reeled back towards the whirlpool. The intense and overwhelming pressure instantly disappeared. Gilbert straightened his back from his limp snake position as he looked at Han Shuo, watching the huge commotion in the air. He muttered to himself, "Great Master, what the hell are you doing? Little Dark Dragon, what exactly is your master? What is he doing? Why is there no trace of a fighting or magical aura that a human should have?" The proud Golden Dragon couldn't help but yell after hearing Gilbert's muttering. No matter what, our dangerous situation just now was allayed due to his unusual actions. Otherwise, we would have already been killed by those evil ghost faces. The Cyclops looked meaningfully at Han Shuo with his single eye. He still couldn't find any trace of a fighting or magical aura from the human after a while. According to his understanding of the world, he understood that Han Shuo truly might not be some sort of demigod existence. However, Han Shuo's current actions had illogically removed the enormous pressure that had covered the entire area, causing the Cyclops to not dare underestimate Han Shuo. Since his master had shown off his might, Gilbert also took the chance to strut around with borrowed influence. He raised his neck high and loudly proclaimed, "Damn, how do I know what's going on? However, my master is very powerful. Otherwise, as a mighty dark dragon, how could I have submitted at his feet?" The two powerful beings were convinced of the dark dragon's words. Han Shuo's current actions and Gilbert's existence were proof enough of Han Shuo being an extremely powerful existence. Due to this, even though the Dark Dragon had been talking so disrespectfully, the Golden Dragon and the Cyclops accepted it, as if they had already forgotten about the Dark Dragon's previous wicked actions, and didn't attack him. Since Gilbert had such a powerful master who was able to dispel the tremendous pressure that covered the entire area in his own unique way, they weren't willing to attack the Dark Dragon at this moment and bring about unnecessary trouble for themselves. If the human stopped all his actions and that strong pressure appeared once more, only death awaited the Cyclops and Golden Dragon. Therefore, the two enormous beings only snorted coldly in response to Gilbert's uncourteous blathering without saying anything else. Since they saw that the Dark Dragon didn't know anything, the two of them didn't continue questioning him. They merely recovered their stamina on the side as they quietly watched the changes in Han Shuo. The savage demonic face that floated in the air earlier had already become a pitiful refugee, a pitiful fugitive that could not escape. Ever the spectres that had left this area at the beginning were pulled in by the whirlpool above Han Shuo's head, no matter how terrified any of them were. It was as if the murderous aura around Han Shuo and the whirlpool of bloody light created by the demon slayer edge had some sort of restraining effect towards the weird strange specters. There was not a single one that could escape in the end. Under the powerful suction of the giant whirlpool, the savage green faces silently roared in terror as they became rays of dark green light and fused into the whirlpool. The immense whirlpool was like a huge strange tree, the swirls within like flourishing leaves, and a thin path towards the roots. When the specters were sucked in one by one, the huge whirlpool was filled with harrowing, rampaging energy. Lights of blood red, black, and terrifying green slowly gathered within the demon slayer edge and Han Shuo through the roots, as well as a dense, baleful aura. The whirlpool churned more and more quickly as the demon slayer edge absorbed a large amount of specters. It began to shine brightly, slowly displaying the splendor of a peerless weapon. Violent screeches continuously rang out from the demon slayer edge, causing the three enormous beings to shake and tremble. On the other hand, Han Shuo was surrounded in a mist formed from the baleful aura, sitting cross-legged in the sky. Behind him, the dense aura had faintly formed a giant gazing down towards the earth. The giant was 10-odd meters tall in the sky, and had a horrifying deathly flame. It looked exactly the same as the Han Shuo with bloodshot eyes. This astonishing scene lasted for a day and a night before the giant whirlpool above Han Shuo's head slowly dissipated. All of the specters in the area also disappeared along with it. Even the floating image of the giant behind Han Shuo slowly flew into Hai's body. Only the demon slayer edge was left floating and shining above Han Shuo's head. Roar! A terrifying howl suddenly tore out of Han Shuo's mouth. He'd been sitting down cross-legged when he suddenly stood up with bloodshot eyes. His figure seemed to embody the soul of a peerless killer that had just awakened from his slumber underground. He stared savagely at the Cyclops, the Golden Dragon, and even Gilbert, making them tremble from within the depths of their hearts. Chapter 243. Chapter 243, Destruction. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? What does he want to do? The proud golden dragon couldn't help but exclaim with a shudder of his heart when he saw Han Shuo, evil incarnate, glare sternly at him with blood-red eyes. How do I know? Oh my God, honored master, just what do you want to do? I'm your most humble servant Gilbert. Gilbert had just drawn himself upright when he saw the violent-looking Han Shuo stride over, a wave of murderous intent churning towards him like a wave of blood. Gilbert immediately started screaming in a panic. It was a pity that Han Shuo's expression was a frightful leer at the moment. His pupils had all turned a blood red as he threw his head back, screaming to the heavens, and charged over like a bloodthirsty beast. The aura circling around him had solicited into a red mist, and started turning over with an incontrovertible momentum as Han Shuo leapt and flew. This is bad, he's lost his reason. The Cyclops' thunderous tones suddenly cried out as he prepared for the worst. The Golden Dragon was standing the closest to Han Shuo at this time, and he'd already curled himself into a ball, becoming Han Shuo's first target of attack. Han Shuo had already landed on the Golden Dragon's head amidst the mass of aura and punched downwards with one fist. If it'd been only Han Shuo's fist, the Golden Dragon might not have minded that much. After all, Han Shuo's body size was on a different level from the Golden Dragon. There was a limit to the power behind his punch and the area he could cover. He would be unable to cause too much damage to this enormous being. However, when the punch came crashing down, the murderous aura around Han Shuo suddenly coalesced into the forms of red fists the size of small mountains. The fists completely encircled the Golden Dragon's coiled-up form, the pressure such that he could barely catch his breath. A destructive ferocity descended upon his head. The proud Golden Dragon cried out in pain as he cussed viciously. He was forced to uncurl himself and stab out viciously with his tail that was as long as the Great Wall of China. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion travelled from the impact of the violent punch and the Golden Dragon's tail. The boulders around the Golden Dragon crumbled from the impact as he howled with pain. His dragon tail couldn't seem to take the pressure as it curled together with a shake. The more than 10-meter-long body was laid low from its previously proud position with this blow. Wahaha, mighty master, your humble servant is proud of you. You used your power to beat the strongest of the dragon race, the golden dragon, into the ground. I, Gilbert of the Dark Dragons, have witnessed this historical moment. You are the master I chose, all right. The terrifying blow had pounded the golden dragon into the ground. Disbelief shone out of the Cyclops' single eye as Gilbert continued to yell, my mighty, handsome, amazing, and noble master, what do you want to do? Are you planning on hitting your cutest, most loyal, most honest, and most humble Gilbert? However, the fist with blood-red light coming out of it vanished before Gilbert's fawning had ended. When Han Shuo kicked towards Gilbert, a blood-red foot appeared out of midair and aimed straight at the chattering dark dragon. Before Gilbert had even finished yammering, this foot had already stepped down on Gilbert's head. If it continued, Gilbert would never again be able to be this noisy. Roar! As the dark dragon roared in despair, a towering figure suddenly shot out. An enormous green hand dragged back this foot for Gilbert, and the green Cyclops crashed to a sitting position on the ground after a series of rumblings and shaking. He looked in fear at the grimacing Han Shuo, who was slowly descending. Stupid dumb dragon, he's already lost his mind and isn't your master anymore. Do you want to die? The golden dragon had finally struggled up from his collapsed position on the ground. He couldn't help but shake his head and tail and roar, wanting Gilbert to recognize reality. Gilbert found it a bit difficult to react. In the depths of his heart, he was unwilling to believe that Han Shuo would want to kill him. He murmured to himself in a daze, how is that possible? How would my master want to kill me? Dumb dragon, although I don't know what's happened, your master really has lost his mind at the moment. He is now very, very strong. I and that unlucky golden dragon don't have much energy left now. Only the three of us together will be possibly able to fight against your master. As the Cyclops watched Han Shuo slowly descend from the sky, a boundless, thick murderous sense locking firmly onto them, he couldn't help but cry all anxiously at Gilbert. Gilbert shook his head dazedly. Although his heart ached, and he felt despair at Han Shuo's vicious blow just now, he still said stubbornly, no. Absolutely not. I can't fight my master with you guys. Not even if I die. Idiot, we wouldn't be able to kill him with even the three of us. We just need to defend or control him. We're saving him, you stupid, damned dark dragon. Do you understand this or not? The golden dragon started roaring on the other side when he was faced with threat of death. Indeed, dumb dragon, we're saving him, saving him. Stupid. The Cyclops immediately understood when he heard the golden dragon's word and started yelling as well. The dragons were a proud race, and if it wasn't for special circumstances, it was very difficult for them to submit to humans, a race they disdained. However, once a dragon formed a contract with a human, their loyalty was unquestionable before their master died. Gilbert had spent a bit of time with Han Shuo, and his master's actions were right up his alley. Even though Han Shuo had lost his mind and had struck out viciously at him, he'd never had any thoughts of resistance. This was like a dark dragon's naturally lewd nature, an innate brand on the dragons that no one was able to change. The golden dragon understood this racial characteristic well and thus immediately changed his tune, spinning this as a way of liberating Han Shuo and dispelling the conflict that this formed against Gilbert's nature. Indeed, it was as if cold water had been dumped over Gilbert's head. The golden dragon and the Cyclops roaring shocked Gilbert awake. Having thought through things, he muttered anxiously, "That's right, I must help you. Nothing can happen to you, your humble servant still needs your guidance." Roar! Han Shuo was slowly descending upon the three enormous beings when he suddenly leered and roared out again, charging forward with a frightening sound wave. Ripples of the murderous aura rolled over in the dark space. Evil was contained with the sound wave, and it seemed like clouds of fire were pouring down from the skies. Blood started leaking out of the mouths, nose, and eyes of the three beings beneath the attack of this horrifying sound wave. Their bodies rolled violently, seemingly to be unable to hold up beneath this terrifying sound wave. Damn it, just what kind of attack has your master used? As opposed to him yelling, I'd rather face his enormous fists and kicks. At least we can block the tangible attacks. What can we do against this sound wave? Streams of blood as thick as a baby's arms were leaking out of the golden dragon's lantern-like eyes as he complained whilst blood dripped out of his mouth. Oh my gosh, what is going on? My master shouldn't be this strong. Gilbert had spent a long time with Han Shuo. Although he was uncertain of Han Shuo's true strength, his master had never demonstrated such frightening strength. Nothing for it, the three of us need to combine our strength to attack him. Otherwise, we'll be dead without a doubt. He probably won't be able to escape the backlash of this power. The frightening power around him now is from the specters that were present earlier. This must have happened because he's trying to absorb them all. The Cyclops was the calmest out of them all. He hastily raised this suggestion when he saw that all of them were about to die from the impact. The Cyclops and the Golden Dragon suddenly looked at each other before Gilbert reacted and stood up together. They endured the agonizing pain of their bodies to charge towards Han Shuo, wrapped in layers of murderous aura and bloody sound waves, in mid-air. Han Shuo had been roaring furiously when he felt the movements of the two enormous creatures. He cackled oddly as his bloodshot eyes suddenly lit up. Bloody light emanated from his pupils and concentrated on the two enormous beings like it was something tangible. The two had just struggled to their feet when they were swept by his bloody eyes. A terrifying power immediately invaded their bodies as they began to seize and spasm. Terrifying cries traveled out from their mouths. Damned dark dragon, you're right behind him. Make your move or we'll all die. The golden dragon's scales were exploding one after another after Han Shuo had swept his blood gaze over them. Fresh blood was gushing forth, and the golden dragon kept trying to evade the gaze as he screamed for his life. Hurry up, you're saving him, damned stupid dragon. The Cyclops' skin suddenly split open after being swept by Han Shuo's gaze, and his injuries were increasing in scale. His heart was filled with an unknown fear as he too began screaming in earnest, cussing for the first time. Gilbert murmured as the two enormous beings howled in pain, I'm going to save you, save you. A resolute emotion appeared in Gilbert's eyes as he reached out suddenly with his dragon claws, slapping them forward cautiously and gingerly towards the completely unsuspecting Han Shuo in front of him. He planned on knocking Han Shuo unconscious first and then finding a way to restore Han Shuo's reason, saving his master from this berserk state. Gilbert's loyalty was without a doubt. Bam! An enormous dull thud sounded as a patch of red mist appeared over Han Shuo's head, blocking Gilbert's swipe. Wrapped in the red mist, Han Shuo hadn't been injured at all, but he'd seemed to feel Gilbert's malicious intent. He couldn't help but turn around and glare at Gilbert with bloodshot eyes, roaring furiously. All of the murderous aura floating around Han Shuo was affected by his anger and congregated from all corners, feeding into the Demon Slayer edge floating in front of Han Shuo's chest. The enormous murderous aura seemed to be bloody waves as they quickly gathered within the Demon Slayer edge. The savagely howling Demon Slayer edge suddenly emanated a destructive aura. When all of the aura surrounding Han Shuo had been absorbed, a beam of blood-red light 100 meters tall shone out of the weapon. It'd become a peerless weapon that could cleave the heavens and earth, and Han Shuo seemed like a demon god that could destroy all when he wielded it. The 100-meter light slowly pivoted and locked onto Gilbert as Han Shuo's right arm adjusted its direction. During this process, anywhere the frightening light passed by directly reduced the weathered boulders into rock dust. When faced with this boundless aura, Gilbert's enormous body seemed so small and helpless. His dragon eyes were filled with despair, fear, bitterness, and sadness. As his eyes locked dumbly onto the raging Han Shuo, he couldn't help but murmur lowly, "No, you won't, you're my master and won't really want to kill me. Dumb dragon, run, run." The Cyclops and Golden Dragon screamed in reminder. For some reason, their hearts were filled with bitterness as well. However, for some reason, the usually loud and active Gilbert seemed to be stuck dumbly in place like a fool. Blood-red tears slowly formed in his lantern-like eyes, but his body stayed firmly put as if it'd been rooted. Earth-shattering roars continuously emitted from the grimacing Han Shuo's mouth. The destructive demon slayer edge and 100-meter-tall sword slowly lifted to aim at Gilbert. Both the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon had no doubt that when this light descended, Gilbert would be carved into many little pieces of meat. He wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival and his vital signs would be utterly erased. No. A howl came from Han Shuo's mouth. It was the first human sound he'd made up until now. His face contorted with pain, the black lightning surrounding him as he roared furiously started crackling and popping. The blood vessels in his neck and arms starting exploding, and fresh blood splattered him all over. Han Shuo ignored the frightening wounds on his body. He couldn't seem to control his limbs as he looked at his right arm with a twisted expression. He kept yelling, "No, no!" Suddenly, his expression hardened as his bloody left arm suddenly slammed into his weapon-wielding right arm. It landed like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a crisp breaking sound. Arrows of blood shot out from his arms and sped toward the surroundings. This self-mutilating blow had an amazing effect. It saved Gilbert's life, and a change happened in the 100-meter-tall sword light. The light had been aimed at Gilbert when it suddenly changed direction, circling past Gilbert's enormous body and carrying with it a violent, evil sword aura to shoot into the endless black mists surrounding the forbidden area. Suddenly, the skies were filled with bloody light as the earth shook. A frightening explosion sound filled the area, seeming to rip the very sky asunder. The black mists that had covered this area for 500 years slowly dispersed after the blow from the blood-red light. Beams of warm sunlight finally shone on this desolate land after hundreds of years of absence. Sunlight radiated on the heavily injured Cyclops and Golden Dragon, on the panting but clear-eyed Han Shuo lying in a pool of his own blood, and entered the teary, delighted eyes of Gilbert. Chapter 244. Chapter 244, Ah! Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The violent explosions continued for a while before the Forbidden Zone slowly returned to normal. The radiant sun finally shone on the forbidden area that had been confined for 500 years. Ah, light, this is the sun's light. The injury-ridden Golden Dragon looked up at the bright sun in the sky and felt the warmth of the sun dappling over his body, sighing with great emotion. Just as he was reflecting with some emotion, the power that he'd lost upon entering the forbidden area slowly began to fill his body once again. His body had been plastered to the ground when it slowly began to rise again. The natural ability of the dragons to fly had been restored. The strength that's been confining the entire area has disappeared. We've been saved. The Cyclops' single eye looked straight at the sun as he collapsed on the ground from his injuries. Although he appeared a bit lazy, his green face was filled with delight from the thought of being alive. On the other side, Gilbert shook his enormous head, sending his tears from earlier flying through the air like the spring rain. His enormous body floated in the air and flew towards Han Shuo, murmuring, "I knew it, I knew you wouldn't kill your most loyal servant." Han Shuo had broken his right arm, an arm as strong as iron, with his left hand. The meridians in his neck and arms had exploded, and he was lying in an ever-growing pool of his own blood, panting heavily. "Idiot, if I hadn't recovered quickly, you would have been dead without a doubt by now." Han Shuo hectored Gilbert loudly from his listless position. Bloody froth spewed out of his mouth whenever he opened it, but he felt none of the associated pain. His now clear eyes had a few traces of warmth and touched emotions to it. With the strange power that restrained the entire area vanished, Gilbert felt a familiar power in his body and slowly began to transform as he approached Han Shuo. When he once again stood in front of Han Shuo, he'd already changed into a haggard and worn person, reflecting what he'd just gone through. "Heh, recover your body first." Gilbert stood with his back to Han Shuo and wiped the moisture from his face, walking over easily and helping Han Shuo up from collapsed position. Gilbert silently stood behind him in support. Han Shuo chanted out an incantation and a little skeleton with sparkling white bones and an honest and silly Earth Elite zombie suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. The two of them focused their attention on Han Shuo when they stood in front of him. When they discovered his woeful state and that he was dripping with blood, they rushed to his two sides and reached out urgently with their hands, seeming to want to take his blood and shove it back into his body through his wounds. Panic and anxiety filled the little skeleton's purple eye and the Earth Elite zombie's yellow eyes. They waved their arms around madly as they busied themselves, seeming to express, "All right, all right. We're here now, he'll be fine now." The two of them capered around frantically to express themselves to Han Shuo. Although their actions of trying to shove his blood back into his body through his wounds were childish and comical, this warmed Han Shuo's heart greatly. Suddenly, the little skeleton took to the sky and sent his bone dagger and bone spurs whirling through the air. An evil, frosty, and completely inhumane killing intent emanated from his body as the 7 bone spurs pierced towards the Cyclops and Golden Dragon like 7 bloody streams of light. At the same time, the Earth Elite zombie next to Han Shuo sank into the ground like he stepping into water. Shaking and rumbling then traveled from the depths of where the Cyclops and Golden Dragon were. Sharp earth mounds then began shooting out of the ground. The Cyclops standing on the ground was the first to be affected, and he began to frantically evade the attacks. When the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie had appeared out of nowhere, the Cyclops and Golden Dragon had only flicked a glance at them, not paying too much attention to these low-level dark creatures. However, when the two finally made their moves, the destruction they brought forth shocked the two creatures senseless. They were unable to believe the truth before their eyes. The little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie's actions were as fast as a strike of lightning. By the time that Han Shuo had time to react, their attacks had almost landed on the heavily injured Cyclops and Golden Dragon. "Hey, damned idiot dragon, are you going to just watch the show? We helped you just now." The Golden Dragon was terrified as he dodged the attacks and roared loudly. Although the Cyclops and Golden Dragon could now use their recovered abilities, their bodies had long since lost all their strength after the previous round of events. Add to that, although the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie were small, the destruction they wreaked was indeed terrifying, making the two enormous beings cry out with fear. My honored master, these two fellows did indeed help us just now. I think they mean us no harm now." Gilbert thought of when the three of them defended against Han Shuo just now and couldn't help but say to Han Shuo, "I see. Come back then, the two of you." Han Shuo nodded distantly and called out to the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie. The two brash dark creatures immediately withdrew their attacks when they heard Han Shuo's order. The 7 blood-red bone spurs spun in a circle and reattached to the little skeleton's spine in an exceedingly short amount of time. The various hills all sank down astonishingly, and the earth regained its smoothness again. The Earth Elite zombie that had disappeared from sight floated up again, slowly rising from the earth and stood on Han Shuo's left, as if he'd never moved. When the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie discovered that Han Shuo was gravely injured, they naturally ruled Gilbert out of the running of entities that could have hurt their master. Therefore, the two enormous beings that had obviously weathered through an immense fight became the natural culprits. It was understandable that they hadn't waited for Han Shuo's orders before attacking. To be honest, Han Shuo had a vague notion of what had happened after he'd lost his ability to reason. However, his presence had still been useful in allowing the two beings to escape the forbidden area when he'd attacked. Now that the restraints around the forbidden area had been dispelled, he didn't know if the two of them would act maliciously towards him. He'd summoned the two fellows purely as a precaution. The little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie's sudden attack had been out of his expectations, but he then thought that the two fellows could awe the two enormous beings after a show of strength, thereby preventing them from making any moves against him. Therefore, he only stopped the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie after Gilbert had explained what had happened. This also served as a warning to the two enormous beings that they weren't the ruler of this place just because the restraining power in the forbidden area had been dispelled. When he faced the little skeleton's bone spurs just now, the Golden Dragon had frantically tried to decrease his size in order to evade the attacks. He wiped cold sweat from his brow now and smiled at Han Shuo from afar. Very nice to meet you, strong human. I think you've nothing to do with me now, so goodbye. The golden dragon had already transformed back into his human form after speaking and dashed outwards as if fleeing the scene. He landed in a patch of boulders after a few leaps and vanished completely from sight. The Cyclops also rumbled anxiously after the golden dragon had left. Ahaha, I'm also very pleased to make your acquaintance. However, I still have some things at home and won't keep chatting with you. I hope we can meet again. The rumbling from his voice was still hanging in the sky as the Cyclops twisted his injury-laden body into motion. He stumbled as he made for the far distance, praying to never bump into this crazy human again. He was simply too scary when he lost his mind. In the span of an instant, the two heavily wounded enormous beings had fled with panic-stricken expressions from their location. Han Shuo and Gilbert looked at each other, finding this extremely ludicrous. Whether it was the Cyclops or the Golden Dragon, both were incredibly frightening levels of existence when they were at their full peak of power. If they hadn't met something like the Lord of the Flames, a level 4 creature, they would absolutely be the lords of the dark forest. Something like the Manticore, a level 1 magical creature, would dash out of the way like it'd seen a ghost if it ever met a Cyclops or Golden Dragon. However, such a strong level of existence had left in front of them like they were fleeing from some horror. This filled Han Shuo and Gilbert's heart with strange emotions. Cleaning his mind of stray thoughts, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and said to Gilbert, the little skeleton, and the Earth Elite zombie. I'm going to recover from my wounds now, you guys keep watch. The murderous aura around him formed a cocoon of black and red light, fully enclosing his body. Streaks of black and red lightning swirled around the cocoon and completely sealed Han Shuo's presence away, not allowing even a single bit of it leak out. The specters that had been present in the forbidden area were strange existences formed from the souls of the strong who'd died, but had been unable to disperse into the world, and had absorbed all sorts of random powers instead. No one knew what had happened 500 years ago, but there were quite a few souls that had been affected by the strange power of the forbidden area, and were unable to disperse for 500 years. All of the life forms that had mistakenly barged into this forbidden area had had their powers restricted by the area. They were unable to use fighting aura or magic to hurt the specters, and the specters were unaffected by physical attacks. Therefore, death was the only way out for anything that stumbled upon this area and faced the specters. Before these entities died, all their fear, despair, fury, unwillingness, and associated negative emotions were absorbed by the specters, making them accumulate even more energy over the years, causing the specters to become more and more powerful. Intruders who could only make use of their physical bodies to attack naturally couldn't handle the specters, but Han Shuo, already in the bloodlust realm, had a natural aura and the demon slayer edge that was the antithesis of the specters. Therefore, when he knew the beings present were specters, he immediately used the demon infant and demon slayer edge to form a whirlpool, constructing a crazily devouring machine. All of the specters that had existed for 500 years were sucked into the demon infant and the demon slayer edge. In this process, the image of the giant that had floated behind Han Shuo in the air was a result of the demon infant consuming too many specters. This naturally formed image was also absorbed by Han Shuo's body in the end. However, although the specters had great strength, there were too many impure and random thoughts amongst them. All of the negative emotions mixed together, and their characteristics were all different. Han Shuo's mentality in the bloodlust realm was already unstable to begin with, which caused him to almost completely lost his mind and become a bloodthirsty demon. He'd made use of his fight with the three enormous beings to vent the random emotions plaguing him. The purest portion of the specter's energy had been absorbed by the demon infant, and the majority of it had been too filled with negative, violent emotions, and so it had been absorbed by the demon slayer edge inside. The majority of the energy that he had been unable to absorb caused Han Shuo to lose reason. He'd made use of his attacks on the three enormous beings to wear away at it, and then used the final blow from the demon slayer edge to attack the void of black mists. The tremendous and fatal energy had actually destroyed the restraining power around the forbidden area, enabling sunlight to stream in once again. Han Shuo had possessed the power to fight against the three strong beings previously because the Demon Slayer Edge had consumed the violent and scattered energy from the specters. This kind of energy was pure destruction and not something he could control at all. This was why he'd made it all disappear through venting like how he'd done. Therefore, this was why Han Shuo and the Demon Slayer Edge had displayed power that didn't belong to them earlier. When the Demon Slayer Edge pierced through the restraints of the forbidden area, all of the destructive power had vanished, and Han Shuo and the Demon Slayer Edge quickly returned to normal shortly after. However, the two gained great benefits this time. Even though Han Shuo was still in the bloodlust realm, the pure energy within the demon infant had once again greatly increased in strength. After absorbing some power, the Demon Slayer Edge would be able to truly emit a murderous aura after a bit more refining and some fortuitous occurrences. It would really be a peerless weapon then. Wrapped in his red and black cocoon, Han Shuo didn't emerge for 8 days. His ravaged right arm had returned to normal, and the blood vessels on his neck and arms had reformed, more durable than before. His height had also increased by a few centimeters, and his naked body was even more stocky than before. His shoulders were broad, his waist narrow, and his muscles were more evenly distributed over his body like finely chiseled granite. His eyes were clear and sinister looking, brimming with the confidence of being able to control everything. "Honored Master, you've finally emerged. Your poor servant has waited for such a long time." Gilbert had a look of dejection on his face as he stood pitifully next to Han Shuo, loudly praising his glory. Looking at Gilbert in shock, Han Shuo asked in bafflement, "What? What happened to you?" Gilbert looked around pitifully and cast a look in his surroundings, then finally speaking to Han Shuo like he was tattling on someone. "Those two fellows not only bullied me, but also dug up someone's grave. This is too evil." Han Shuo was shocked upon hearing these words. "What's going on here? You take a look at what they've done. They had me, the great dark dragon Gilbert, help them in digging up someone else's grave, and actually threatened me with a knife when I wouldn't do so. This is so evil, so shameless, and that little skeleton is too evil." Gilbert was incredibly pitiful as he brought Han Shuo up into the air and had him take a look for himself. When Han Shuo floated in the air and looked at Ermika Cotton's grave, he was stunned senseless by what he saw. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Those two are indeed a bit out of line." Chapter 245. Chapter 245, Grave Digging. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The formerly leveled ground stood witness to many ravines. The tombstone of Ermika, the demigod existence of the Lancelot Empire, stood grandly at the center. Surrounding it was a 10-meter circular area of messily dug trenches and holes. Dirt had been tossed every which way, as if some archaeology team had conducted an excavation searching for antiquities. The whole area had been overturned. Taking a closer look, Han Shuo noticed a few more hills formed from mounds of brown soil. The little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie were busy demolishing an enormous skeleton at the bottom of a huge trench. This skeleton was a dozen meters long, and each bone was as tall as a person. The skeleton was translucent as crystal, its surface reflecting bright light. It was obviously the corpse of some super-rank creature. The two fellows sensed Han Shuo's presence in the midst of their demolition. They excitedly waved their hands, which were holding bones even bigger than their own bodies, greeting their master. After that, the little skeleton picked up several bones with his hand and flew, fast as lightning, to the middle of the trench, dropping the bones in a deeply excavated pit. He placed them carefully in the middle of the deep pit, as if the bones were valuable treasures. What have they been doing these past days?" Han Shuo stood in the air and watched raptly, asking Gilbert in surprise. Gilbert complained loudly, his face as gloomy as one at a funeral. "Not long after you wrapped yourself up in the cocoon, these two fellows got up to these antics. First, the small zombie went underground and took out a bone. He proudly bragged about it to the little skeleton, then the little skeleton also got excited. These two together were simply the most superb grave diggers. They turned the whole place upside down. They seem to be collecting those bones. I don't know what they're doing that for. Han Shuo listened to Gilbert's complaining narrative, his eyes glimmering as he looked into the deep pit that held the white bones. His body slowly moved and approached the pit. He landed straight within it, randomly picking up a bone of who knew what super-rank creature and carefully examined it. The bone was heavy in his hand, seeming to actually weigh around 100 kilograms. The stark white bone seemed to contain a strange presence. The skin touching this bone felt a biting cold, and a sharp and chilly killing air flowed from the bone into Han Shuo's body. The Earth Elite Zombie silently emerged from the earth beneath Han Shuo like a ghost, his hand clutching a white bone as if it was something incomparably precious. As he handed this bone to Han Shuo, his golden earth-colored eyes danced with pride. This surprised Han Shuo. He took the bone from the Earth Elite Zombie and immediately felt an eternal dragon breath within. He could tell that this bone was heavier than the one earlier. This pristinely white bone caused the air around it to emit a faint whistling sound. He sensed it carefully again and felt some wind magic elements within. Han Shuo could say with certainty at this point that this bone had come from a wind dragon. He was sure because as a necromancy mage, he had some understanding about the bones of magic creatures. Every mage coming from the necromancy department had to use bones in their experiments. The bones of some super-rank magic creatures still contained some energy from when they were still alive. They could be used to make powerful weapons. For example, the white bone staff that Belinda from the Calamity Church had refined was also forged from the bone of a super-rank magic creature. This bone would also be helpful for Han Shuo to improve his necromancy magic. While Han Shuo was deep in thought, the little skeleton also seemed to be trying to prove something. He brought several bones in front of Han Shuo, then pulled on his sleeve to gain attention. Han Shuo was stunned when he looked at the little skeleton. He discovered two odd lights gleaming in the latter's eyes. The little skeleton's left hand was holding a white bone when a wave of silver light suddenly started circulating within the bone. The originally translucent bone rapidly corroded, as if time had accelerated over 1,000 times. In just a moment, the bone containing a strange presence had turned into ashes and scattered into the wind. After that, the little skeleton threw back his head proudly. He took another bone and made a munching motion towards Han Shuo. The little skeleton then threw the bone back into the pile of bones. Han Shuo could understand without needing the little skeleton to say anything else. The little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie could absorb the energy from the enormous skeletons littered throughout this land. Due to the unknown force of imprisonment here, the souls of the dead creatures couldn't dissipate into the heavens and earth after death, and instead, a portion of energy still remained in the bodies. Even when the flesh rotted away, the bones still contained some magical energy. To these two fellows, this energy was a great tonic. No wonder they were so interested in role-playing as grave robbers and had turned this place upside down. Han Shuo smiled as he rubbed the little skeleton's smooth skull, then patted the Earth Elite Zombie's shoulder and said gently, "Hee, you did well. How about this, you guys collect all the usable bones here." After being encouraged by Han Shuo, the Earth Elite Zombie rubbed his head in honest joy as he quickly sank into the ground again. He appeared next to the 10-meter-long skeleton in the blink of an eye and started to dismantle the bones. As for the little skeleton, he waved his bony hands and danced around, happily sending Han Shuo a message to express his thoughts. After focusing his attention for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said understandingly, "So you think there's no problem for you and the Earth Elite to take away these bones? Wait until you guys collect them all in a pile, I'll give you a hand." The little skeleton had transmitted a message saying he wanted to bring all of these bones into the other dimension for the benefit of the necromancy creatures in his camp. Han Shuo had first been surprised for a moment after he'd understood, then expressed his assent. As he received Han Shuo's approval, the little skeleton became extremely excited. His 7 bone spurs shook, sending him whizzing through the air towards the Earth Elite Zombie. The two continued to dismantle the huge magic creature's skeleton. As Han Shuo observed carefully, he discovered that the two didn't take just anything from the 10-meter-long skeleton. Relying on their sensitivity towards energy, they only took bones with energy and promptly threw away the ordinary ones. The useless bones thrown away by these two fellows were scattered throughout the trench-filled area. They obviously hadn't sat idly by either dying the past couple of days when Han Shuo was cultivating. This 10-meter-long skeleton seemed to be their last prey. While the little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie remained hard at work, Han Shuo's eyes were caught by the tombstone with the name Ermika Cotton engraved onto it. Only now did Han Shuo discover that this tombstone of the Lancelot Empire's legendary figure had originally only revealed a small part of its splendor. Thanks to the trenches that the Earth Elite Zombie had carved, he'd yanked out that 1-meter-tall tombstone up 3 meters. From the top of the tombstone down, it seemed to keep getting wider the deeper it was buried. It was shaped like a miniature hill, which puzzled Han Shuo. Seeing Han Shuo focus his attention on the tombstone of Ermika, Gilbert seemed to remember something and suddenly shouted out loud, "Master, this engraved stone slab is really weird. The little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie asked me to try moving it, but we found that it's extremely heavy. I didn't expect that even my strength couldn't move it one bit. Oh, this is a bit interesting." This surprised Han Shuo greatly. As part of the dragon race, Gilbert was still immensely powerful even in human form. Even if the stone slab had been double in size, it should have been impossible for Gilbert to not be able to move it. Therefore, Han Shuo had flown to the tombstone as soon as he'd heard Gilbert's words. He reached out and touched this tombstone with a surprised face. The tombstone was cold to the touch. Apart from the deeply engraved, large Ermika letters, the entire tombstone was as smooth as a mirror. Running his hand over it again, Han Shuo didn't feel any discomfort or anything strange. This tombstone wasn't much different from an ordinary stone slab. Taking in a deep breath, Han Shuo tried shaking it and didn't even feel a shudder from the tombstone. It was just as Gilbert said, this stone was simply not easily moved. "Come, dig up this piece of land for me." His thoughts raced and Han Shuo waved his hand at the distant Earth Elite Zombie. The little skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie were too interested in their skeleton, this tombstone seemed to have no appeal to them. Otherwise, with the Earth Elite Zombie's nature, it would have given this tombstone a try. As per Han Shuo's instructions, the Earth Elite Zombie in the distant underground immediately disappeared. Afterwards, a tremor arose under Han Shuo's feet. The soil and sand that the tombstone was buried in was roiling and churning. The soft ground shook for a while, when 2 cracks appeared beneath the tombstone. The originally firmly standing tombstone crashed down on a high hill that had formed. The tombstone, 7 meters in length, was now completely revealed. Even its base, as broad as a tree root, could be seen. Hateful zombie, it obviously has the ability, yet deliberately makes this great dark dragon do all the carrying. What a lazy brat! Gilbert watched the Earth Elite Zombie follow Han Shuo's order to uproot the tombstone without much effort. At that point, he could not help but recall his previous experiences and complain loudly. It was a pity that the Earth Elite Zombie simply didn't care for the noisy Gilbert. When he finished what Han Shuo had ordered him to do, he immediately went back to the little skeleton's side and continued dismantling that huge skeleton. "Honored Master, what do you want to do?" Gilbert looked at the completely revealed tombstone and asked, puzzled. "Let's have a look first." Han Shuo casually answered. Then he approached the tombstone and carefully observed it, gently tracing the tombstone with his finger as he looked a little pensive. An ordinary tombstone wouldn't be 7 meters long. In addition, the material of this tombstone were unknown. Even with Han Shuo's current knowledge of all kinds of ores, he couldn't identify the tombstone's material. Combined with its unexpected weight, the tombstone left him suspicious. As his finger gently swiped across the tombstone, a piece of magical yuan appeared like static electricity on his fingertip. It was pressed into the tombstone with a push from Han Shuo's finger. Suddenly, a large wave of dark magic element reflected back to Han Shuo's mind through the magical yuan. This energy was astonishingly similar to the imprisonment force all over in the Forbidden Land. Han Shuo paled and hastily retracted his finger. He looked at the brown tombstone in astonishment and murmured, "How strange, this force should have disappeared already. Could it be, the strange imprisonment force that covered the whole Forbidden Land came from the deceased demigod Ermika? What is it, Master?" Little Dark Dragon Gilbert couldn't hear Han Shuo's mumble, but couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Shuo's surprised face. Han Shuo backed up a few steps and instructed, "Gilbert, back away a bit, I need to blow up this tombstone and see what's inside." Waiting until Gilbert had moved according to his orders, Han Shuo also backed up about 10 meters or so. He took out the Demon Slayer Edge and infused magical yuan into it. After absorbing such a large mass of evil intent, even though the Demon Slayer Edge hadn't truly become a peerless masterpiece, it already contained a formidable power. A fierce sword light directly blasted out from the Demon Slayer Edge after Han Shuo had infused his magical yuan, and headed straight for the tombstone with a terrifying force. Rumbles resounded non-stop. The grand, seemingly indestructible tombstone was shattered into pieces under the impact of the Demon Slayer Edge amidst a spray of splendid light. Stone debris flew all around. After all had calmed down, the brown tombstone had broken into many pieces. A magic staff embedded with 3 amethysts wrapped in dense dark magic elements appeared on the ground. Next to the staff was an ancient, handwritten notebook. Chapter 246. Chapter 246, Just You? Are you worthy? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This magic staff was made of an unknown material. It was grayish-brown in color and felt rough to the touch. The staff was about 1 meter long, and its upper part was diamond-shaped. The 3 amethysts were palm-sized. They emitted a beautiful bright light and sparkled as if containing water ripples. The 3 amethysts looked like 3 miniature lakes at a glance, and were placed in a triangular formation. Ancient script were as dense as a bunch of tadpoles in the ancient, handwritten notebook. These 2 things had been unexpectedly embedded within the tombstone. One could tell that they were very valuable with just a single glance. They could even be the relics of Ermike Cotton himself. Han Shuo held the 2 items in hand, taking a deep look, and then unceremoniously put them into the space ring. He flicked a glance around and saw the fragmented rocks of the tombstone sparkling with different colors. He couldn't help but feel surprised and carefully assessed each one. Scarlet Heart Iron and White Light Silver ores. I hadn't thought that the tombstone was refined from these strange ores. No wonder I couldn't see through the material. Han Shuo softly exclaimed. He picked up some of the broken stones and identified them. The surface of the tombstone had actually been refined from several strange ores smelted together. However, after the Demon Slayer Edge had broken it apart, the interior revealed ores that hadn't completely melted, many of which were still raw ores. Looking at the magic staff and notebook, one would understand that it wasn't because the refiner of this tombstone was lacking in ability. They definitely did this on purpose, for fear of ruining the items inside if they completely refined all the ores. What happened in this Forbidden Land 500 years ago? Why was Ermike Cotton here? Why was his tombstone here? Han Shuo didn't know and didn't care. What he wanted was to collect anything of value here before leisurely leaving this area. After placing the magic staff and ancient notebook into the space ring, Han Shuo also unceremoniously did the same with the raw ores. He then walked to the pit where Little Skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie were, closing his eyes and placed his hand on each of the bones containing the strange energy. In a blink of an eye, roughly 10 white jade-like bones were also shoved into the space ring by Han Shuo. Seeing their hard-earned bones taken away by him, the Little Skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie weren't at all angry. They even expressed joy, as if the more he took, the more honored they became. When he took a look around the whole area, there were no longer any complete skeletons. In the pit, the Little Skeleton and Earth Elite Zombie were excitedly picking things up here and there. Like 2 small porters, they held the bunch of bones under their arms, on their backs, and in their hands. When these two fellows were almost completely hidden by the white bones, the little skeleton's purple sockets shone brightly and he looked at Han Chuo to transmit a message. Han Chuo began to chant a spell. The little skeleton, elite earth zombie, along with the bones that they had to made 4 trips back and forth to collect, were sent back to the other dimension. After the two fellows left, Han Chuo stood in the sky and swept the entire area. Seeing there weren't any more abnormalities in this forbidden land, he had Gilbert transform and return to the cemetery of death. This time, the human and dragon didn't encounter any danger during their return trip. Han Chuo released 3 yin demons along the way, and had Gilbert slow down. He searched carefully for materials to refine pills and weapons. This actually took them a total of 10 days before they finally returned to the cemetery of death. Han Chuo had managed to collect a good amount of refining materials in those 10 days. Upon returning to the cemetery of death, the materials would be enough for Han Chuo to refine several things that he wanted, as well as a cauldron full of rebirth pills. Han Chuo had actually reaped a lucrative harvest during this excursion into the dark forest. Although there had been some crises halfway, he resolved them by relying on the virtue of his luck and wits. The feeling that he received when he returned to the cemetery of death was quite good. As he collected enough pill and weapon refining materials, Han Chuo carefully weighed his options. He decided to do a closed-door session in the cemetery of death, ready to refine a pill cauldron in addition to some small magic treasures, before continuing to refine rebirth pills. Determined, Han Chuo decided to research the refinement of pills and magical treasures. He stayed in the cemetery of death for 3 months. When he emerged after the 3 months were up, the cold winter had passed and all beings had awoken from their hibernation. It was a season in which the spring flowers were blooming vibrantly. At the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, it was the time where students took an exam to test their individual power. At the Dark Major's biggest testing field, the teachers and students of the Necromancy Major were grouped. They had to wait for the Dark Major students to finish before they could use the equipment in the testing field for their exams. After the tragic experience that had happened to her family, little witch Lisa suddenly became much more sensible. Although her nature was still unruly and stubborn, she was no longer unreasonable to the point where people hated her. "Master Fanny, has Brian really not returned to the academy in the past 6 months?" Lisa looked helplessly at Fanny and asked in a sweet voice. "Lisa, you have been asking this for 2-3 months already. He really hasn't come back," Fanny replied with a gloomy face. She thought in her heart, that damnable naughty devil, where has he been for the past 6 months? He hasn't come back to see me in so long. He said he would return to the Empire shortly after leaving Valen City, but it's been so long and he still hasn't returned. Can it be that something's happened to him? Don't speak nonsense, how could something happen to Brian? Fanny was also worried that Brian had disappeared for half a year. However, she didn't dare to think any bad thoughts. That was how humans were. Just one bad thought would be enough to derail their entire train of thought, and everything would go downhill from there. One thought could cause them to fall into inextricable sadness. "Master Fanny, your students can commence their exams," a Dark Major teacher shouted from a raised platform. Let's go watch a bit." Necromancy Major Teacher Jean was still indulgent to Fanny as ever. He displayed a gentle smile, urging Fanny onwards. Nodding her head politely, Fanny maintained a distance from Jean and went with him to the raised platform. The Dark Major students happened to be descending. A few of them had on arrogant expressions and didn't immediately leave. Instead, they laughed and lowered their voice to murmur about something. The Dark Major students that been humiliated by Han Chuo at the last competition were made a laughingstock for the longest time. The longer Han Chuo had vanished for, the more their embarrassing experience would be forgotten. However, their hatred for him couldn't be erased. From time to time, they would find opportunities to poke, bully, and make fun of the Necromancy Major students. After Han Chuo left, the Necromancy Major returned to its previous state of decay. The exuberant heroic spirit was short-lived for only a few days. The students continuously waxed eloquence on how good things had been when Han Chuo was still there. It makes no difference if the necromancy major takes the test or not. What can their students accomplish? Phil lied, the strongest student in the dark major, sneered disdainfully at the approaching necromancy major students. All of the dark major students, who were standing nearby, joined in and laughed loudly, each one louder than the one before, as if they feared the necromancy students wouldn't be able to hear. Phil lied, don't use such a loud voice within the testing field. The dean of the dark major, Archmage Dao, had a bland smile on his face, as he softly chided the clamor Phil lied and the bunch of brats had created. He didn't look the least bit serious. Be it the necromancy major students or teachers like Fanny and Jean, all could see that Dao's smile held a trace of delight and indulgence. Han Chuo had stomped on both the light major and the dark major last time at the competition. As the head of the dark major, Dao had lost a great deal of face and naturally didn't hold any bit of goodwill towards the necromancy major. I know, Dean. Phil lied chuckled off to the side as he answered. He then ridiculed, looking at the necromancy department taking test, isn't that interesting? True. We've nothing to do anyways. Let's stay and watch. All of the students, who'd been stomped by Han Chuo last time, chimed in to agree with Phil lied, rapt interest on their faces. They looked at the first person coming up to take the test, Athena, as if they were watching clowns walk up stage. I heard that it's this stupid woman's fourth attempt to take the test. If she still can't advance to novice mage, she might as well go die already. What an embarrassment! Phil lied smiled, ridiculing viciously. Phil lied, and who the hell do you think you are? If Brian were here, he definitely will rip your mouth off. Lisa couldn't listen to those words and couldn't help but snap at Phil lied. Humph! How could that brat have run around so arrogantly? If I hadn't had a stomachache last time? Heh, now that my body has recovered, it's time to settle the debt, but he's disappeared for half a year. Doesn't this explain it all? In the last competition, Han Chuo indeed participated in Phil lied's stead. The former had done so with a bang, making Phil lied lose all face. He'd even been scolded by Dao. He still felt indignant about it even now, not wanting to be the least bit inferior than others. Oh, so you say I'm hiding from you? Just you? Are you worthy? Han Chuo's shadow appeared like a ghost. A blue magic robe adorned his tall body, an odd smile hung on his face. He walked measuringly into the testing field, raising his voice as he said, I've returned this time to graduate ahead of schedule. Today, I will take my final test at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Chapter 247. Chapter 247, Graduation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. With his current strength, Han Chuo wouldn't even be afraid of the Dark Major's Dean, Dao, let alone the likes of Phil lied. Han Chuo looked relaxed and unrestrained as he stepped onto the testing field. An easy smile hung on his face. However, he still exuded an awe-inspiring temperament. Brian, you've finally returned. Lisa's voice was full of joy and surprise. She couldn't help but jump in excitement as she let out a yet. Fanny was sitting demurely on the high platform. After seeing Han Chuo, the traces of sadness that had lingered on her brows for the past few months were completely wiped away by an invisible hand. She radiated brightly in a way that dazzled the eyes. Her lips curved in an odd way that seemed both happy and angry. Han Chuo had been through a series of life and death battles in that half-year's worth of time. His power had skyrocketed and emitted a natural aura now. No one dared to look down on him now, even when he didn't deliberately show off his strength. Athena, focus on the test. I know you can definitely pass. After arriving, Han Chuo spoke to Athena, who seemed nervous because of the jeers and sarcastic remarks from Phil lied's group. Thank you, Brian. Han Chuo's arrival seemed to put Athena at ease, and her uneasy heart slowly returned to its original calm state. Phil lied, on the other side, had been set off by Han Shuo's earlier words. His facial expression was quite ugly as he gave Han Shuo a sinister look. You disappeared for half a year after I recovered. What was it for if not to hide from me? Honestly speaking, the likes of Phil Lide bored Han Shuo. After fighting so many powerful beings, Phil Lide was no longer qualified to shout and yell in front of him. The disparity in power was too great. Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to even deal with him. Aha! Han Shuo gave an odd laugh, squinting his eyes at Phil Lide. He shook his head sympathetically, before shrugging and sighing softly. You think too highly of yourself, but what can I say to this kind of fool who has a few screws loose in his head? As he finished saying this, Han Shuo no longer paid any more attention to Phil Lide, who happened to trembling in anger. He turned in the direction of Fanny on the platform and flashed a bright smile. Inhaling deeply, he gazed at Fanny and said, I'm back. Fanny's pretty face reddened for some reason. She seemed to want to hide her true feelings as she glared fiercely at Han Shuo, huffing, You unruly brat! You still know to come back to the academy. Han Shuo flashed an awkward smile and wanted to explain something when the dark Major Dean displayed an unpleasant expression. Wait until after the exams to catch up. You'll have plenty of time then. Now, I think we need to quickly settle your major's business. We're very busy people after all. The other dark major teachers also loudly rushed Fanny and Jean after their dean had spoken, expressing that they had a lot of things to do and couldn't keep waiting. Han Shuo had been about to explain, but looked apologetically towards Fanny on the platform and flipped out his hands. He shrugged and took a few steps back without another word to where Lisa, Amy, and several other necromancy major students were standing. Brian, where did you go for the past half year? Didn't you say that you would quickly return to Asan City? Why did you drag it out until now? Lisa chattered non-stop after Han Shuo had arrived. Han Shuo waited for her to finish her questioning before smiling and telling her that he spent a period of time cultivating in the dark forest. What the hell? He really thinks he's something, hey? The dark major students, who'd been stomped by Han Shuo, felt indignant and snorted when they saw his dashing manner. Humph, I'd like to see how he intends on graduating early. I remember he was only a novice mage half a year ago. Phil Lide, who'd been repeatedly humiliated by Han Shuo, said coldly when he saw Han Shuo in his element. Athena was calm this time and was not as nervous as she'd been before. She skillfully casted several necromancy magic spells, smoothly answered some questions, and easily passed the novice mage test. Afterwards, the necromancy students started their tests one by one as well. For most of the students, their power hadn't improved much. Only Lisa unexpectedly became a journeyman mage. The magical pulses from her body were obviously stronger than that of the other students. Lisa was a lot more sensible after her harrowing experience and had also come to understand the importance of strength. She was much more hard-working when it came to practicing magic now, unlike when she'd mostly played around and rarely meditated. Waiting until all the necromancy students had finished their testing, Han Shuo leisurely stepped forward and said, I intended to directly graduate upon my return. May I take the test now? At the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, one could graduate as long as they advanced to the rank of Adept Mage. Since Han Shuo received the memories from the soul of Archmage Clarendon, he'd mastered all the high-ranked necromancy magic after a short amount of practice, not to mention that he also possessed some lost necromancy spells. The magic test was divided into 3 stages. The first was an oral examination about magical knowledge, the second was to release a magic spell of that corresponding rank, and the third was to be assigned to a mission. The test was over once all 3 stages were completed. However, in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the Adept Mage test didn't include the mission portion. Students could advance as long as they passed the first 2 stages. With his current necromancy knowledge and power, the Adept Mage test was as simple as child's play for Han Shuo. He arrogantly skipped the Journeyman Mage test and set his eyes on the Adept Mage level test, intending to escape the shackles of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as soon as possible. Are you sure you want to skip to the Adept Mage test? Standing on the platform, Dao glowered at Han Shuo and asked for confirmation. Nodding his head impatiently, Han Shuo confirmed, Master Dao, didn't I just say it very clearly? I want to skip the Journeyman Mage test and directly advance to Adept Mage. Fine then, let's start. Dao snorted coldly, obviously a little displeased at Han Shuo's discourtesy. He then turned to nod at Fanny and Jean, giving his agreement. To the surprise of the other necromancy students, Han Shuo stepped onto the round platform. He leisurely dealt with Fanny and Jean's questions, then he answered some questions about the relationship between several magical theories. Some of the dark major teachers on Dao's side deliberately tried to embarrass Han Shuo, asking him about obscure, difficult magic knowledge. However, Han Shuo possessed Clarendon's memories of magic. Forget his mental strength, with his own strength alone, he could already be considered an archmage who had been thoroughly tempered. The seemingly complex problems couldn't stump him as he fluently answered them all with merrily twinkling eyes. At this point, the necromancy students below were starting to feel proud, especially Lisa. She chattered and laughed at Phil Lyde, jeering at him. She was making use of Han Shuo's performance to mock Phil Lyde and the group of students who jeered at her earlier. Even though Dao didn't want to admit it, Han Shuo's answers were flawless. Han Shuo smoothly and accurately answered all of the difficult questions that they presented him with. There was nothing for them to even find fault with. In the end, they had to announce with stiff faces that Han Shuo had passed the first round. The second round about necromancy magic performance was even easier. Han Shuo cast and skillfully deployed about a dozen spells along with adequate mental strength. With the decades of experience from Clarendon combined with his own, Han Shuo didn't have any difficulty releasing high-rank necromancy magic. As Han Shuo released one high-rank necromancy spell after another, the necromancy students below began cheering non-stop, while the dark major teachers and students had ugly expressions on their faces. Evidently, they hadn't expected Han Shuo to be able to skip one rank and advance directly to the rank of Adept Mage in just a short span of 6 months. Brian, my assessment wasn't wrong. You really are a magic genius. Fanny was watching from the platform how Han Shuo easily dealt with the test from beginning to end. The power he demonstrated wasn't at all inferior to Fanny herself. For some difficult spells, he released them even more accurately and skillfully than her, the teacher. This made Fanny marvel. What's wrong with the world's order? He's actually gained so much strength so quickly. Jean muttered with a look of disbelief, but then his thinking changed. Although Han Shuo had never attended his classes, he could still be considered one of Jean's students. With such a miraculous student, Jean could still more or less take some credit, enough for him to boast from now on. Jean felt delighted when his thoughts reached this point. Pass. Dao gave a cold snort. His expression was increasingly ugly. Hee, many thanks, Master Dao. Han Shuo was all smiles from beginning to end. Be it oral knowledge or practical magic deployment, he passed it all leisurely without a single bit of effort. Dao and some dark major teachers gathered for a discussion with glowering faces. Dao then gave a cold, devious laugh as he looked at Han Shuo. You've managed to pass the first 2 rounds. Your performance has impressed everyone, so I'll just tell you about the third test. You need to hunt a rank 3 harpy by yourself and hand us its core in a month. Your exam can only be considered passed then. Oh my gosh, how is that possible? The necromancy students immediately started complaining. On their last trip to the Dark Forest, Odysseus and his team of 6 had been carefully on their guard when dealing with a harpy. The 6-person team had included mages, and swordsmen, plus a journeyman swordsman, and archer Nia, but they'd still had to be careful. This showed how fearsome a harpy was. Dao had actually demanded Han Shuo hunt a harpy as a stepping stone to advancing to Adept Mage. He was obviously trying to make Han Shuo's life difficult. Philides Cotter all shut up when they witnessed Han Shuo's performance on the second round. Even Phil Lyde, who'd been full of confidence, was disturbed and didn't dare to say anything else after he saw Han Shuo easily release all sorts of advanced level magic. Just when the Dark Major students felt their spirits had been dampened, they heard Dao suddenly announce that Han Shuo had to hunt a rank 3 creature, a harpy. They were excited again and laughed loudly while they threw gloating looks at Han Shuo's group. Master Dao, aren't you going too far? I've never heard of any Dark Major student having to hunt a harpy for the mage advancement exams. This is simply a mission to death. I definitely won't agree. Fanny's delicate cheeks were red with fury, and she glared fiercely at Dao as she shouted. Snorting coldly, Dao said with a darkened face, Master Fanny, I'm the head of the Dark Major, not you. Your necromancy major is part of our Dark Major, and I have the right to do so. You can give up if Brian doesn't want to accept this task, but then the first 2 rounds will be wasted. By now, Dao had made it abundantly clear that he wanted to make things difficult for Han Shuo. This conversation left Fanny trembling in rage. She pointed at Dao and shouted, You are actually that despicable of a person. I'm going to look for Academy Dean to judge this. I won't allow you blot out the sky with one hand like this. Wait. Han Shuo still had a smile on his face. He responded in a neither fast nor slow manner. When he had everyone's eyes on him, he looked at Dao and chuckled merrily, Master Dao, are you sure you want me to kill a harpy? Heh, I am sure. As long as you can prove that you have this power, I will definitely let you pass without another word. Finally feeling the thrill of victory, Dao was smiling as he looked at Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo shrugged and said smilingly, If so, it seems I don't have to make a trip back to the Dark Forest again. Please determine my rank now. Han Shuo's space ring flashed when he finished saying these words and 2 harpy cores appeared in his hand. His right hand also held a pair of black iron claws, obviously also belonging to the harpies. I hunted down these 2 harpies in the Dark Forest before I returned to the academy. These claws still retain traces of my magic. I think Master Dao won't deny these things. Han Shuo laughed and said, throwing a mocking look at the shocked Dao. Suddenly, the space before Han Shuo trembled. A light flashed by and the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Emma, appeared out of thin air. A pulse of magic shot out and circled the pair of iron claws in Han Shuo's hand. Emma then smiled benevolently, Indeed, I have confirmed that these 2 harpies were definitely killed by Brian. Halting, Emma gave Han Shuo an odd glance, then turned to look at Dao with a smile. She said warmly, There shouldn't be any problems. I think he can truly graduate now. Chapter 248. Chapter 248, The Promise. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Dao's face was as ugly as it can be. No matter how much he had overestimated Han Shuo's abilities, he absolutely couldn't imagine that the latter's strength had been this terrifying. Even Dao himself might not have the power to kill 2 harpies by himself. Dao simply had no words to say after Dean Emma had given her confirmation. He couldn't deny it with so many people watching. Ultimately, he could only nod in anger and say to Emma, Since Master Dean has personally confirmed it, Brian can be considered to have officially graduated. Saying those words, Dao snorted with a scowl as he spoke. He turned to a Dark Major teacher next to him and left some instructions before directly leaving the testing area, seeming to be in a foul mood. The necromancy students snapped out of their shock after Dao left. When Lisa started cheering, the rest couldn't help but join in as they shouted happily. As for Phil Lyde and his gang, they didn't bark another word and ran off with their tails between 2 legs. How could this be? How could this be? Fanny murmured, looking at Han Shuo in disbelief. No matter what, she couldn't figure out how Han Shuo managed to kill 2 harpies by himself. Fanny felt that even she couldn't estimate Han Shuo's current strength. Afterwards, Fanny suddenly remembered her promise with him. She once said that as long as Han Shuo advanced to Adept Mage, she would consider being his girlfriend. Now, just after 6 months, Han Shuo had suddenly returned to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and had done this grand deed in such a relaxed manner. With Fanny's understanding of Han Shuo's character, he'd definitely bring up the matter. Therefore, the unprepared Fanny panicked. Her face was red with embarrassment as she snuck a fleeting glance at Han Shuo, just to discover that he was also looking at her with shining eyes. She grew even more frantic. She hastily left Jean with an explanation and quickly fled the scene. When Han Shuo saw Fanny leave, he knew full well as to why and proudly chuckled in a low tone. Paying no heed to the compliments from Lisa and the other students, he turned to chase after Fanny. "Brian, I have some things to discuss alone with you, so come with me for a bit. There's no need to pursue the matters regarding your graduation qualifications. There shouldn't be any more problems." Dean Emma immediately stopped Han Shuo with a smile when she saw that he was about to leave. Han Shuo was slightly taken aback. He wanted to decline as he didn't know what she wanted. However, he then told himself the matter with Fanny wasn't as urgent, so he nodded in agreement. Han Shuo spoke a word to Lisa's group before following Emma to her office. They reached Emma's office after walking for a bit. Han Shuo found a seat and sat down without any reservations, then said smilingly, "Master Dean, what can I do for you?" "Hehe, if I remember correctly, you aren't older than 18 years old, and yet, you're already a necromancy adept mage and even have the power to kill harpies. You went from being a child without any magic to having such accomplishments in just a short year. This is quite incredible." Emma spoke at a good pace as she smiled at Han Shuo. Han Shuo frowned involuntarily upon hearing her words. Remaining silent for a bit, he smiled and opened his mouth to speak. "Indeed, even I myself find this incredible. I wonder what Master Dean means by saying such words." Emma shook her head and chuckled, speaking kindly, "Child, you shouldn't misunderstand, I hold no harsh feelings towards you. You're a student of my Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and even studied necromancy. Now that you have such great achievements, it can be considered as a credit to our academy. Ha, you've gone from being a clueless child to having the power to kill 2 harpies in 2 years. I must say that this is quite the miracle. I'm sure you have encountered many strange things in these past 2 years, otherwise you wouldn't have progressed this fast. You also haven't reported to the Dark Mantle for quite some time. Candide told me to pay attention that if you return to the academy, that I must have you visit to the Dark Mantle as soon as possible. He seems to have a mission for you. In addition, I hope you will properly handle your relationship with Fanny. While there are things that I can't say, I just want to remind you that Fanny's father isn't someone that you will easily get along with, so you need to pay special attention." Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief after Emma finished speaking. He hadn't expected Emma to be similar to Candide. Like husband like wife, they didn't seem interested in plumbing his secrets, and even sounded rather protective of him. Nodding, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Rest assured Dean Emma, I'll definitely heed your advice. I'll also report to the Dark Mantle as soon as possible." "That's all well and good, so I'll say no more. Your diploma and identity certificates should be ready by tomorrow if there's no problem. Dao won't dare to try any more monkey business under my watch." "Hehe, Dao isn't a bad person in fact. It's just that you humiliated him last time, which is why he targeted you like this. I hope that you won't take it to heart." I know." Han Shuo didn't say anything else and left Emma's office. He actually didn't mind the matter with Dao. Han Shuo wouldn't have many chances to come back after graduation if there were no further accidents. He naturally wouldn't have any contact with Dao in the future. Of course, if Dao himself wanted to seek death, Han Shuo didn't mind sending him on his way with the strength that he held. Han Shuo went straight to Fanny's lab after leaving Emma's office. His mind was churning non-stop when he thought about how he would be seeing her soon. He was a little excited and couldn't quite control himself. He was nervous like a young boy about to confess his love. Han Shuo inhaled deeply at Fanny's door and gradually calmed his nerves. He knocked on the door with a smile. "Master Fanny, can I come in?" "No, you cannot." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Fanny neatly rejected him as soon as she heard his voice. This had never happened before. Dumbfounded, Han Shuo smiled wryly. "Why? Humph. I know you are up to no good this time, so just stand outside the door, or you can just disappear for half a year like last time." Fanny's voice inside the lab contained obvious resentment that anyone could tell from her tone. She was still complaining about the last time that Han Shuo had departed without a farewell. "Master Fanny, please let me explain. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was delayed in Valen City this time. I really had no choice but to stay there. I didn't deliberately try to deceive you." With his current breadth of experience, how could Han Shuo not understand the underlying meaning of Fanny's words? He could only stand outside the door with a wry smile and explain slowly. "Little lecher, I'll allow you to come in, but don't try anything funny." Fanny hesitated for a bit. She understood that leaving Han Shuo standing at the door was somewhat inappropriate. Hastily nodding his head, Han Shuo compromised to assure her, of course. There might be bad rumors if someone sees me standing outside. That'd be even more improper." Fanny seemed to think that Han Shuo's words made sense. The lab door made a creaking sound as she cautiously stuck out her head out and looked around. Her hand grabbed at the silent Han Shuo and yanked him inside, shutting the door. She returned to sit at the table in the middle of the room, and said in a serious manner, "All right, what do you want?" Laughing devilishly, Han Shuo walked to sit right in front of Fanny without any reservations, saying, "Master Fanny, could it be that you want to deny your promise?" Stilling her expression, Fanny pretended to be calm and flicked a glance Han Shuo, asking suspiciously, "Deny what? You once said that you'd be my girlfriend when I advanced to Adept Mage. Now that I've passed the Adept Mage test, I can be regarded to have officially graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. There is no longer a barrier between us, and so, you'll honor your promise, won't you?" Han Shuo didn't beat around the bush. He asked with a smile, his eyes shining as he looked at Fanny. Fanny couldn't pretend to be serious anymore after hearing Han Shuo's words. Her cheeks flared as red as the sun. She fiercely rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, then giggled in a charming manner and said the words she prepared beforehand, "I didn't say I'd agree for sure, just that I'd give it some thought and consider it. Hehe, I'm done thinking, so what are you so anxious about?" Fanny's expression was delicate and charming at this time. The 2 crimson patches on her cheeks adorned her shy beauty even more. Having known her for so long, Han Shuo had long since been aware that she wasn't without affection for him. Her half-hearted attitude right now only made Han Shuo unable to suppress a heart that was itching with naughty thoughts. With a wicked laugh, Han Shuo instantly forgot the compromise earlier. He abruptly moved behind Fanny, his large hands hugging her shoulders from behind. He puckered his mouth to steal a kiss from her red cheek, then said with a grin, "Can it be that you really want to go back on your words? That isn't the morals of a good teacher, no." Fanny only saw a blur when Han Shuo disappeared right before her eyes. He appeared like a ghost behind her without giving her time to react. His arms embraced her, firmly holding her to the chair as he took the chance to attack her with a kiss. "You brazen daredevil of a little lecher, what did you promise me when you came in?" Fanny was extremely embarrassed. Her resentment from the past half-year still hadn't dissipated yet, so she couldn't help but struggle and yell loudly. When dealing with a woman, one couldn't follow her pace, but had to take the initiative, using body and soul as a double-layered attack to destroy the defenses of her heart. Han Shuo had learned many things from Emily's body. He had long stopped being a greenhorn. Moreover, with the memory and experience from Clarendon, plus his own feelings, he was no longer passive when coming into contact with women. While Fanny was struggling and yelling, Han Shuo held her firmly with his hands and leaned down, his hot tongue gently caressing her white, slender neck. He tenderly whispered into her ear, "I've thought of you, every day and every night for this past half year. I've wanted to see you at every moment. I think you already know this, don't you? Honestly, the past days were bland when I wasn't by your side. Only your promise encouraged me to work hard and practice. The thought of being together with you was like a spell, haunting me to train day and night without a single moment to relax. I could advance to an adept mage today, everything was because I wanted to be with you. Could it be you wish to heartlessly hurt me? The unbroken string of whispers was full of sincerity and deep affection. The tender voice was like a gentle rain that moistened Fanny's dry soul. The hot tip of Han Shuo's tongue wantonly probed about, like a catalyst that started to destroy her soul's defense. Fanny, whose very heart was still struggling, slowly fell into the net of love woven by Han Shuo. "Oh! Brian," Fanny softly moaned, tears had unknowingly filled her eyes. Her struggling body suddenly melted and her mouth curved into a sweet smile as she listened to Han Shuo's whisperings of passionate love. "Do you know? I truly can't do without you." Han Shuo finally pulled Fanny up from the chair and embraced her tightly. His look was fiery and directed right at her as he tenderly professed his affection. The line of defense in her soul completely collapsed. Fanny softly whimpered and threw herself into Han Shuo's chest. Her hands clutched his strong back, and she stood on the tips of her toes as her fragrant lips reached for Han Shuo's. A beautiful woman was offering her cherry lips, so Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be politely aloof. He immediately held her and gave a blazing hot kiss. Beautiful Fanny was the one that Han Shuo truly loved. From the moment he'd stepped into this world, perhaps it was the lingering emotions from Brian's thoughts, or her kindness that had moved Han Shuo's heart. He was deeply infatuated with her, a fact that had never changed. Even after all the earth-shattering changes, even after Han Shuo's power soared non-stop, even with Emily and Phoebe, who were no less beautiful than Fanny, his initial and most sincere affection for Fanny had never been affected. Han Shuo was now accustomed to the ways of this world. He understood that as long as he had enough strength, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain whatever he wanted. Money, power, and beauty were his trifecta of favorite things, and were precisely the three things that he didn't have in his past life. Why would one mind the petty things in life if one could simply have everything they wanted? Why mind how others look at you? Han Shuo had decided to indulge himself, and no longer concealed his desires. Chapter 249. Chapter 249, Rebirth Pill. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo and Fanny embraced each other affectionately. However, Han Shuo wasn't anxious to take her. He only continued to use tender words to declare the feelings that he felt deep in his heart. When Han Shuo realized that Fanny had completely let down her guard, he took out a pill from his space ring and smiled, "Eat it." "What is this?" Fanny smiled happily, her eyes sparkling. She looked curiously at Han Shuo and asked. The rebirth pill was round and crystal clear, like a beautiful bright green jewel, and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Han Shuo had refined it back when he had been in the cemetery of death. It had the effect of completely transforming an ordinary person's body. A batch had only 7 pills. Han Shuo had already eaten one. He had confirmed its effects and intended to use the rebirth pill to reform her body, giving her a surprise. "A great pill," Han Shuo smilingly said. "Being all mysterious again, you bad thing." Fanny rolled her eyes at Han Shuo, as she casually picked up the rebirth pill. She popped it into her mouth without another word. Seeing her swallow it so quickly, Han Shuo was shocked for a moment before hastily urging, "Quick, sit down and don't think of anything else." Han Shuo couldn't explain in time, so he used his hands to press her back into her seat. He then placed both of his hands on the middle of her back and began to transmit magical yuan into her body. What on earth did you give me to eat? It feels like a fire is burning in my stomach." Fanny felt like a fire had been lit in her body after swallowing the rebirth pill. Her body temperature rose quickly, making her yell out in panicked voice. She then seemed to misunderstand as she couldn't help but struggle and roar in fury, "Damnable brat! You gave me that kind of medicine, didn't you? How could you be so despicable?" Fanny had misunderstood and her heart was in a mess. She was both disappointed and furious at Han Shuo, wanting to escape his grip as her body madly struggled. Han Shuo panicked, his face paled. He immediately used his left hand to firmly press down on Fanny's shoulder and hastily shouted, "This isn't an aphrodisiac. I swear. You trust me so little." Fanny became a little calmer upon hearing his words. She could feel that although there was a fire in her body, it wasn't a lustful flame. Therefore she stopped struggling and said quickly, "You're always up to nothing good, so I just misunderstood your intentions. I won't move any more now." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry upon hearing her words. When he thought about it, his relationship with Fanny was indeed a little out of order. It was understandable for her to assume his intentions were bad. "All right, don't speak. Just calm your soul and empty your mind, like you're meditating." Han Shuo released Fanny's shoulder and moved his hand to the middle of her back. He quickly poured magical yuan into her body and helped her diffuse the medicinal energy. Dense mists wrapped around the two, black electric sparks shot out from Han Shuo's palm into Fanny's body. Fanny sat still and proper, her whole body relaxed as she allowed Han Shuo to act as he wished, completely trusting him. Han Shuo released his hand with a smile. Roughly an hour later, heaving a long sigh before he leaned in and asked, "How are you feeling?" I need to go to the toilet." Fanny was somewhat embarrassed. She whispered with a reddened face. Han Shuo let loose with a loud string of laughter and said, "That sounds about right. You'll want to go to the toilet over the next 3 days. The waste and filth in your body will be excreted during this time, after which your body will be reformed in ways beyond your imagination. I'll come back to see you again then." A series of pitter-patter sounds burst out from Fanny's body. Fanny couldn't hold it in any more. She sprang up with a flushed face, huffing and yelling, "How is this different from a laxative? You hateful brat!" Fanny leapt to open the door and ran out before Han Shuo could respond, not daring to stay for a moment. She obviously couldn't hold it back anymore. Han Shuo gave a long, devious, odd laugh after Fanny left. He then promptly left as well. He followed a narrow, twisting trail to the back mountain to avoid bumping into the other necromancy students and exited the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Han Shuo's actions would definitely have caused a sensation upon return. He would stop being associated with the academy after procedures were wrapped up in 3 days. Thus, it was more appropriate to leave through the back door to avoid the chatter of Lisa and the other students. Han Shuo didn't immediately go and report to the Dark Mantle after walking out of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He hadn't been back for a long time, so it wouldn't matter if he visited a day or 2 later. It currently seemed quite lively in front of the Buzz Merchant Guild as many carriages stood there. Han Shuo went straight inside after arriving. If this isn't Mr. Brian? What brings you here?" The 2 guards at the door both recognized Han Shuo. They greeted him with surprise as he hadn't come to visit in a long time. It has indeed been a long time since I last came by. Has the lady of the house returned?" Han Shuo nodded with a smile and asked in a friendly manner. "The lady came back a long time ago. If Mr. Brian has come to discuss business with the lady this time, why don't you drop by a little later?" This guard had a difficult expression. He hesitated momentarily before opening his mouth to speak. "Oh, why is that? Can it be that your lady isn't home?" Han Shuo inquired with confusion, then laughed lightly, "No problem, I can just meet with Fabian. If Fabian is absent, I can still chat with Jack." Suddenly, Phoebe's angry shout echoed from inside. Han Shuo was stunned before his face turned grave. He curiously asked, "What's going on here?" The guard smiled wryly as he looked at Han Shuo, saying in all honesty, "There's some chaos going on inside at the moment. Some big businessman called Cameron seems to want Miss Phoebe to assent to something, but she didn't. Things aren't look very good. Many thanks for the reminder. You don't seem to know much about my relationship with your merchant guild. Han Chuo replied before rushing in to see what was happening. That Cameron fellow had wanted Phoebe to join his alliance last time at Lawrence's residence, but she'd turned him down. Apparently he still hadn't given up on the idea after so long. Judging from Phoebe's furious shout, the scene inside was likely not very amiable. No matter how he looked at it, Phoebe could already be considered Han Chuo's woman. He naturally wouldn't stand for it if someone bullied her. Therefore, he dashed forward at an extremely fast speed and appeared at the source of Phoebe's angry shouts in the span of just a few breaths. A group of 10 surrounded Phoebe in a pavilion at the crack of the artificial mountain that Han Chuo and Phoebe had once hid themselves in. The familiar place was now full of tension, with some strange faces readying their weapons for a fight. Apart from Cameron, who Han Chuo had met at the residence of Finance Minister Ev, everyone else was unfamiliar. These people were either flowery-dressed merchants, or highly skilled mages or swordsmen. The gang looked at Phoebe and Fabian's group with ugly faces, as if just one more unwanted word would cause them to spring into action. Several guards of the Buzz Merchant Guild stood in the surroundings with rage burning in their bellies, their weapons already unsheathed as if they just needed one order from Phoebe for them to engage in a pitched battle. "Brian, when did you return?" Her pretty eyes suddenly brightened with delight at Han Chuo's sudden appearance. Phoebe was ecstatic as she exclaimed in surprise. "Humph! Just a little boy toy, what can he do?" A sturdy man, whose logo on his chest clearly indicated him as a senior swordsman, cast a disdainful glance at Han Chuo. He seemed to know about Han Chuo and Phoebe's relationship. "Oh, is that so?" Han Chuo gave an odd laugh before jeering, "Then try taking a blow from this little boy toy, shall we?" When his words fell, the already annoyed Han Chuo punched out. There wasn't any energy pulse nor powerful momentum to it, even the speed of it was neither fast nor slow. The punch seemed soft and without strength. Accordingly, the senior swordsman still retained his mocking expression and said coldly, "Just a little boy toy indeed, even his punch is weak with no bite." The swordsman then raised his hand. Smiling viciously, he aimed a blow right at Han Chuo's incoming punch. Obviously, he intended to seriously injure Han Chuo with this blow and intimidate the Buzz Merchant Guild's guards. The merchants with Cameron all had leisurely smiles on their faces. They looked at Han Chuo like he was a fool, sure that he would be severely injured. On the other hand, Fabian, who stood by Phoebe's side, showed an excited expression. Having seen Han Chuo in action, he believed that the punch was more than met the eyes. As for Phoebe, her face was cold as ice and her lips curved with a touch of cruelty. Cracking sounds rang out. The yet savagely smiling senior swordsman suddenly emitted shrill, mad screams like the howling of wolves and weeping of ghosts after his blow collided with Han Chuo's. The sturdy body was blasted backwards by an astounding force, making heavy bouncing sounds. When his butt finally touched the ground, the swordsman uncontrollably sprayed out one mouthful of blood after another. Even his shrill screams were muffled by the blood. He looked at Han Chuo, horrified, as his mouth wouldn't stop whimpering tragically. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, Poison of Fire and Ice. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo's punch had contained magical yuan, along with the punch's own astounding destructive ability. The senior swordsman, who'd been jeering earlier, not only had the blood vessels and meridians of his right arm completely shattered, but his bones broken as well. This arm would be useless from now on. Han Chuo curved his lips and grinned non-stop as he said coldly, "If you still dare to be boorish, then leave your life here today." The senior swordsman bled uncontrollably from his mouth. He looked at Han Chuo, horrified. He couldn't even finish uttering a whimper and had been completely owned by the latter. A space archmage with a vicious appearance was standing next to Cameron. He wore a brown magic robe, his face riddled with pockmarks. His eyes flashed as he looked at Cameron. Backed up by this man, Cameron nodded slightly, as if agreeing to some idea proposed by him. The space archmage with the pockmarked face was the most powerful person in Cameron's gang. When he saw Cameron nod his head, the archmage slightly moved his lips and quickly chanted out a magic spell. It was as if waves of water had suddenly risen up in the surrounding areas. Magical elements violently permeated through the air, bringing with them a wondrous binding force. The whole space seemed to be restrained, and no one could move their hands or feet. The vicious-looking space archmage once again chanted another magic spell. The still space seemed to be sliced by a glass-like blade with Cameron at its center. The space slices also included Cameron's people. The invaders escaped the space imprisonment after a few sparkling white lights. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink to a forfeit. It is you who seek your own death. The archmage looked sinisterly at Han Chuo's group and screeched in a voice that sounded like a tool scratching against the glass, making one's scalp tingle. Mr. Aubrey, your skills are really quite amazing. Cameron laughed loudly. Due to the space around Cameron being cut, his group could resume their movement. No need to be polite, I'm only following Duke Ashburn's orders. The space archmage replied to Cameron's flattering with an arrogant, strict face. This brat is called Brian. He made the acquaintance of Han of the Betteridge family at the banquet hosted by the Empire's finance minister. Wouldn't it be bad if we also detain him? Cameron hesitantly asked Aubrey, pointing at Han Chuo. Aubrey coldly smiled and threw back his head. He threw a disdainful glance at Han Chuo and said, "What can this brat do? You think our Duke Ashburn is afraid of that old dude Han?" Putting on a smiling face, Cameron flattered, "Of course not, of course not. Since that's the case, let's capture them all. We can release them after I've taken over the Booze Merchant Guild. This must be done quickly. The Duke has already become a bit impatient. You must hold all of the Empire's major merchant guilds in your hand in a short amount of time. As for the small ones without foundations, kill them all if they dare to disobey. We don't want to wait any longer." Aubrey turned his nose up in the sky with a cold face, as if he found it annoying to have to deal with this merchant. "Understood. How would I dare not put forth my all for His Grace the Duke?" Cameron's face was painted with an expression of loyalty as he vowed solemnly. Nodding, Aubrey said, "Good. No more nonsense. I'll tie up these people, making it easy for you to bring them out of the Booze Merchant Guild. Just lock up this woman called Phoebe. Don't get any other ideas. You'll bring bad luck upon your own heads if you anger her master." Cameron didn't dare to disagree. He repeatedly nodded his head in understanding while looking at Phoebe with a hint of shock. He appeared unable to comprehend the origin of Phoebe's master, who even Duke Ashburn would unexpectedly have scruples about. Aubrey took a deep breath and shook the left hand hidden in his sleeve. His space ring emitted a faint light and a blue jade magic staff appeared in his hand. He opened his mouth, about to chant another magic incantation. Exactly at that moment, the space suddenly shattered with Han Chuo as the epicenter. A faint, cold light shot out like lightning and swam around like lightning, releasing Phoebe and the others from their rigid states. The faint, cold light circled around once and returned back to Han Chuo's palm. Then a cold, savage killing intent emitted from his body. He calmly looked at the shocked space archmage Aubrey and asked Phoebe, "Phoebe, how should we deal with these people? How could it be? Who are you? How are you able to break out of my space binding?" Aubrey looked horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted loudly. His left hand clutched the magic staff, about to release his next spell. Cameron and his group were also shocked, shouting at the guards to protect them. They looked at Han Chuo with some fear as they retreated into the middle of the guards. Han Chuo, who had the power to destroy the binding space of a space archmage, wasn't someone their guards could deal with. The merchant bunch understood this clearly, so they nervously prepared to defend against his attack. Phoebe had a somewhat ugly look on her face. Looking at Cameron's group with resentment for a while, she sighed in resignation and said, let them go. Han Chuo was appalled. The enemies had knocking on their door, yet Phoebe actually swallowed and endured it. It didn't seem like her personality. Then Han Chuo thought about the name of Duke Ashburn and seemed to understood something. His heart was overflowing with anger, as he coldly shouted, "Isn't that too easy for them? Let them go." Phoebe sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "Haha, what can you people do? In the Empire, Duke Ashburn's power is as high as the sky. With just your little merchant band, how can you go against his grace?" Aubrey was very proud. He wildly laughed and headed straight for the door. To be able to destroy a space archmage's space binding, Han Chuo's power was definitely not lower than the caster's. With Han Chuo, who was on par or even a level higher than him, and Phoebe as well, Aubrey knew he couldn't complete the task. Naturally he wouldn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing Aubrey flee, Cameron and his men obviously didn't dare to stay. Glancing with fear at the murderous Han Chuo, Cameron nervously followed Aubrey. "Halt!" Han Chuo suddenly roared. Han Chuo's body was shrouded with murderous intent, a frosty, violent air bursting out like a river destroying the dam. This air was vicious to the extreme. It was like a substance heading straight towards the thong of people who were attempting to leave. Under that terrifying pressure, even Aubrey broke out into a cold sweat. He couldn't move as his body was rigidly stuck in place. As for the merchants, their bodies were trembling like mad, backs overflowing with sweat. Han Chuo was like a furious beast that would go berserk at any time, staring at them with a bloodthirsty red glow in his eyes. They felt as though they would be torn to pieces if they made even the slightest careless move. "Brian, this is the Booze Merchant Guild, I'm begging you." Phoebe was shocked. Han Chuo's strength had skyrocketed in just 4 months. She was both happy and frightened that he was emitting such a terrifying aura. She was happy because, with Han Chuo's rapid progress, their safety would be guaranteed from now on. She was frightened because she couldn't see through his temper. He now had the power to severely injure these merchants. If he recklessly used all of his power on them, it would likely bring disaster upon the guild, so she begged with mixed feelings. Han Chuo took in a deep breath. He'd understood when he heard Phoebe deliberately stressed on the 3 words Booze Merchant Guild. Whatever the situation was, he couldn't take action and brought her trouble. This was also the capital of the empire. Many things couldn't be resolved by just blindly killing people. His body flashing, Han Chuo appeared behind Aubrey. He patted the latter's shoulder, coldly stressing each word, "Aubrey is it? I've memorized your face, and you should also remember mine. Remember, those who dare to harm my people will pay the price sooner or later." While Han Chuo spoke, the hand on Aubrey's shoulder flicked out 2 faint lights of red and purple between the index and middle finger. The lights were covered by his palm as they fell into Aubrey's body. At this point, Aubrey had just about lost his wits. When he heard Han Chuo shout halt, he'd been prepared to fight at any time. However, Han Chuo's speed was devilish and had completely destroyed his defenses. He didn't even had time to react when he saw Han Chuo appear out of thin air and felt a large hand clamp down on his shoulder. Even as an archmage, he had no chance of winning when he was in such close quarters with this horrifyingly powerful fellow. Aubrey's aura died down as he stood still and docile without another sound, listening to Han Chuo's threats. He could obviously feel the murderous intent when Han Chuo patted his shoulder. Due to this nervous, tense state, he wasn't calm enough to sense any abnormalities. He also didn't notice the 2 hot and cold entities entering his body. "Good. You bloody bunch of bastards can get the hell out of here." Seeing that the poison of ice and fire was planted in Aubrey's body, Han Chuo walked back towards Phoebe with a cold face. Passing by the terrified Cameron, he randomly patted Cameron's body, and a red-purple light fleetingly flashed. Han Chuo smiled blandly, "You also be careful." After he arrived at Phoebe's side, the murderous intent was withdrawn. Aubrey and the others didn't dare to utter nonsense and hurriedly fled. One trip to hell was enough for these people to fear Han Chuo from the depths of their hearts. I'm sorry. These people are under the command of Duke Ashburn. If something happened to them within the guild, it will be very difficult to handle. After those people left, Phoebe looked apologetically at Han Chuo and said somewhat timidly. Smiling as he nodded his head, Han Chuo no longer emitted the murderous aura. He was back to his calm and indifferent self as he said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to them at Bo's Merchant Guild. However, I guarantee they won't be safe for long." Taken aback, Phoebe exclaimed, "You want to assassinate them? After what happened today, if you assassinate them not long after their return, everyone will know it's us. This is not a good idea." Smiling mysteriously, Han Chuo assured, "Don't worry, am I someone who doesn't know how to look at the big picture? All of you leave first. I have something to discuss privately with Brian." Phoebe looked at the guards, plus Fabian and several trusted confidants of the guild, frowning somewhat worriedly as she ordered. After this incident, the guards and trusted confidants of the guild once again were aware of their relationship. As Phoebe ordered, they silently dismissed themselves, and all disappeared from the pavilion after a while. "Just what's going on?" Han Chuo gently asked after those people left. Seeing no one else around, Phoebe threw herself into Han Chuo's embrace. She used some strength and hugged him tightly, then softly murmured, "It feels really good to have you beside me again." The two embraced each other tightly. Phoebe told Han Chuo about what happened to her after they separated at the Valley of Sunshine. From her words, Han Chuo roughly understood that because he and Phoebe had stayed in the Valley of Sunshine for a while, Bo's had no one at the helm. Cameron had taken advantage of this and led a bunch of merchants to occupy the guild. "Okay, I understood." Han Chuo patted Phoebe's shoulder to soothe her, then took out a rebirth pill and said softly, "Eat it." Han Chuo told her about the side effects of the pill first to prevent Phoebe from misunderstanding that it was an aphrodisiac or laxative like Fanny had last time. Phoebe rolled her eyes at Han Chuo, then swallowed the rebirth pill. Han Chuo helped her diffuse the pill. When Phoebe quickly ran for the toilet, he left to report to the Dark Mantle. Chapter 251. Chapter 251, Becoming a Famous Person. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. Mt Ordas was at an altitude high above sea level and was covered in clouds all year round. The Dark Mantle headquarters were situated right in the middle of the mountain's belly, guarded by all sorts of experts. The security here was even more strict than the Empire's palace. Han Chuo passed through the entrance using the magical transportation matrix. Identity badge in hand, he moved without impediment deep into the mountain belly. After a few turns, he arrived at the transportation matrix leading to Candide's place. "Wait a bit, Lord Candide is currently not in the headquarters. I'll go to notify him, the Lord should come back in a short while." Only at this point did the Dark Star Guide, who'd led Han Chuo to Candide's place from the transportation matrix, explained at a neither fast nor slow pace. "Is that so? All right." Han Chuo nodded in understanding. Then I'll take you to the waiting area and notify you immediately when Lord Candide returns." The Dark Star Envoy also nodded, then spun on the transportation matrix. A white light flashed and Han Chuo appeared in a wide, square stone chamber that was as big as 4 basketball courts combined. There were many soft chairs and tables set up, with dazzling displays of various fruit desserts, plus some books on the table. Many people of different appearances surrounded these places, patiently either eating or flipping through the books on the tables, seemingly also waiting. Except for the transportation matrix where Han Chuo was standing, soft carpet covered the surrounding ground. A dozen or so glass lanterns hung above, lighting up the entire stone chamber. "Hey! Hello there, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" A short-haired, young and pretty girl stood in front of Han Chuo, cheerfully greeting him. It's my first time here. How do you do?" Han Chuo walked towards this lively young girl with a smile on his face, intent on learning about news within the Dark Mantle headquarters. "I'm Chrissy, a fire journeyman mage. Currently, I'm a rank 3 dark star, nice to meet you. This girl named Chrissy was quite talkative. She smiled at Han Chuo and warmly greeted him in a familiar manner. Hehe, I'm Brian, also a rank 3 dark star like you. I'm a necromancer. Han Chuo smiled as he walked towards Chrissy and introduced himself. However, last time he'd left Valen City for the Valley of Sunshine, Han Chuo had already known from Emily that his rank was already Dark Moon. However, since Candide was in charge of Han Chuo, only he could upgrade Han Chuo's badge to officially confirm his rank as a Dark Moon. Han Chuo hadn't reported for a half year already, so although he'd advanced to the rank of Dark Moon, it had yet to be made official. Ha! So you're also a rank 3 dark star. Which lord are you following? Chrissy giggled, and pulled up a chair for Han Chuo. Chrissy, you're on the bench with no missions. Why must you keep chatting up random people? Are you trying to harm them? A robust journeyman swordsman next to Chrissy rolled his eyes. Alice, what nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to harm people? Chrissy abruptly turned around, huffing and glaring at that journeyman swordsman. Yet you still deny it. You fire mages make a mess of everything. On our last mission, you burned half the village, throwing my mission down the drain. The boss furiously lectured me. I'm already miserable thanks to you, so don't go around harming others. Alice Riley smiled, shaking his head. He turned to Han Chuo and winked, as if telling him to be careful. Han Chuo lifted his head and grinned with goodwill, then wrinkled his brow to read the book in his hand. As it turned out, the books on the tables were actually the latest secret intelligence reports circulating internally in the Dark Mantle. They included everything in the most recent period, such as news on every aspect of the empire. The topics ranged from large ones, such as frontier battles, to the small petty gossip about some aristocrats' odd quirks. With Han Chuo's current brain capacity, he only needed to flip through a book once to memorize its contents. He didn't care about the small petty gossip, but those regarding Valen City and the Valley of Sunshine caught his attention. One highlight was the Griffin Legion's chief, Bob Asher, betraying the Empire. According to the intelligence network of the Dark Mantle, Bob Asher had long since colluded with the Kasi Empire. After betraying the Empire, Bob Asher had led a group of trusted confidants to join the Kasi Empire and became one of its senior military officers. Han Chuo's name once again appeared in the Dark Mantle's intelligence network. According to the books, it was due to Han Chuo and Emily's efforts that Bob Asher's misdeeds were exposed. After receiving the two's report, the Dark Mantle arrived at Valen City at the fastest speed possible. They took advantage of Bob not yet erupting in rebellion to put the situation back under control. Otherwise, if Bob Asher had been allowed to abuse his power and creates holes in the defenses of Valen City for the Kasi Empire, who was eyeing the city like a hungry tiger, to invade, the city would have fallen quickly. Unknowingly, Han Chuo as a rank 3 dark star had become a rising star within the Dark Mantle. Han Chuo's description was attached within, and it even included his first mission where he'd uncovered the plot of Wind Archmage Duke from the Kasi Empire. In addition, this intel also included news regarding the chaos in the Valley of Sunshine. The four strongest forces endlessly fighting covertly and openly, leading to daily bloodshed. This time even the Butcher and Janet's strong forces seemed to have entered the fray, joining the struggle for power in the Valley of Sunshine. Amongst them, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band founded by Han Chuo and Trunks was gradually emerging from the fray. Under Trunks' charisma, along with plentiful resources, they had taken advantage of the disarray to attract experts to join their mercenary band. Since the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was appearing in the internal intelligence of the Dark Mantle, it showed the band already had some standing. As Han Chuo concentrated on the book in his hands, Chrissy stood in front of him and asked again, "Right, Brian, which lord do you follow?" "Hehe, I follow Lord Candide." Han Chuo put the book down and lifted his head smilingly to answer Chrissy. "Lord Candide, but you're only a rank 3 dark star, how could you possibly be following Lord Candide? Your name is Brian, can it be that you're that Brian? Oh my gosh! Chrissy shook her head in confusion at first, then suddenly remembered something. She looked at Han Chuo and shouted with surprise. When the patiently waiting members around them heard Chrissy's shout, they all put down their fruits or books and looked at Han Chuo in astonishment. He's Brian? So young. What a lucky young fellow for Lord Candide to fancy him. It would be hard for him not to be promoted quickly even if he doesn't want to be. His looks really don't disappoint. If I can go on a mission with him, it would be such a sweet thing. Chatter erupted from the surrounding members who happened to be idle at the moment. All sorts of astonishment, admiration, and odd looks were projected at Han Chuo. Oh my gosh, my luck is really not bad. Brian, if you have any mission that requires more people, can you please take me? Don't listen to that brat Alice nonsense, I'm a fine fire journeyman mage. I promise I won't be a burden to you. Chrissy immediately recovered after exclaiming in surprise. She grabbed at the corner of Han Chuo's clothes and begged pitifully. Brian, Lord Candide has returned. Please go to the transportation matrix. A transportation member next to the matrix suddenly announced in a loud voice. If I need more people, I will consider you. See you. The clothes that Chrissy had grabbed onto slipped out of her fingers like oil as Han Chuo twisted his body. After flashing her a friendly smile, he stood in the transportation matrix in front of the crowd's surprised looks. A white light flashed and Han Chuo appeared in Candide's personal room. The old man had a gloomy expression on his face as always. Looking at Han Chuo without showing any particular expression, he only said in a low voice, I remember telling you long ago, that even if you don't have a mission, you still have to report back in the Dark Mantle headquarters once a month. You brat disappeared for a half year, no discipline at all. I was honestly delayed by some things. I came into the possession of something in the past half year that I think Lord Candide will be very interested in. Han Chuo's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and responded. Whether it was Han Chuo's strength or experience, both were greatly different from the past. After half a year, the growth of his strength and experience had all greatly accelerated, and all aspects were significantly developed. Han Chuo didn't feel any fear even in front of such a powerful figure like Candide and instead spoke to him as if speaking to a friend of the same status. You really are different compared to before. Old Fox Candide apparently saw through his changes. He gave Han Chuo a stunned look for a while then flashed a weird smile. What things? Will I be interested? Han Chuo took out the handwritten notebook he had obtained from the Forbidden Land. It didn't have any substantial knowledge on magic, only some experiences along with some obscure understanding of dark magic from Mike Cotton. Han Chuo had already copied a portion of the magic texts written in it. He had intended to give it to Emily along with the magic staff, since she practiced dark magic. After careful consideration, Han Chuo had decided it would be best to hand over the notebook to Dark Grand Magus Candide. Since Han Chuo couldn't fully understand the magic texts, the reflections on dark magic from Mike's notebook were useless to him. In addition, from his multiple points of contact with Candide, Han Chuo felt that this old, suspiciously crafty-looking fellow was actually truly protective of him. Giving this notebook to Candide would definitely bring about great benefits and a good future in the Dark Mantle. You take a look. Han Chuo smiled mysteriously, before handing the ancient handwritten notebook to Dark Grand Magus Candide in a ceremonious manner. What is this? It does seem to have some history. Candide took the handwritten notebook and said with uncertainty. After his eyes caught a small row of letters, he was immediately dumbfounded. His eyes and mouth were wide opened as if he were struck by lightning. That small row of letters read, Mike Cotton. Candide was one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle and had the power of a Grand Magus, but his two hands couldn't stop trembling when he held the notebook. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. This state lasted for a few seconds, until Candide suddenly turned his eyes to stare at Han Shuo and asked with a trembling voice, Is this? Han Shuo nodded his head and confirmed, that's right. This is the notebook of the legendary dark mage of the Lancelot Empire, the demigod Ermike Cotton. Candide was ecstatic upon hearing these words. He wouldn't stop trembling like crazy. His mouth muttered something that Han Shuo couldn't make sense of. As for Candide's two eyes, they wouldn't leave the notebook. His trembling hands flipped the pages one by one, his whole body falling into a sluggish state. This continued for a long time until Candide sighed out, too unfathomable, too wondrous. The value of this notebook is simply immeasurable. After he uttered these words, Candide took a few more deep breaths. Waiting until he calmed down from his excitement, he looked at Han Shuo with shining eyes and asked with some hesitation, What do you mean in bringing this notebook to me? Shrugging, Han Shuo chuckled, I'm giving it to you, obviously. Bribery. Damn brat, this is despicable bribery. Candide exclaimed, but then he suddenly shook his head and then quickly nodded, Forget it, I want to accept this even if it's bribery. Using some force to smooth down his hair, Candide spoke somewhat blankly, All right, I'll take it, what's your condition? Han Shuo shook his head and said smilingly, No conditions. This thing originally belonged to the Empire. You are my boss, and me handing it over to you can't be considered bribery, you shouldn't worry about it. Haha, right, this is the notebook of Ermike Cotton, so of course it belongs to the Empire. I, Candide, am one of the few dark grand magi of the Empire. As long as I explain a bit of this to His Majesty the King, he will definitely allow me to read it, so how can this be bribery? Candide muttered to himself and laughed loudly, then he swiftly flew in front of Han Shuo and clapped the latter's shoulder with appreciation, Good going brat, really not bad. You did a meritorious deed again. I remember that you're already a 1-star Dark Moon. Give me your badge, I'll immediately promote you to a 4-star Dark Moon. To have found the relics of Ermike Cotton, no one would dare to say anything against you jumping up 2 ranks. Lucky little brat, you are becoming legendary at climbing ranks in the Dark Mantle. Chapter 252. Chapter 252, A High Rank. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo was overjoyed upon hearing that his rank had jumped up by 2 ranks. He quickly handed his iron identity badge over to Candide. The Dark Mantle organization existed on an enormous scale, holding various resources of the Empire. Candide and the other 2 heavyweights held power that placed them under one person and above 10,000s. No one could afford to overlook them. As one was promoted here, they could enjoy even greater benefits, and could use their power to acquire the latest information that was not yet been known to others. Holding Han Shuo's badge, Candide couldn't conceal his excitement as he went back to his seat. He changed the rank indicated on the badge before handing it back to Han Shuo. The stars on the back of the iron badge had disappeared, replaced by 4 crescent moons. Many thanks Lord Candide. Han Shuo glanced at the badge and placed it back into his space ring. He smiled and thanked Candide. Candide spread his hands, the odd smile still hanging on his face. His mood was great as he laughed joyfully, No need to thank me. This is the reward you deserved. You brat, are very good. It hasn't even been a year since you joined and you're already a rank 4 Dark Moon. What a miracle! This was just thanks to my good luck and also Master's promotion. Han Shuo wasn't arrogant or cocky as he replied humbly. All right, you little bootlicker of a brat. Candide laughed loudly as he hectored a bit. Then he raised his brows and looked raptly, I want to know all the details of how you came across this handwritten notebook. Han Shuo knew early on that Candide would carefully question this matter, so he'd already prepared a story. He briefly described the situation at the Forbidden Land, hiding what needed to be hidden and said what he could say. Han Shuo gave the credit of lifting the confining force completely to the Cyclops and Gold Dragon, saying only that he was extremely lucky. He said only after the two big creatures left did he enter the Forbidden Land and obtain the handwritten notebook. Candide was amazed after Han Shuo had finished. He murmured, I didn't expect the legendary Forbidden Land to be so strange that no one would be able to leave. Now that it's lost that power of imprisonment, it's still simply unbelievable. Could it be that demigod Ermike died there? There is something weird about this. I carefully swept over that area once. After the two super-rank creatures left, there was nothing left except for the tombstone. Even if you have someone go to investigate, I'm afraid there is nothing left to discover. When leaving the Forbidden Land, Han Shuo had erased all traces that had been left behind in it. Even if Candide really sent someone there, they wouldn't find anything. Is that so? Candide said softly and continued, however I should still send someone to investigate. This is related to the deity Ermike, so it shouldn't be dealt with carelessly. I think His Majesty would do the same. Up to you. I'm not going to go back there. I've just returned from that place and didn't find anything after searching every nook and cranny. Han Shuo appeared uninterested in this mission, as he shrugged his arms in seeming laziness. Up to you, if you don't want to, then I'll just find someone else. Candide glanced at Han Shuo and didn't nag him. He gave Han Shuo a puzzled look then said, right, if you don't have anything there, why keep running into that dark forest? That area isn't for ordinary folk to enter. Heh, not answering this question is also my right, isn't it? Han Shuo laughed shamelessly because he knew that the dark mantle couldn't pry into the members' private matters. Glaring at Han Shuo, Candide helplessly waved his hand and said, forget it. You already brought back this item, so I don't care for your private matters. In giving me this handwritten notebook, you've already done a deed of great merit publicly speaking, and so I owe you a big favor privately speaking. That's great. Han Shuo laughed joyfully then inquired, good. I've already reported in, so if there is nothing else, then I'll be leaving first, I still have some other things to deal with. Wait. Candide stopped him, then murmured, I've actually prepared a mission for you, but you brat could even come back alive from the depths of the dark forest, and you're a necromancy adept mage now. This simple mission seems unsuitable for you now. Well, I have 3 that are a little more difficult. The first is to go to Balthazar City and assassinate a traitor called Angel. This traitor has an official role in Balthazar City, so all of his acts appear to be legitimate, so we can only assassinate him in order to avoid troubles. The second is to go to the Bimson City in the north of the empire. It's said that someone stored a large amount of weapons within the barren hills around the city. We need to send someone to investigate this. The third mission is to guard someone you know, Prince Lawrence. Even though his identity hasn't officially been recognized, I think you already know of it. This third mission was personally issued by His Majesty the King. Although he's already arranged some of his own men, the King is still worried that it's not enough. You can participate if you are interested. Assessing the matter a bit, Han Shuo believed that there was still some danger on Phoebe's side. He'd just returned to the Empire and still had a lot of things that he needed to handle, so he couldn't leave immediately. Han Shuo said, all right, I choose the third mission. I'm already familiar with Lawrence anyway, so protecting him is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then it's up to you. However, Lawrence's identity is special, so you have to tread carefully to avoid bringing trouble upon yourself. Candide had long reminded Han Shuo to deal with Lawrence properly. He once again advised this when Han Shuo accepted the mission, explaining that it would even be more intense once the princes began their fight for power. Rest assured, I understand. Han Shuo nodded in understanding. Then he hesitated for a moment and asked, Master Candide, what kind of person is this Duke Ashburn? Candide was surprised for a moment and stared at Han Shuo, suspiciously. Why? Does he want to recruit you? Shaking his head, Han Shuo said in a low voice, that's not it. I think I may have offended him, so I reckon that he won't let me off easily. Shocked, Candide said with a darkened expression, politically speaking, Grand Duke Ashburn is the Empire's Minister of Operations. His younger sister is the Queen, so he is the uncle of the eldest son, Prince Charles. This person is vile and always seeks revenge for his grievances. He reigns over a large amount of death-sworn warriors, relying on his position and the covert support of the Queen to murder many of his political enemies. You must be careful after offending him. Are you afraid of him? Han Shuo was silent for a while before he suddenly asked. Rolling his eyes at Han Shuo, Candide said, It's not that I'm afraid of him, but more that I don't wish to recklessly provoke him either. You already know that our dark mantle is the king's hand in the shadows. Everything we do represents the king. Particularly us 3 rank 5 dark sons are directly under his charge. When the king is still healthy, no one can do anything to us. Even Ashburn has to tread carefully, preventing us from grasping his weak points. However, once His Majesty the King abdicates and the power shifts, if the new king nullifies our authority, Ashburn won't have any more scruples about moving against us, do you understand? Nodding, Han Shuo said in a low voice, I understand. All right, I'm going to find Lawrence then. Han Shuo immediately set off after speaking. Candide suddenly spoke up just when he was about to leave, You are one of mine, and as you are now a rank 4 Dark Moon, even if Ashburn wants to deal with you, he'll have to be cautious. Heh, since I've received the handwritten notebook of Ermike this time, I'll help you in moment of need. Thank you. Han Shuo turned his head and sincerely thanked Candide, then left the room. Leaving Mt. Ordas through transportation matrices, Han Shuo headed for the house of Finance Minister Ev. He intended to ask about how Lawrence was getting along and how things were on his side. I'm Brian. I've come to call upon Lawrence. Please notify those within for me. Han Shuo smiled at the guard after arriving at Lawrence's house. Han Shuo had long been aware that the clothes made the man. He was adorned in a perfectly tailored blue warrior outfit, the collar trimmed with several precious stone fragments. While Han Shuo looked capable and alert, the confident smile on his face made him appear even more uncommon. The guard, who normally looked down on folks, realized that this was an exceptional person. He didn't dare to make things difficult for Han Shuo and respectfully said, Please wait a moment, and quickly went inside. Lawrence personally came out not long afterwards. He already started laughing heartily before reaching Han Shuo. You've finally returned. I came to look for you at the necromancy department several times already. Several unfamiliar faces walked behind Lawrence. Each possessed extraordinarily calm bearings. They were evidently experts with great skills. What Candide had said wasn't wrong indeed. Lawrence was exceedingly cautious about his safety. All right, nothing should happen in broad daylight. You guys can stop following me. Lawrence turned his head to say this after walking out. He then strode quickly towards Han Shuo and gave the latter a warm hug, saying, Why have you suddenly remembered to come looking for me? I actually didn't remember to look for you, just that I was tasked with a mission and so that's why I came. Han Shuo explained honestly as he smiled wryly at Lawrence. Lawrence was stunned and then laughed out loud, So that's why. It doesn't matter, it's good that you've come. Come with me. We can find a comfortable place to chat. Lawrence dragged Han Shuo along, making straight for the carriage at the entrance. Seeing that Lawrence was coming, the normally lazy coachman immediately became extremely spirited. He hastily ran to the side and lifted the curtains for Lawrence to enter. The unfamiliar experts spread out, either blatantly or covertly following behind, carefully ensuring the prince's safety. Go to the rose garden at the north workshop. Lawrence ordered the coachman as soon as they had settled down. What's that? Han Shuo was practically dragged into the carriage by Lawrence. He couldn't help but ask after the carriage started to move. Heh, you'll know when we get there. Don't concern yourself so much. Tell me, where did you go to mess around after we parted ways? Lawrence smiled mysteriously, asking Han Shuo. Nothing much, I just stayed idle in the Valley of Sunshine for a while, then went to the dark forest to kill some magical beasts." Han Chuo smiled slightly. He responded effortlessly and concealed everything. "It can't be that simple. I heard from junior sister Phoebe that you did some stunning things in the Valley of Sunshine. Heh, you guys made such a mess at the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Did you really think I'm that ignorant?" Lawrence made a "you don't consider me your brother" face. He squinted his eyes and curled his lip at Han Chuo. "Hee, it was really nothing. Speaking of your junior sister Phoebe, you're her senior brother and yet you don't know anything. Her merchant guild was insulted and bullied, and you actually didn't help her." Han Chuo wrinkled his brows, reflecting the blame back onto Lawrence. Lawrence paused and was surprised by these words. He then furrowed his brow and asked with puzzlement, "What happened?" Han Chuo looked carefully at Lawrence and hesitated. He asked in surprise, "You don't know? This junior sister of mine doesn't like owing anyone favors. Whenever something happens, she never wants to bother others. I know her temper, so I just didn't know what exactly happened." Lawrence replied frankly. "It's like this, Cameron's Merchant Alliance wanted to acquire the Booz Merchant Guild. Cameron seems to be backed by Duke Ashburn and almost captured Phoebe in the guild." Han Chuo's face was cold and grave as he responded. Suddenly furious, Lawrence slammed his hand on the carriage. He coldly snorted, "Ashburn seems to spare no effort for Charles Hui? Such despicable means." Stopping for a moment, Lawrence heaved a long sigh. "Oh Phoebe, really? I could have helped her with this, but she still won't confide in me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have even known had she been taken over by Cameron's Merchant Alliance." Thanks to the Dark Mantle's intelligence network, Han Chuo had a general understanding of Lawrence's abilities. He also knew that Lawrence's men in the Griffin Legion had taken complete control of Valen City and had now become the new chief of the Griffin Legion. Moreover, if Lawrence won the favor of the king, then his identity as the prince could be officially recognized. As such, he would have hopes in becoming king. "Brian, you offended Ashburn this time. It looks like even if we didn't want to be good friends, it'd be hard not to." Lawrence looked deeply at Han Chuo and said, "I currently have a good position for you. If you wish, I can help you quickly obtain a high rank in the army. This also wouldn't conflict with your identity in the Dark Mantle. What do you think?" Chapter 253. Chapter 253 Paving the Way. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This was a very tempting suggestion, so Han Chuo was immediately interested. However, he didn't instantly agree either. Instead, he said, "As you know, I'm a member of the Dark Mantle. Furthermore, I have a lot of things that I, myself, need to do as well, so I don't have that much time that I can spend on the military. I think that won't be a problem. You're a mage, so you naturally should have plenty of your own time. As long as you gain the title of Duke in your own land, then you are free to do with your time as you see fit, as long as there are no issues within the territory you rule." Lawrence immediately responded as if he had been prepared for his answer. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Han Chuo was momentarily confused, then asked as he looked towards Lawrence in confusion. "I'll help you gain a place in the military first. As long as you've made enough contributions, I can use my relationships to help you gain the identity of a noble. Once you receive the title of a duke, then I'll help you lay your hands on some territory. Everything will be good as long as your territory develops well." Lawrence seemed to be very familiar with this sort of thing as he started explaining everything to Han Chuo with a smile. When he'd left Valen City, Han Chuo knew that his fortunes would be tied with Lawrence sooner or later. With his current strength and the existence of the Cemetery of Death, Han Chuo believed that he would be able to leave unscathed, even if Lawrence lost the struggle for power. If he wanted to climb higher, he would have to depend on a person that could help him. Lawrence was definitely a suitable candidate. He was someone who'd gained the king's affection and also held some power. Additionally, with the aid of Candide, Han Shuo believed that it wouldn't be too long before he gained power. It looks like we truly are going to be tied together, Han Shuo smiled and said to Lawrence. Lawrence laughed happily, then said with pride, we were on the same side since ages ago. Ever since I went back to the Empire, I started helping you pave your path. Now that you've graduated from the necromancy department, and so swiftly at that, things have become even more convenient for me. Han Shuo couldn't help but be shocked after hearing him say that. He hadn't thought that even Lawrence would receive news so quickly that he'd graduated, apart from Candide. It seemed like the two really did pay a lot of attention to him. All right, I'll let you in on some of the details, then we'll go over the plan. With your strength and intelligence, I think that you reaching new heights in the Empire won't be a difficult thing as long as we cooperate with each other. Lawrence was clearly very happy as he said excitedly to Han Shuo. Afterwards, Han Shuo and Lawrence discussed within the carriage for a long time, forming a bright path for the two of them between their schemes. The carriage stopped after a long while. The carriage driver said with a low voice, "Young Master Lawrence, we've arrived at the Rose Garden in the northern workshops. All right, I need to welcome you properly upon your rare return. Come, let's go in and enjoy ourselves," Lawrence said to Han Shuo after lifting the curtains and jumping down the carriage. Han Shuo raised his head and looked around when he alighted. He saw a grand building in front of him with roses engraved on the walls made from white marble. At the same time, he also saw numerous beautiful carriages parked all around. Meanwhile, the experts, that had been following Lawrence, walked over from a corner of the streets and stood behind him like guards. "You guys stay out here. There won't be any problems inside the Rose Garden, so don't worry." Lawrence turned his head back to look at the people, then ordered faintly. "Sorry, young Master Lawrence, we're just following orders. We have to protect you wherever you go," a rather loyal knight, wearing heavy armor, responded with a muffled voice. Han Shuo was able to feel an intense killing aura from this knight. The symbol on his chest plate showed that he was an Earth Rider. From the calluses on his large hands, it was clear that he was someone who shouldn't be messed with. "Jino, we're only going in to relax. Nothing usually happens in the Rose Garden normally. How can we go in together since you're all wearing armor? Why don't you stay outside?" Lawrence continued to smile without getting angry at the Earth Rider for being determined. "No, orders are orders. We cannot defy our orders." The Earth Rider named Jino was a stubborn person, and once again rejected Lawrence with a stern face. "Hee, then all right. I have no issues with it if you guys can go in." Lawrence chuckled lightly, then pulled Han Shuo inside. When he reached the entrance, he cast a look at the guard with his eyes, then rushed in while tugging on Han Shuo. Jino and the others followed, but they were forcefully stopped when they reached the entrance. The guards refused to let them in no matter how much they tried to explain. Han Shuo knew through the Yin Demon's surveillance that the protectors out in the open had been left outside by Lawrence. However, the hidden guards being led by Lucky were trying their best to sneak into the Rose Garden through various other methods. However, the defenses of this Rose Garden were astonishingly good. It was protected by experts openly and covertly. These included powerful swordsmen and mages specializing in different elements. These people were rather powerful, and protected the surroundings with great responsibility. Aside from the old assassin, Lucky, who'd managed to sneak in, all of the other experts had been stopped outside. Han Shuo noticed that this Rose Garden occupied a great deal of land through usage of his Yin Demon's surveillance. There were numerous artificial mountains, flowing water, hot springs with pavilions within, and every single room was decorated in an extremely opulent manner. There was a beautiful woman in revealing clothing who was stripping as she twisted her hips and danced a mesmerizing dance within one of the large halls. Suppressed moans rang out from several slightly smaller rooms as many noble lords and young masters spent enormous amounts of money here to enjoy all sorts of services. Lawrence seemed to be extremely familiar with this sort of place as he walked straight and familiarly. All of the openly stationed and hidden guards recognized Lawrence. Not only did Noon stop him, they often greeted him. Ugh, I know what this place is now. Since the three yin demons had swiftly circled the extremely large rose garden, Han Shuo couldn't help but blurt out after he understood what sort of place this was. Haha, all men should know what kind of place this is. All of the expenditures here today are on me, so just treat it as me welcoming you back. Lawrence laughed frankly as he walked straight in and arrived within a wide hall. There were young and beautiful women dancing at the center of the hall, with some people that were either rich or noble watching from the sidelines. When they saw Lawrence come in, they also greeted him with smiles. There were many soft animal-skinned chairs around the hall alongside fresh vegetables, exquisite snacks, and glasses of expensive alcohol costing a gold coin each. A large circular chandelier, with a 5-meter diameter, shone down upon the scene with ambiguous light, causing the women dancing to the light-hearted music underneath it to appear extremely sexy. Hey, Lawrence, you haven't come in a long time. A guy, who was clearly a fop of a rich family, greeted Lawrence as the former led in a thinly covered woman exuding sexiness. Bruno, why do I see you every time I come here? Lawrence casually picked up a wine glass filled with amber wine from a table laden with numerous other drinks. He responded to this weakling dandy after taking a sip of wine. Life is just that boring. There are only some places in the northern workshops that spark my interest. That's why I come over here. Isn't it the same for you? Bruno winked towards Lawrence and said meaningfully. All right, I came here purely to entertain my friend. I won't chat too much with you this time, so let's have a good discussion next time, Lawrence apologized, then dragged Han Shuo across the hall into another quiet place. Lawrence had brought Han Shuo through a corridor, around a few corners, and into another quiet hall after a few moments. There wasn't anyone in this hall, but there was a magic barrier around it. Lawrence took out a magic scroll and chanted a spell. The magic scroll emitted out a hazy azure light, and the surrounding walls cracked open under the light. Lawrence turned around and indicated for Han Shuo to enter with him. Han Shuo was shocked as he looked at the pathway under the light. He asked since he was clearly befuddled, "It's very normal for a place like this to have a secret passageway, but why do you know about it?" Of course I would know about it, because I am the true owner of the Rose Garden. Brian, since we are being honest with each other, I won't hide this secret from you. Lawrence laughed, then pulled Han Shuo inside. There were quite a few magical seals along the corridor that extended towards the very bottom. There were a lot of things that made Han Shuo surprised about this hidden place. However, what shocked Han Shuo the most was that the true owner of this gold mine was Lawrence. No wonder Candide had said that Lawrence wasn't simple during their first meeting. It seemed that he did know quite a lot of things about Lawrence. Come, I'll take you to meet Phoebe and my master. I think that he must be very interested in you. Lawrence was very satisfied with Han Shuo's surprise as he laughed and pulled Han Shuo inside. Chapter 254. Chapter 254, The Use of Killing Aura. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When he heard that Phoebe's master was here, Han Shuo was even more shocked. Phoebe had already reached the realm of a sword master at such a young age. In addition, when Aubrey had thought that he'd captured Phoebe at the Booze Merchant Guild, he'd still said that he needed to treat Phoebe well in order to prevent her master from getting angry. As Duke Ashburn's subordinate, what Aubrey did represented Duke Ashburn. It wasn't hard to figure out that Phoebe's master wasn't a simple person, since even Duke Ashburn, who held tremendous power in his hands, was so wary of him. When Han Shuo walked beside Lawrence, he had sent his 3 yin demons through the path in front of them, hoping that he could obtain a picture of the place underneath. However, as the yin demons wandered about, Han Shuo noticed that there were numerous boundaries everywhere. Some invisible boundaries even stopped the yin demons' surveillance. It seemed like the defense of the place underneath the path was extraordinarily tight. Hehe, the space underneath the rose garden is more than twice as large as it appears on the surface. I'll take you on a detailed tour later, we'll meet my master first for now. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo proudly as he revealed his prowess little by little, like he was trying to show Han Shuo that cooperating with him was the correct decision. Han Shuo felt that they were already 10-odd meters underground after traversing a narrow path. The dim area suddenly lit up and revealed 4 intersecting paths that came together where Han Shuo and Lawrence stood. There were also bright lights that were placed on the side that illuminated the 4 paths as clear as day. "Follow me." Lawrence walked to the left and he led the way for Han Shuo. When they arrived in front of a white jade door, Lawrence used the scroll once again to open the boundary that was sealing the door. The door automatically opened after a flash of white light, and Lawrence led Han Shuo in. "Young Master Lawrence," all of a sudden, an extremely ugly old man with a face full of scars appeared and bowed towards Lawrence. The old man was covered in a bloody aura. No one knew how many people he had killed, but he was able to sense Han Shuo and Lawrence the moment they appeared. Furthermore, the closer that they approached the old man, the thicker the stomach-wrenching smell that was emanating from him became. Lawrence was clearly uncomfortable, since the smile from his face disappeared. He said dryly, "Grandpa Bollins, is my master inside?" The weird old man called Bollins stood straight with a hunchback, then raised his head to gaze at Lawrence with his grey eyes, and said remotely, "He's inside, but master is cultivating. Then I'll wait outside for a bit." Lawrence had already pushed past Bollins with his response and he quickly walked forwards, like he was unwilling to be too close to the old man. The stone room in front of them was as large as a basketball court, with a lot of indentations where a lot of daily necessities were placed. However, the majority of them held numerous fine alcohols, as if the room was a storage room for exquisite wine. Han Shuo first surveyed his surroundings after entering the room, then moved his attention onto the old man Bollins. The old man's face was covered in scars, like if each one had been scratched on by something sharp. He looked as terrifying as a ghost from hell. Alongside the thick bloody aura that surrounded him, it was enough to give people an extremely powerful shock just by standing there. Not only was there blood on this person's hands, his strength was top tier. He was mostly likely an expert who was stronger than Phoebe by 1 rank, his aura wouldn't have been so powerful otherwise. A person who was at the Great Sword Master realm was not going to be a nobody no matter which country he lived in. The fact that he stayed in this secret room that doesn't see daylight, in order to serve Lawrence's master, really did surprise Han Shuo somewhat. "Brian, let's wait here for a bit." Lawrence had already scooted far away from Bollins and he was calling out to Han Shuo while sitting on a stone chair. "You're not afraid of me?" Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, the old man named Bollins suddenly looked at Han Shuo and asked. Han Shuo nodded and replied with a smile, "Of course, what is there to be afraid of?" "An interesting lad," Bollins smirked as he carefully examined Han Shuo. Then he frowned as if he sensed something, which caused him to nod. "No wonder, you have a malicious aura around you that can only be felt if you carefully feel for it. From the looks of it, you shouldn't be even 25, yet your hands are dyed thick with blood at such a young age. You truly are a character." Even before Han Shuo had broken into the bloodlust realm, the murderous aura had always accompanied him. He hadn't killed a lot of people before, it was just that his body absorbed a lot of specters at the forbidden place, so they continued to surround Han Shuo, making it seem like his hands were also dyed in blood. Han Shuo smiled, but he didn't say much. He merely nodded at Bollins and walked past him, moving towards Lawrence. "Young man, did you know that after killing a lot of people, the killing aura can be used to increase your strength?" Bollins was silent for a slight moment after Han Shuo had left, then he suddenly shot a weird look at Han Shuo. When he spoke, an intense wave of killing aura exploded out like a river that had been just undimmed. All of a sudden, the stomach-churning smell of blood spread out and it approached Han Shuo with cold intent, like it was something physical. "Oh God!" Lawrence wailed, then he backed off in terror until his back was against the wall. Even then, his forehead was still covered with cold sweat as he looked at Bollins with a pale expression. However, Han Shuo, who was closer to Bollins, was not afraid. He casually cycled the magical yuan in his body quickly, causing the evil aura hidden in his body to rush out furiously, clashing with the physical killing aura from Balans. When the auras collided, sounds of collision could actually be heard in the air. Even some of the table and chairs in the room continuously trembled. What was more terrifying was that after the evil aura rushed out of Han Shuo's body, it formed itself into spirals that were difficult to see with the eye, and actually started to consume Balan's killing aura. When you said using killing aura, does it mean like this? Han Shuo had a smile on his face when he plainly said this. While he spoke, he also stopped his magical yuan and the room returned to normal. Right now, Han Shuo had already undergone 3 months of closed-door cultivation in the Cemetery of Death. Adding on to the fact that he had absorbed the specters from the Forbidden Place, he had a much deeper understanding of the demonic arts than what Chu Kanglan had left behind. His manipulation of the evil aura in the bloodlust realm had also reached a level where he could do as he wished. If Han Shuo wanted, he could absorb the killing aura in Balan's body like he had absorbed the specters from the Forbidden Place. Balans had had an indifferent expression until this point when he looked at Han Shuo with a piercing gaze, then he said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How could you use it even more familiarly than me? You also know how to use this sort of power." Han Shuo only understood it the moment Balans spoke. All swordsmen and knights cultivated fighting aura, but none of them could use evil aura and killing intent. However, Han Shuo, who cultivated the demonic arts, was very well versed with using this type of strange power. That's why Balans had been surprised when Han Shuo had showed off his abilities. "No, you didn't use fighting aura at all. How is that possible?" Shock, loss, and confusion instantly filled Balan's heart. He stepped in front of Han Shuo and glared at him with scorching eyes, like he was fighting for Han Shuo to give an answer. Han Shuo knew that this was a bad situation to be caught in by now. He took a deep breath and explained with a smile, "I cultivate a special type of martial technique, it's different to the cultivating of fighting aura that most people do." "Okay, Balans, stay outside for now. Lawrence, you two can come in now." A benevolent voice seemed to ring out from the walls at that moment. Lawrence immediately pulled Han Shuo towards him, then apologized to Balans, "Grandpa Balans, my master has told us to go in. Let's chat later." The wall behind Han Shuo split open at that moment, and Lawrence pulled Han Shuo in. After the two of them entered, the crack in the wall healed miraculously. There was an extremely wide training field past the wall. Apart from a few strangely shaped boulders, there were no other decorations. An old man sat on top of one of the boulders at the center of the field, and even though he had white hair and beard, he still looked very energized. The old man had a square face, and seemed rather benevolent. He sat ramrod straight in a pure white warrior uniform. Even though he was sitting down, he looked extraordinary and seemed like he would be rather tall if he stood up. "Teacher." Lawrence bowed and greeted the old man respectfully the moment he entered. The old man nodded, then he looked at Lawrence and said softly, "Rise." Lawrence straightened himself, then he pulled Han Shuo to sit down on a piece of boulder. After the two of them took their places, Lawrence began, "This is Brian, Phoebe's boyfriend. I mentioned him to you before." The old man's gaze immediately fell onto Han Shuo after he heard Lawrence's words, and he carefully examined Han Shuo carefully without speaking. After quite a while, he finally nodded and said, "Although Phoebe is my youngest disciple, she has the most talent. Her future is unmeasurable. I hope she will inherit my martial techniques. You won't hold her back, right?" "Of course not." Han Shuo replied with a smile that was neither reserved nor fearful. Instead, he appeared rather laid back. Chapter 255. Chapter 255, A Powerful Figure. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. How is little Phoebe recently? I heard she stayed with you at the Valley of Sunshine for a while and did some interesting things." The old man squinted, asking slowly and softly. she returned safely to the Empire from the Valley of Sunshine, but her current situation doesn't seem very good. From the way the old man said it, he must have been unclear about Phoebe's situation, so Han Shuo couldn't help but explain. What happened? The old man frowned, worried. Master, it's like this. Lawrence quickly opened his mouth to describe what happened, then smiled wryly. You already know little senior sister doesn't like to trouble others. She didn't even tell me about something like this. This old fellow Ashburn is getting more and more unbridled. He knows Phoebe is my disciple, yet he dared to act so presumptuously. It seems he and I are due for a conversation. The old man coldly snorted, his face angry. Seeing the old man become angry, Lawrence wasn't the least bit anxious and instead revealed a slight chuckle as he said hastily, Master, you know already how my father's health is getting worse. Right now, my brothers are all prepared. The Duke spares no effort for Charles, and he dared to not give you face by doing such things. Han Shuo kept silent, his eyes carefully examining the two's faces. When he suddenly understood something, he drew in his presence. The old man chuckled and gazed thoughtfully at Lawrence, nodding, I have my own plans. All right, let's temporarily not talk about these things today. Since you came to visit me, did you bring any good wine? Of course, I couldn't let you down no matter what. Lawrence laughed heartily as he took out a crystal, jade-like bottle that contained blood-red wine. He respectfully handed it over and said, This is a specialty from a small town in the Kasi Empire, named Redbud Blood. Master, please try it. Having seen many kinds of wine while waiting in the hall, Han Shuo understood that Lawrence's master must be a wine lover. Now it looked indeed so. When his thoughts reached that point, Han Shuo suddenly remembered the good wine produced by the dwarves in the dark forest. He thought for a bit and took out a bottle of wine from his space ring, respectfully giving it to the old man as he spoke with a smile. This bottle of wine was brewed by the dwarves of the dark forest. Perhaps it isn't that precious, but it's much stronger than some of the good wines in the empire. When Han Shuo said so, the old man looked at him with interest before taking the wine bottle. He tried shaking it, listened to the sound, then laughed happily. What a thoughtful child. The dwarves brew naturally good wine that isn't any inferior. I've had a taste before. Waving his hand, the old man took the 2 bottles of good wine from Han Shuo and Lawrence and said, All right, I've remembered Lawrence's matter. You all leave, I'll drink first. Han Shuo was surprised, not knowing what was happening. However, Lawrence winked at him, indicating that Han Shuo shouldn't ask so much and just leave with him. Afterwards, Lawrence took Han Shuo out to the hall where Balans stood. When Balans saw Han Shuo appear, his eyes gleamed as he stared at the latter, saying, Can you tell me how you understood to use murderous aura? It's a part of the martial arts I cultivate, I have no way of explaining it to you, sorry. Han Shuo honestly replied, of course he couldn't speak of his demonic magic method. Grandpa Balans, we're leaving first. I'll trouble Grandpa to take care of the rose garden. Lawrence's steps suddenly became much quicker as he passed by Balans. He evidently couldn't adapt to the pungent smell of blood on the latter's body. All right, you are Brian? Balans suddenly asked while Han Shuo and Lawrence headed back the way they came. Pausing, Han Shuo turned his head and glanced at Balans as he politely answered, That's right. Balans nodded his head and curved his lips, saying, We'll meet again. I like the smell on your body. Heh, that evil killing intent. Han Shuo was stunned. He was about to say something when Lawrence dragged him away. They quickly left that area with a few steps. Under Lawrence's guidance, the two followed the same way back to the quiet hall above. Letting out a breath, Lawrence explained, My master is Carol Ascot. He has the strength of a sacred sword master. His outstanding contributions have given him a high reputation in the empire. Master can go in and out of the palace directly, and my father has great trust in him. Even though I'm his disciple, he doesn't clearly support me, which puzzles me greatly. but I know he really dotes on my junior sister Phoebe. Even this rose garden used to belong to the Booze Merchant Guild. Master shares a past with Phoebe's father. For some reason, after Phoebe's father passed away, my master managed this rose garden, then handed it over to me. Grandpa Bollins used to be a very famous killer, and old Lucky is actually his direct disciple. I don't know why he follows my master. The smell of blood on him is so heavy, you can imagine how many people he'd killed. I can't control the urge to vomit every time I get near him, so I always try to stay away. Otherwise, if I really vomit, I think he'd be very displeased. Even though Lawrence was Carol's disciple, he hadn't focused on learning martial arts, but instead concentrated various strategies and military abilities, possibly due to his identity as the prince. Therefore his strength wasn't very powerful. It was normal for him to feel discomfort in front of people like Bollins. Although he had known early on that Lawrence's master must be extraordinary, Han Chuo was extremely shocked after Lawrence confirmed his identity. As a member of the Dark Mantle, plus his own deliberate research, Han Chuo had a decent understanding of the dark side of the Empire. Naturally, he had heard of the thunderous name Carol Ascot. Carol Ascot was born a commoner but was a heaven-defying genius. He'd set a record with his graduation speed from the Babylon Academy of Swordsmanship. He had roamed the mainland with the strength of a senior swordsman and fought hundreds of fights in various countries, increasing his fame quickly. He'd already had the strength of a great sword master by the time he'd returned to the Lancelot Empire. After accepting the invitation of the king, he'd taught at the Babylon Academy of Swordsmanship as the dean. When war broke out in the Lancelot Empire, not only did Carol cultivate numerous talents for the Empire, he'd also personally defeated several provocative figures from enemy countries. At that point, where his heroic fame was like the sun at its peak, he retired from being the dean of the Academy of Swordsmanship and went to train in the deepest part of the Dark Forest for a decade. When the Empire faced the threat of invasion and was on the brink of defeat facing the Kasi Empire, Carol appeared with the strength of a divine sword master and killed 3 great sword masters of the Kasi Empire. This inspired the morale of the Lancelot Empire and helped it win the battle. Many years later, all of the citizens and even the king regarded Carol Ascot as the protector of the empire. Even though he didn't have an official position, he could influence the king's decisions. Several of his direct disciples held great power in the government or the military. So it's him, no wonder. Han Chuo exclaimed after going over this information in his head. I took you to see him this time so he'd know of you. As long as you leave a good impression, he'll speak a few words in front of my father. You aren't far from a prosperous future then. Lawrence spoke sincerely, in a prudent manner. I understand what you mean. Han Chuo smiled, nodding. Let's go, the main thing is done. Now I'll take you to play to your heart's content. Once Lawrence saw that Han Chuo had understood, he no longer said anything else. He dragged the ladder out of this quiet deserted place to the most crowded and lively area of the Rose Garden. Young Master Lawrence, do you need a separate room? A man dressed in a butler's attire, who looked to be the middle-aged steward of the Rose Garden, asked smilingly after he saw Lawrence. Of course, I'll use the room I usually take. You help me arrange the best service for my good friend to enjoy. Lawrence instructed in a straightforward manner. Suddenly Lawrence paled, he looked back behind Han Chuo as murderous intent flashed in his previously smiling face. Hey Lawrence, what a pleasant surprise! A seemingly cheerful sound of greeting resounded from behind Han Chuo. Turning around, Han Chuo saw a luxuriously dressed youth of roughly 25 or 26 years old. He came over with several flower seekers, who was obviously noble at a single glance. This young man was a little taller than Lawrence and had a handsome and tough look. As he walked, he exuded the awe-inspiring momentum of someone in a high position. He was obviously the leader of this flower-seeking group. Those flower seekers looked at him with flattering smiles and even lowered their postures, which set off his noble position even more. Humph, I certainly don't want to see you. Lawrence's complexion didn't look too good as he coldly looked at this man. Ha ha, Lawrence, you are getting more and more impolite nowadays. According to the Empire's rules, mustn't you at least offer your greetings when you see me? The tall healthy man looked mockingly at Lawrence, with a smile that wasn't a smile. His face twitching, Lawrence glared resentfully at this person, then grimaced helplessly, "Greetings to His Royal Highness the First Prince." Chapter 256. Chapter 256, The Female Bandit. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This was the first Prince Charles. As Han Chuo squinted at him, he suddenly had an odd thought. Lawrence is the owner of the Rose Garden, so the mage guards around should be under the order of that murderous Bollins. For the first Prince Charles to come here to seek pleasure, he's basically unknowingly gone deep into the tiger's den. If Lawrence receives the support of Carol, wouldn't he be able to soundlessly kill that Charles? Haha, good, good. Charles first laughed loudly with satisfaction, then he curved his mouth and coldly provoked, "You should dispel any thoughts as soon as you can, or you may even die without knowing how." Finishing this sentence, Charles conveniently dropped a vicious line in a low voice, "Little bastard mutt. Let's go. Shall we have some fun?" Charles turned his body with a loud laugh and left with the bootlickers following closely behind him. He paid no more attention to Lawrence. Lawrence's face twisted with anger. His two hands clenched tightly into fists, blue veins popping out from their backs. Lawrence couldn't suppress the light trembling of his entire body. His furious eyes emitted thick murderous intent as he viciously stared at the departing back of Charles. Even his breathing had become much heavier. Looking at Lawrence's posture, that might blow at any moment, Han Chuo was truly afraid the guy wouldn't be able to control himself, and would throw everything to the wind to risk his life for a fight with Charles. To an illegitimate child, the most humiliating thing was to be cursed as a bastard. When this vicious curse came from the person they hated the most, it increased the humiliation by tens of times. No wonder even an introvert like Lawrence almost raged out of control. Patting Lawrence's shoulder, Han Chuo consoled, "Let it go. We will soon return this hatred. Don't be so hasty. I want to kill him with my own hands." "I'll definitely kill him with my own hands," Lawrence gnashed his teeth as he whispered, his face ferocious. "Oh, if it isn't Mr. Aubrey? And Mr. Cameron too." The Rose Garden was a lively place for spending gold indeed. First Prince Charles had just left, and Han Chuo had already bumped into the incoming fellows whom he'd previously met at Boo's Merchant Guild. Cameron and Aubrey plus several other merchants. "Damn it, what the hell did you, petty, despicable villain, do to our bodies?" As soon as he saw Han Chuo, Aubrey couldn't help but fume and immediately curse. It was springtime with flowers blooming everywhere. The weather was great. However, Aubrey and Cameron looked somewhat weird. Aubrey's whole body was wrapped from head to toe in a thick fur coat. He stood there and shivered, his face frozen purple. On the other hand, Cameron was the exact opposite. In this gentle, comfortable weather, he looked like he was at a sauna. His thin clothes were damp with sweat, his mouth breathed out hot air currents whenever he opened it to speak. His face flushed beet red. Evidently he was unbearably hot. Perhaps to balance out each other, these two weirdly dressed fellows walked hand in hand. As two great manly men, for them to appear in such a place like the Rose Garden while holding hands, it was even weirder. These two had been injected with the poison of ice and fire. Fire and ice poisons were taking turns to attack their bodies right now, making them extremely cold for a moment and then extremely hot the next. This pain would repeatedly torture them until the poison injected by Han Chuo waned. Throwing the two a contemptuous glance, Han Chuo viciously said, "Two great masters walking hand in broad daylight. This is really sickening. Damnable! What poison did you actually give us? You lowly despicable villain!" Aubrey's two rows of teeth made clacking sounds as they chattered. He trembled as he shouted. Lawrence was originally furious, seeing these two appear here, but now he felt a little better. He laughed heartily and shook his head in ridicule. With this special hobby, you should have been more surreptitious. Boldly coming here like this, your morality has really degraded. Brian, I won't let you off easily. Aubrey furiously glared at Han Shuo and threatened with a wide mouth. As soon as he finished those words, the poison of ice and fire swapped. His ice-cold body suddenly spiked up in temperature. He hastily threw off his fur coat in a practiced manner and started cursing non-stop. That's enough for today, let us leave this place. Han Shuo persuaded. He understood that meeting Aubrey here meant that he would constantly be entangled by the latter. Since he knew the misery caused by the poison of ice and fire was unbearable indeed. Furthermore, Lawrence had certainly lost interest in having fun after the vicious remarks he had received from Charles earlier. Lawrence seemed to have lost his mood as he nodded, "All right. I brought you here this time mainly for the matter earlier. We'll have plenty of time for fun later. These hated characters really disgust me. Let's leave. Don't allow them to latch onto us. Don't leave. Give me the antidote first, or I won't leave you alone." Aubrey breathed heavily and stared at Han Shuo, shouting non-stop. After knowing Han Shuo's strength, the big businessman Cameron appeared to be afraid that Han Shuo would abruptly kill him. He didn't dare to speak and just followed behind Aubrey. Han Shuo quickly left with Lawrence without stopping. After they exited the Rose Garden, the Earth Rider Jinno gave a loud shout. Several guards of Lawrence swiftly surrounded him. Aubrey had yet to come close when Jinno crudely pushed him aside. Lawrence and Han Shuo stepped into the carriage just like that and left the Rose Garden. "All right, I'm going first. Wait for me to come look for you after I pick up my graduation diploma." Leaving the Rose Garden for a little while, Han Shuo spoke a farewell to Lawrence. He then jumped off the carriage and left by himself. The number of people guarding Lawrence in both the light and dark weren't few, so Han Shuo wasn't concerned much for his safety. He didn't need to stay and protect the latter, so he jumped out of the carriage to go handle his own personal matters. After separating from Lawrence, Han Shuo went straight to the graveyard in the mountain back of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, entering the place hiding the transportation matrix. Fanny and Phoebe needed at least 3 days to adapt after taking the rebirth pill. In these 3 days, they wouldn't stop having stomachaches until their bodies expelled all the impurities inside. Han Shuo believed they definitely wouldn't want to see him during this time period. For beautiful women to have to squat on the toilet non-stop, no matter how elegant their bearings were, it'd still be greatly reduced. Lawrence had paved the way for Han Shuo's future, but Han Shuo needed to prove himself to be an adept necromancer. He intended to obtain the diploma of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force when he came to see Fanny, so he had at least 3 more days of free time. Many things could be done in 3 days' time. Han Shuo intended to go check the Valley of Sunshine first. He appeared in the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix, then used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly towards the Valley of Sunshine. Under Han Shuo's instructions, Gilbert left the Cemetery of Death and brought the weapons from the dwarves to Trunks. They must have met already. Han Shuo used all his strength and flew at the speed of a shooting star. There was only a faint light flashing through, heading towards the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. The Valley of Sunshine wasn't too far from the dark forest. Han Shuo only took about half a day to arrive at the Valley of Sunshine with his current speed. There were many forces here, so when Han Shuo reached the area, he didn't keep flying and instead walked on the ground to avoid raising attention. He moved forward, following the address that Trunks had given him. Whoosh! Suddenly, several arrows pierced the air and nailed the tree in front of Han Shuo. As sounds of disturbance rang out, nearly 100 bandits stepped out from the bushes. They were obviously well trained, and most of them held a good weapon. A small portion of them even wore a complete set of armor, the quality of which looked even better than that of the Lancelot Empire's official army. Nearly 100 bandits, eyes cold and momentum awe-inspiring, suddenly surrounded Han Shuo. Bows, crossbows, and spears locked onto him one after another. There was a long red-haired, unruly-looking girl amongst them. She has bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a set of leather clothes. She looked quite arrogant as she walked forward with large strides and said haughtily, "We've watched you for quite a while now. You dare to fly around in our land? If you're so good, then fly here for me to see." Han Chuo had been flying in the air just now, so he hadn't released the yin demons to scout around. Moreover, he didn't pay too much attention of the going-abouts in the forest below, and naturally didn't expect to be surrounded by layers of bandits. "You must be Lady Janet." "Hee, I'm just an ordinary mage, I didn't know this area was your turf, sorry." Han Chuo gave an once-over glance at the group, especially paying attention to that unruly girl, then he said with a laugh, "It seems that you have some knowledge. Who are you? What the hell do you plan to do by infiltrating our territory?" The female bandit Janet glared at Han Chuo, interrogating. "I just happened to pass by, I don't have any bad intentions." "Well then, I still have things to do, will you allow me leave?" Han Chuo had heard a bit about this female bandit Janet's deeds from Trunks. He knew this girl followed the bandit job as inheritance to her ancestry. Even though her character was a little unruly and stubborn, she wasn't a bad person. She could be considered a merciful bandit with a strict set of principles among the bandit forces around the Valley of Sunshine, so Han Chuo didn't want to butt heads with her. "You look so shifty. You mustn't be any good person. The Valley of Sunshine has been chaotic recently, so who knows if you aren't a spy sent by our enemies. Men, come and capture this fellow first, then carefully interrogate him." Janet stared fixedly at Han Chuo. Seeing him exposing not even a bit of fear and grinning instead, she started to feel somewhat annoyed and angrily turned around to order the gang. Chapter 257. Chapter 257, Robbing the Robbers. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Several rough, bulky bandits abruptly sprang out from behind Janet. They grinned and shot towards Han Chuo. These fellows all seemed to have cultivated fighting aura. Each bandit was about 2 meters tall, and emitted a pressure as fierce as a bear. Their momentum alone was enough to shock people. Sorry, I still have something to do, so I can't stay here long." Of course Han Chuo wasn't scared. When he saw these big guys closing in, he quickly shot up and slipped out of the besiegement of the surrounding men like an eel. His speed suddenly accelerated like that of a leopard. Han Chuo leapt onto a huge tree with just a tap of his foot, then leapt backwards more than 10 meters. It seemed like he'd soon be able to escape the encirclement of bandits. "Damn it! Capture him alive for me! There must be something up with this brat." Janet was furious. She suddenly and fiercely shot towards Han Chuo, and was actually able to move elegantly among the shrubs, her eyes fixed on Han Chuo without letting go. Several bandits had already fired a series of arrows and spears at Han Chuo as per Janet's order. However, they'd all heard her say alive, so they didn't dare to aim these attacks at him, but instead, shot at the path that he was aiming for. Han Chuo grinned. His body flashed left and right, up and down in an odd fashion. He only stuck to the middle of the forest and changed directions with an extremely quick speed. Not only did he avoid all of the attacks, he even leisurely explained, "Hey, Miss Bandit, you shouldn't chase me like this, I'm really no spy." "You say you're not a spy, but why are you running as if you are a spy?" Janet was still in hot pursuit as she furiously roared, "Brothers, who cares if he's a spy or not? Get him!" This bandit group wasn't weak. The big guys that were chasing Han Chuo under Janet's order all had the strength of senior swordsmen. There were several shabbily dressed mages, whose power were also similar. Han Chuo would be in big trouble if they all worked together to stop him. However, Han Chuo's current strength was unfathomable. The 3 yin demons he had released could cover the entire terrain, as well as monitor the surrounding situation. Several obstacles were discovered ahead of time by the 3 yin demons, and so the distance between Han Chuo and the bandits gradually widened. His high speed, coupled with the extensive observation of the 3 yin demons, simply rendered the encirclement of Janet's gang useless. This group of bandits seemed to have a good reputation. In addition, Han Shuo also had some plans for them, but not in the same way that he'd ruthlessly treated the butcher's gang. He didn't immediately leave after escaping their encirclement, but instead dragged them around to observe their quality and combat effectiveness through the surveillance of the yin demons. Out of the more than 100 bandits, a majority of them had trained fighting aura, while a dozen or so were mages. In the process of pursuing Han Shuo, their formations were constantly stable without any particular franticness. Without Janet having to issue many commands, they all spread out in tacit understanding. If one side heard any movement from Han Shuo, they'd immediately alert the others. After which they would all rush in, swordsmen, archers, and mages would be arranged orderly in the encirclement. They have some strength indeed. No wonder they could become one of the most powerful forces in the Valley of Sunshine. Compared to the Butcher's bandit group, this one is much more smoothly ordered. However, the Butcher's bandits are more cruel and bloodthirsty. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He was hiding in the thick lush foliage of a huge tree while clearly observing their movements through the 3 yin demons. Where is he? You guys lost him. Janet was chasing aggressively when she realized that they had lost all traces of Han Shuo. She furiously shouted at the bandits around her. Be it her speech or actions, Janet didn't have the gentle and tender demeanor of a girl at all. Perhaps because she grew up in a bandit lair, her manner had been completely affected by the bandits. Her temper was ferocious and her behavior crude. Although she looked gentle and pretty, the feeling that she gave people was that of a great, prideful man. Young miss, this person is even faster than a leopard and more cunning than a fox. Is he really a mage? An old mage with one crippled leg said with a wry smile as he used the levitation skills to float to Janet's side. Old Billy, if he were a swordsman or a knight, would he fly to this place from afar? Damn it, are you so old that even your head is old too? Janet was still raging, her almond eyes rolling at the crippled old man as she huffed and cursed angrily. Old Billy wasn't angry being scolded at by her like that. He only hung his head with a wry smile. Maybe I'm really old now, or the times have changed. How could a mage run faster than a leopard? I dare say that he was running, and not using levitation skills. Heavens, is he special like you? Search this area. This guy must be a spy, or he could be from the House of Menlo. Paying no heed to old Billy, Janet shouted to some bandits nearby. Not here, young miss. Can't find him. He's gone. He may have escaped. All kinds of helpless messages resounded around Janet. Obviously the bandits had no way of discovering Han Shuo's existence. It was already nighttime. Only Janet and Billy were standing under the tree where Han Shuo was hiding. As for the other 7 or 8 bear-like bandits, they were in the middle of an area with tall weeds that reached the waist, around 10 meters away from Janet. Han Shuo, who was hiding in the foliage above, suddenly raised his voice to let out a long laugh, then flew straight down. He reached her in the blink of an eye, smashing a blow that contained magical yuan and surging evil aura at her head. Damn it! Janet cursed as she pushed away the old Billy, who was about to chant a spell. She curled her hand into a fist that emitted a dark green fighting aura, aiming it at Han Shuo's punch above. Seeing the dark green fighting aura, Han Shuo immediately understood that she should only have the strength of a senior swordsman. He quickly reduced the magical yuan in his punch from 80% to 30%. Bang! The dark green fighting aura and Han Shuo's punch fiercely collided, then their fists hit each other. A force that could row the mountains and topple the sea suddenly shot out from Janet's small fist. This force flipped the flying down Han Shuo up again in the same trajectory that he fell. How could this be? His right hand became numb. Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaimed, his face horrified. The green fighting aura was the signature of a senior swordsman. From Han Shuo's experience, Janet could, at most, withstand about 30% of the power from his magical yuan. However, even though Janet's fighting aura scattered when their punches collided, her small fist still emitted a terrifying force. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's unusually tough body, her punch could have crippled his right hand. To his understanding, the green fighting aura of a senior swordsman absolutely couldn't cause such a great force. This female bandit was a little strange. Keek. Janet revealed a satisfying laugh at Han Shuo's horrified face. Then her space ring flashed and a studded club, bigger than her body, appeared. She easily held the studded club in her left hand and giggled as she leapt up towards Han Shuo using the high trees around. Han Shuo had yet to fall down when the studded club viciously aimed at his waist and smashed downwards. Han Shuo snorted coldly. He had just showed some goodwill and didn't expect to eat a loss in return. Seeing Janet pound her studded club right at his lower body, he became somewhat angry. His body that was hit dizzy by the strong force earlier suddenly halted mid-air, as he aimed a similar punch right at Janet's studded club. Rumble! A huge sound rang out, followed by Janet's surprised yelp. She was using the tree trunks to leap up, but now, both her body and studded club were fiercely smashed back down. As her butt slammed on the ground, Janet looked at the proud Han Shuo standing mid-air, aghast. Motherfucker, son of a b*tch. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Janet couldn't help but let out a vulgar curse. Her breathing was heavy for a while before she took hold of the studded club, wanting to fight again. Han Shuo was shocked. He didn't expect Janet to be able to stand up so quickly. Not letting him make a move again, the big mercenaries around them rushed up together. The old crippled mage Billy was also finished chanting his spell. Chilling winds whistled as they churned into piercing sharp wind blades, whizzing forwards. He was actually a wind archmage. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment. Now that he knew of Janet's power, he didn't continue to stay here. He flew to hide himself in the foliage of the tree behind them, then made a few leaps and dropped down to a carriage that belonged to the bandits. As soon as he landed, he used the Demon Slayer edge to slice open the carriage's top. While everyone wasn't paying attention, he grabbed a blithely unaware young woman, suppressed her strength, and flew out. "You rogue, let me go. Hurry and let me go, or Janet definitely won't let you off." This young woman was utterly beautiful, arching crescent eyebrows, a pair of clear and bright eyes. Her voice was soft even though she was yelling angrily. "Janet, I'm taking this girl away. If you want to rescue her, come to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Han Shuo seized the young woman without any care for her shouting. He laughed loudly and left grandly. "Scoundrel! Let go of my wife, or else I'll never be finished with you." Janet was raging as she roared to the heavens, then she constantly and vulgarly cursed. She hadn't a bit of the manner that a gentle girl should have had. Chapter 258. Chapter 258, Headquarters. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The dangerously steep cliff, that was tapering into a bottomless abyss, was covered in floating clouds. The crimson sunset was outstanding in the sky, shining on the towering cliff, which now looked like an enormous red branding iron. This cliff was a long distance away from the Valley of Sunshine. This kind of cliff wasn't uncommon in the Kurlan mountain range. Rugged, oddly shaped rocks were scattered all over the bare cliff and no plants grew anywhere. Standing atop the cliff, Han Shuo leapt straight downwards. In just a breath of time, he fell through the clouds and landed safely on a huge, protruding rock. This big rock was situated in the middle of the cliff, and there was thick white mist above and below it. Part of this protruding cliff was flat, and although a little steep, it wasn't that dangerous as long as he was careful. "Who are you?" a fellow with a bare upper body exclaimed. His face was messily beardy, his hand holding an axe forged by the dwarves as he stared at Han Shuo in a hostile manner. "I'm looking for your trunks." Han Shuo answered with a smile. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band was situated on a vast, flat plain on the protruding rock in the middle of the cliff. The rock was floating on this cloudy mist, and for some reasons unknown, this thick mist didn't spread to the center. Above and below this flat plain was a vast expanse of misty white, giving it a somewhat strange appearance. A row of bamboo huts were spread out along the flat plain. Many mercenaries, with bare upper bodies, were practicing martial arts on a fighting platform as large as a football field. Behind it were several large caves which could also be used for housing. This flat plain was truly miraculous. It was covered in thick mist above and below, leaving only the center, which was isolated by a simple enchantment. This thick layer of white mist was a natural barrier, ensuring that no one would discover the flat plain within it. There was no mist in the center of the plain and the air was fresh. It was quiet and concealed, a good hiding place. Han Chuo was holding that gentle girl in his arms. Her eyes couldn't see and her ears couldn't hear as he had already restricted her senses. The moment he landed, Han Chuo immediately felt Gilbert's presence. "Honored Master! You've finally returned." The pitch-black Gilbert was in the middle of the fighting platform. His body was naked from the waist up, showing his glossy black muscles. He threw two entangled mercenaries aside and yelled loudly as he ran towards Han Chuo. The brawny guy holding the axe, who'd been eyeing Han Chuo with hostility, immediately curved his mouth into a smile as he heard Gilbert call Han Chuo his master. He said in a friendly manner, "Your weapon is very good. Thank you." Since Han Chuo offended the Church of Light and the Calamity Church at the same time, he didn't tell Trunks his other identity in order to guard against these two churches. These mercenaries only knew Han Chuo as a good friend of Trunks, but they didn't know about the other matter. No need to stand on ceremony. "Where is Trunks?" Nodding, Han Chuo asked this brawny guy. "He's gone out for something, but he should be back by evening." "Honored Master, you've returned!" the naked Gilbert yelled as he walked forward. Many mercenaries on the flat plain could hear his voice. A great deal of them exited their bamboo huts and rock caves, looking at Han Chuo with surprise. Gilbert had lazed around this place for quite some time. Even in his human form, none of these mercenaries could deal with his tyrannical dark dragon body. Evidently, he had established a powerful image during that time. This powerful being actually humbly called Han Chuo Master, shocking the mercenaries who resided on this flat plain. They couldn't help but want to take a look and see how powerful this figure was that he could make Gilbert submit. "Many thanks to your weapons. They are really useful." "That's right. This broadsword is amazing. Worthy of being a weapon forged by the dwarves." "Thank you, thank you. The weight of this double-edged hatchet really suits me, thank you." The mercenaries shouted one after another, their eyes looking at Han Chuo with gratitude and goodwill. Evidently they were extremely satisfied with the weapons that had Gilbert brought with him. "No need to be polite. Trunks and I are the best of friends, hee hee." Han Chuo nodded and laughed in a friendly manner, his eyes shining as they assessed these mercenaries. Han Chuo saw more than 100 mercenaries on this flat piece of land. Each of them possessed a calm and experienced bearing. The majority were swordsmen, plus a dozen or so mages and more than 30 archers. Judging from the presence exuded from their bodies, they must be great men with extraordinary power and tough mindsets. Compared to the bandit group led by Janet, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also had over 100 members. Its power was a bit stronger. Amongst them, several mercenaries were still young, yet had a cold and calm bearing. Han Chuo knew these people used to be a part of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band that he'd met at the house of Menlo. Their calm and cold manner, forged from weathering many battles, made Han Chuo look at them a few more times. "Hey, you're called Brian? Hee hee, you must be very powerful to be Gilbert's master. Are you interested in exchanging blows?" a seasoned mercenary offered. He was about 1 meter 90 centimeters tall, naked from the waist up, revealing his bulging muscles. He held a broadsword of 1½ meter in length as his eyes squinted at Han Chuo, measuring him with his invitation. When he spoke, his right hand, which held the sword, easily waved around as if demonstrating his strength. A dark green fighting aura suddenly flared up as a sharp blade light flickered in and out of existence. Alright. Trunks wasn't back yet anyway. In order to remove future obstacles when he revealed his identity, Han Chuo intended to leave a powerful impression and deeply engrave it into the depths of their hearts. That would be the most effective method. Han Chuo walked towards the fighting platform, relaxed and unrestrained. As he walked, he took off his shirt, so that his body was also naked from the waist up. His body was over 1 meter 80 centimeters tall, each chunk of muscle was as if carved by a knife. His force was vigorous and explosive. The rows of muscles were perfectly coordinated as they were naturally formed through the tempering of his demonic magic. As he flung off his shirts, the mercenaries around saw his body and immediately issued surprised comments. A bunch of them excitedly jumped as they yelled, "Grant, you're in trouble." They were all knowledgeable people. Seeing the strong muscles and perfectly coordinated lines on Han Chuo's body, they immediately knew that this sturdy and balanced body was most suited for fighting. Grant held a broadsword and his body was large. However, some of his muscles weren't that visible. His muscles could achieve explosive power thanks to his fighting aura, but his speed would obviously be affected. On the contrary, each chunk of Han Chuo's muscles was clear and harmonious. Even in the most difficult place to grow muscles, his V-lines appeared as if they were carved. This type of body with perfect muscle coordination was the most suitable for combat. Grant also showed a surprised expression. Seeing that Han Chuo had come empty-handed, he was stunned for a moment, then threw aside his broadsword, shouting defiantly, "Then we won't use weapons, only relying on pure physical strength to compare." "As you wish." Han Chuo laughed loudly. He walked towards Grant, not using magical yuan at all. Grant was delighted. He increased his speed and charged forward without waiting for Han Chuo to close in. His body rushed violently towards Han Chuo, curving his lips and clenching his fist, aiming it straight down at the latter. Unexpectedly, Han Chuo moved step by step without any other actions. He just watched the incoming iron fist, the corner of his mouth curving into an odd smile. Boom! The momentum of Grant's punch was like a rainbow as it pounded into Han Chuo's chest. A muffled drum-like sound came out of the latter's body. Han Chuo's figure stood still, even the smile on his face remained unchanged. "Oh my God, is your body made of steel?" On the contrary, it was Grant who grimaced. His fist in pain, his face miserable. "Heh." Han Chuo made a move like lightning. He took hold of Grant's shoulder and suddenly threw it over his shoulder. The big man's 1 meter 90 centimeter body fluttered like a feather, flying a few meters into the air and falling just right onto a large, soft cushion. Leisurely sweeping his eyes to glance at the nearby mercenaries, Han Chuo called out dashingly, "Does any other brother want to try? Whether it's physical attacks, fighting aura, or magic, I can do them all." When his words fell, every single one of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was completely silent. They dazedly looked at Han Chuo, dumbfounded. No one dared to step up. "Wakaka, you guys are idiots. Daring to compete with my master in bodily strength. In the forbidden land of the dark forest, even the golden dragon, proclaimed to have the most powerful body, couldn't fight against my great master. You brats are truly crazy." Gilbert shouted triumphantly, scaring the already stunned mercenaries into shock. "Mighty master, you've even brought me a woman this time? You are becoming more and more considerate." Gilbert squealed as he suddenly discovered the restrained woman that had been put aside by Han Chuo. He excitedly walked over. "Stop! This woman is not to be touched. I still have great uses for her. She belongs to that female bandit Janet, and so I need to use her to schedule an appointment with Janet." Han Chuo glared at Gilbert as he snapped. Gilbert immediately became honest upon hearing Han Chuo's shout. At this time, the sound of rustling wind echoed down the steep cliff. In just a while, Trunks, along with Odysseus and a bunch of others, landed down from above. You've come. Trunks immediately said with a smile when he saw Hanchuo. As he walked to the ladder, his eyes unintentionally glanced around. He was suddenly stunned as he looked at the girl that Hanchuo had brought, his expression extremely odd. After a while, Trunks loudly cried out Annie, then furiously rushed over to her side. The people next to him were originally from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. They were first ecstatic before looking at her with some suspicion as they muttered, "Something's not right." Chapter 259. Chapter 259, Assembly. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Trunks' expression was exceedingly off as he dashed in front of the girl like lightning. He reached out a hand to touch the necklace of crystal shards on her neck. He said with a choked-up voice, "Annie, it's definitely you." The original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members all clustered around Trunks and looked on with confused stares. Grant, who'd been tossed into the air by Hanchuo, couldn't help but say, "Chief, Miss Annie doesn't look like that." "It's definitely Annie. I gifted her that crystal necklace, and the black mole behind her left ear are all proof that she's Annie." Trunks' voice was thick with tears as he held onto the girl and sobbed with joy. The mercenaries, who'd been doubtful before, all cheered when they heard that Trunks had confirmed her identity. They used their mallets to bash each other's chest as they seemed to want to use pain to express how excited and happy they were. "Annie, Annie, what's wrong? Why can't you speak?" Trunks asked frantically when he realized the girl in his grasp wasn't moving, and was as quiet as a puppet. "Allow me." Hanchuo dashed in front of Trunks and placed his right hand on Annie's back. A beam of black light entered her body and cleaned away the restraints placed on her. The girl, with her head lolling to the side, suddenly had color suffuse her cheeks again. She seemed to feel Trunks shaking as her long eyelashes fluttered, suddenly snapping open into bright eyes as she looked at Trunks, perplexed. That lasted for only a moment. A shrill scream immediately broke from the girl's mouth. She struggled fiercely and threw punches and kicks at Trunks. She resisted ferociously and cursed loudly, "Damn it, who are you? If Janet knew, she'd kill you for sure. Let go of me, let go of me." However, the girl didn't seem to have practiced martial techniques. Her punches and kicks didn't cause Trunks much damage when they landed on him. Trunks let go of the girl in bafflement. "Annie, do you not remember me?" "Who's Annie?" "I'm Betty." "You must have the wrong person. You're crazy." The girl dodged Trunks and looked huffily at Hanchuo. "You evil robber, what do you want with me here?" Hanchuo didn't respond as he looked at Annie with deeply furrowed brows. Linley looked at the deeply emotional and dejected Trunks. "Trunks, you're not recognizing the wrong person, are you?" Shaking his head firmly, Trunks said, "I gave her that crystal necklace, and the black mole on her ear is still there. This is definitely Annie, but I don't know why her looks have changed and why she doesn't remember me." "Then there's nothing wrong about it. These marks mean that it must be her. Memories are sometimes forgotten after enormous stimulus, and some magical potions can be used to change one's appearance." Hanchuo said calmly. "That's right. That must be the case. Where did you find her?" Trunks immediately agreed when he heard Hanchuo respond. "You jerks, what do you want to do with me? Hurry up and let me go or Janet will never let you off the hook." The originally gentle girl became a bit frantic because of her dangerous circumstances, and she kicked up quite a fuss. "I grabbed her from Janet's hands. It looks like we'll understand what's going on only after we find Janet. I have things to discuss with her anyways." "Annie, where did you get this crystal necklace?" Trunks asked in a shaky voice as he walked towards the girl and pointed at the necklace on her neck. "How would I know? It's mine." "You must have the wrong person. Please, let me go. I can have Janet let you guys go too." The young girl seemed to feel Trunks' affection for her and begged pitiably. "Do you remember your childhood, the matters of your youth?" Trunks' eyes glimmered with light as he looked closely at the girl, asking anxiously. Shaking her head like a rattle drum, the girl bawled, I don't remember anything and I don't want to. Let me go. By now, even the original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members could see that she had indeed lost her memory, and was sure that this had to be Annie, who'd been missing for 3 years. I'm going to find Janet and get to the bottom of this. Uncle Grant, take 2 small teams and make the trip with me. Trunks had a resolute expression on his face and gave an order to Grant, then spoke softly to Annie, Annie, stay here for now. They'll take care of you like before. I'm not Annie, let me go. Annie wanted to cry when she saw that Trunks was about to leave. Come, let's do it all tonight. Swiping with his eyes, Trunks couldn't bear to look at the sobbing Annie and cast a glance at Han Chuo, walking down with large strides. There were 20 people on each small team, as well as Odysseus' crew, Han Chuo and Gilbert walking along the flat ground. They climbed up the previously shaped stone stairs and climbed up out of the cliff. Why did you leave in such a hurry last time? Odysseus asked Han Chuo with a smile as Gordon and Aphrodite also chattered away. It couldn't be helped. I had a ton of stuff to do last time, plus that Ferguson was hot on my tail, so I had to leave. Han Chuo smiled apologetically at Odysseus and explained. He looked to the right and left and saw that no one was paying any attention to him. Odysseus couldn't help but ask a question in a low tone at this point. Nodding, Han Chuo said softly, yes. Gordon was delighted and chuckled, you're amazing to have created such a large mercenary band. We were only willing to join after Trunks said that the boss in the shadows was you. Clapping Gordon's shoulder, Han Chuo smiled faintly and nodded, not saying much. The friendship of life and death that Han Chuo had formed with them in the dark forest was indeed becoming of use. A merchant happened to discover a silver mine in the mountain valley. It's said that there's even mithril inside. All of the powers in the Valley of Sunshine have fought several times for possession of this silver mine. I've received news that Lord Eden of the Cairo Mercenary Band will be going over tonight as well. The Cairo Mercenary Band has occupied all high ground in the valley, and it'll be difficult for the other powers to fight against him. Lord Eden has left the valley this time for mithril. The other power won't let him off the hook either, so there's certainly going to be a vicious battle tonight at the silver mine. I've come back to take some men and watch the show, and see if there are any benefits to be had. Trunks explained as he arrived above ground from the misty flat grounds. Startled, Han Chuo said, silver mines are rare enough to begin with. Mithril is the ultimate material used in forging weapons and armor. No wonder everyone's gone crazy over it. If such a mine were discovered, its value is truly unsurpassable. Therefore, all of the factions in the valley will want a share of the profits. The merchant who discovered it was killed in the first moment, but sadly the news had already traveled. Trunks nodded in agreement. Come, let's go take a look as well. If there are no accidents, Janet will appear there as well. Han Chuo thought for a bit and suggested to Trunks. My thoughts precisely. Trunks responded. The group of 30-some people left the cliff silently, heading for their destination with Trunks' instructions. The mercenaries that Trunks had brought along were mostly the experienced, extraordinary members of the Soul Destroyers. They kept checking their equipment along the way and looked around alertly, carefully avoiding the other groups of people along the way. As the sky darkened, before the crescent moon rose into the night sky, Trunks stopped in front of a boulder and pointed at a valley in the distance that was filled with ivy vegetation. There it is, I think all the powers in the valley have arrived. The smaller forces like us who want to take advantage of the situation will also be greatly numerous. It's going to be a bit impossible to hide without anyone discovering us. The others remain here. You, me, and Gilbert will go inside first. Just follow me and be careful. No one will discover us then. Han Chuo turned his head and calmly gave Trunks his orders. Trunks had witnessed Han Chuo's miracles before. He immediately turned back to the others and said, Uncle Grant, you guys remain here and hide yourselves for now. We'll scout ahead. I'll use signals to notify you if anything happens. As experienced mercenaries, they wouldn't have any objections about their chief's orders once they started their operations. Grant nodded, saying lowly, "Understood. Follow me." Han Chuo called out softly and lowered his body to be level with the shrubbery. He took a step out and sent the 3 yin demons out around him, keeping an eye on all movement around him. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, Adding Fuel to the Flames. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This mithril mine is within the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band's area of influence. It now belongs to our Church of Light. All of you please leave. The Light Grand Magus Ferguson floated in the air. He wore a pure white magic robe that shone with splendor. His left hand held a magic staff that emitted a dazzling light. He gave off an inviolable, sacred bearing. All of the light magical elements in the valley converged towards his magic staff from all directions. Ferguson's presence was becoming stronger and stronger. A brilliant curtain of light burst out of the magic staff in his hand, illuminating the moonless valley. A small river was quietly flowing in the center of this valley, a few li wide. Big rocks of strange forms surrounded the whole river. The mountain wall was covered in a green, thick carpet of ivy-like vines. The 4 great powers in the Valley of Sunshine, the Cairo Mercenary Band, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Qatar Orc tribe, had all gathered here. They had divided the valley into 4 sections in order to occupy it. In addition, a dozen or so smaller forces were scattered in groups here and there. All of them had come here driven by greed. Han Chuo had originally wanted to hide his traces. As soon as he heard the loud rumbling, he released the 3 yin demons to circle and scout the valley. After obtaining a clear understanding of the situation through the yin demons, he knew that this was a key moment in the valley, since all the forces were no longer hiding in secret. "Let's go. No one will notice us as long as we're a bit careful." Han Chuo shouted lightly, leading Gilbert and Trunks. The 3 cautiously slipped through several forces to a remote corner in the valley before hiding behind a large boulder. "Mr. Ferguson, the person who discovered the silver mine was a merchant from our House of Menlo. Therefore, the mine naturally belongs to us." Adam Menlo, head of the House of Menlo, said blandly, his face heavy as he glared at Ferguson. Adam Menlo was a skinny old man rumored to be a sky rider. He was riding on the super-rank magic creature Golden Winged Rock, holding a golden spear in hand. He looked very heroic. Dozens of experts from the House of Menlo were behind him. The entire group was riding on exotic, odd magic creatures, their hands grasping superior weapons or magic staffs. They all stared at Ferguson in an unfriendly manner. "Ferguson, it's not your Church of Light's turn to be arrogant in this Valley of Sunshine. Our Cairo Mercenary Band is the true master of this place, everything here belongs to us." The bald, robust Lord Eden shouted in a bell-like voice. His right hand wielded a huge battle axe in demonstration. This battle axe showed no reflection under the light magic, as if it contained a mysterious force within. At a glance, the handle seemed rusted all over, as if it had been through many years of life. Similarly, the elite mercenaries of the Cairo Mercenary Band were standing behind Lord Eden. He was evidently also determined to take control of this mithril mine. The chief of the Qatar Orc tribe stood on another side. He was roughly 2.5 meters tall and carried a huge totem pole on his shoulder. The warriors of the tribe behind him were similar from their bodies to weapons. "Looks like this battle is inevitable." Han Chuo curved his lips into a devious smile as he said to Trunks, looking at the 4 great powers having their tit-for-tat in the central part of the valley. But why are Janet and the Butcher's bandit gangs not here?" Trunk first nodded then asked somewhat suspiciously, "Logically speaking, they should have gotten the message. I didn't expect that they wouldn't even come for a piece of the pie. They've actually come already. They are just hiding like us. Heh, these bandits didn't dare to expose themselves, so they've just been hiding." Han Chuo pointed in the direction of the Qatar Orc tribe chief and said, "There's a huge rock in the mountain valley behind them, the butcher's bandits are over there. Over there, within the ivy bush about a li behind the house of Menlo is Janet's gang. However, we shouldn't go hunting for her for the time being. Let's look at the situation first before deciding. Understood. Trunks replied. Since the valley was limited in size, the parties here had only brought a portion of their elite forces. The number of people from each faction wasn't too large. All of the powers in the light and dark had gathered here with the intention of taking the mine. The situation was an imminent stalemate in every corner and direction of the valley. At this moment, no one dared to make a move. Even Lord Eden didn't dare to act first, avoiding the inevitability of becoming a target for the other forces. After quarreling with each other for a while, the four great powers were still stuck in a battle of glares and curses. Even the lackeys only waved their weapons around like props. They hadn't officially started the fight. Obviously, they were still having some apprehension about each other. These people are so troublesome. Why can't they just make a move? I'm already so tired from looking at them. Gilbert observed for a while, but the bunch was still quarreling non-stop. He couldn't help but complain. Where is the mine? I'll give them some impetus. Han Chuo thought for a bit, then looked to Trunks and asked. There's a hidden underground cave over there at that overgrowth. Rumor has it there is silver inside, and even a very small amount of mithril. Trunks answered as he pointed at the place where the four great factions were standing. His heart jumped as Han Chuo suddenly had an idea. He laughed devilishly, I have a way. This time, I must make Florida suffer continuously. Han Chuo's group saw Florida upon moving forward. His injuries had been completely healed after half a year's worth of recovery. He was currently in high spirits as he stood behind his grandfather Ferguson, and whispered something to Asa. Asa and Maxine had tried to assassinate Han Chuo during his last trip to the Valley of Sunshine. Marco's right arm had been cut off in the end, and he barely escaped with great embarrassment. He seemed to yet to recover, as his face was pale without the color of blood. Even though the severed arm had been reconnected, the spasming of his fingers indicated that some after effects were present. His arm might never recover its original flexibility. The little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie appeared after a necromancy chant. After being refined by demonic magic, the Earth Elite zombie no longer had the original appearance of a zombie warrior. He didn't look much different from a human. Upon receiving an order, the Earth Elite zombie slowly sank into the ground and disappeared before the incredulous eyes of Trunks. There was no change in the land where he disappeared, as if he were a drop of water absorbed by the soil. What is this? What thing is he? Trunks cried out in disbelief. He seemed to be unable to accept the scene that he had just witnessed. Pointing at the little skeleton, Han Chuo smiled and explained, the same as him. Upon hearing Han Chuo mention him, the little skeleton's purple eye immediately lit up and focused on Trunks. He arrogantly waved his right hand which grasped the bone knife, seemingly disdainful of Trunks' ignorance. I see, wondrous Brian. You truly know how to shock people. Trunks exclaimed, then smiled wryly as he said, no wonder both Ferguson and Edwin are looking for you. This is the territory of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. You dared to break into this place and covet the silver mine. You really think too little of us. Florida shouted on the other side with murderous intent as he looked coldly at Lord Eden. Amongst the troops invading the valley this time, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had brought the most amount of people. Moreover, with the presence of his grandfather Ferguson and the Church of Light, Florida felt that his side was the most powerful. His manner naturally became more overbearing. Florida, do you think the Valley of Sunshine is your home just because you have your grandfather backing you? Lord Eden coldly snorted as he mocked Florida. Suddenly, the Earth Elite zombie appeared beneath the thick bush of ivy vines. His hands held a huge silver rock and enthusiastically ran towards Florida, giving the big rock to the latter under the crowd's watching eyes. Very good, damn you! Florida, your people are blatantly exploiting the mine and simply ignoring our presence. Seeing the situation, the head of the House of Menlo, Adam Menlo, immediately cursed out loud. He rode the super-rank golden-winged roc and rushed straight at Florida. The golden-winged roc was 12 meters long. Its pair of golden wings unfurled and covered the moon that had just risen in the night sky. A sharp cry resounded as the huge wings were like sharp blades that were flapping rapidly, creating enormous gusts through the valley. The frenzied winds fiercely buffeted the rainbow sickle mercenaries on Florida's side, making their sleeves flutter madly. Their bodies swayed as they couldn't stand straight. As the golden spear was raised, it emitted a thick murderous intent. Adam Menlo was at the forefront as he charged towards the rainbow sickle mercenary band. The men from the House of Menlo were riding all kinds of exotic magic creatures as they shouted and followed from behind. Your Church of Light will never have the chance to be arrogantly dominant in the Valley of Sunshine. Brothers, let him know who's the strongest in the Valley of Sunshine. Lord Eaton suddenly roared to the sky, bursting out of his clothes. A terrifying aura exploded out of his body and his bald head shone brilliantly. As his body sank into a berserk state, Lord Eaton became extremely violent and impulsive. He carried the huge battle axe and was the first to rush out, leading the charge. The battle axe swept out fiercely. The boulders that he passed exploded with rumbling sounds as he charged forward with terrifying momentum. Behind him, a group of Cairo mercenaries also went berserk. They roared and howled loudly as they rushed towards the rainbow sickle mercenaries like a group of mad bulls. At the same time, the chief of the Qatar Orc tribe howled a few sentences in the Orc language, fiercely slamming his huge totem against the ground. The ground immediately shook violently before the totem pole caused a great pit. Several Orc shamans also capered madly. Colorful lights fell one by one onto the bodies of dozens of Orcs behind Qatar. After being blessed by the chant, their muscles turned as hard as granite. Together, they raised their shining totem poles and advanced in a strange rhythm, howling as they rushed towards Florida. Who are you? Do you want to kill us all? Florida roared furiously at the Earth Elite Zombie, his rage reaching its peak. He quickly chanted a spell, wanting to kill the Earth Elite Zombie first before anything else. It was a pity that the Earth Elite Zombie quickly sank into the ground and had already disappeared without a trace before he even completed the spell. Florida eventually gathered a light sword to deal with Lord Eaton, who was madly charging towards him. Once the berserkers and Orcs went berserk, Florida knew too well how difficult it would be to stop them. He understood that this battle was unavoidable. On the other hand, he had the intention of killing Lord Eaton to begin with. He'd be killed heartlessly if he didn't find a way to stop the latter. The light sword shot forward as he laughed wildly. The attack had yet to reach Lord Eaton before it shattered into tiny pieces of light. The bald berserker sprinted towards Florida with awe-inspiring momentum. Boulders were sent flying in many pieces wherever he passed. The battle axe in his hand emitted a presence that could disintegrate mountains and upend the seas. Formidable, they truly are experts. This battle is really interesting. Han Chuo laughed loudly and said leisurely as he looked at the other three great powers attacking the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Honored Master, what do we do now? Gilbert couldn't help but ask with excitement when he saw the chaotic scenes. Trunks, send out the signal and have our brothers come over. These people who want to fight, let them fight. You guys go harvest the mine, I will keep watch out here. Han Chuo hastily told Trunks when he saw the scene of extreme chaos in the valley. But the mine entrance is right where they are fighting. Since they've blocked the place, whoever tries to go inside will meet with a bad downfall. This isn't a good idea. Trunks smiled wryly and didn't immediately release the signal. Heh, the secret tunnel is prepared. With the Earth Elite Zombie here, we won't have to go that way. Han Chuo laughed softly. As soon as he finished those words, a tunnel appeared underneath the rock where they were hiding. The Earth Elite Zombie stood in the middle of that tunnel and waved his hand, beckoning with a broad smile. Chapter 261. Chapter 261, Night of Madness. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Ordinary earth mages could use the power of the earth to form all sorts of attacks. The earth element's forbidden magic, falling meteor and rage of the earth even had the terrifying power to destroy a city. Yet, despite the earth mages being able to use the earth element to conduct all sorts of attacks, they were still unable to use the earth's power as flexibly as the earth elite zombie. As the favored child of the earth, once the earth elite zombie stepped on the ground, he could use the earth elemental energy to commit a lot of magical and wondrous things. It wasn't hard for him to use the power of the earth to form tunnels underneath the ground. When a tunnel appeared out of nowhere, Trunks knew that it must lead towards the mine. The four powers of the Valley of Sunshine were currently locked in intense battle in order to claim the silver mine. Yet, the appearance of such a tunnel allowed Trunks and the others to directly enter the innermost location without any trouble at all. Understood. Trunks chuckled, then let out an eagle-like shriek. Due to the clamor from the heaven-shaking fighting within the valley, Trunks' shriek didn't seem out of the ordinary. Through the Yin Demon's surveillance, Han Chuo was able to see Grant and the others snap to attention after hearing Trunks' shriek, then immediately move vigilantly towards the inside of the valley. Roar! The berserk Lord Eden howled towards the sky and hurled the battle-axe from his hands, causing a piercing, radiant light to enclose 7 people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. All of the people that were covered in his light had their body torn savagely into pieces, blood spraying all over Lord Eden. Be careful of Lord Eden. If I'm seeing correctly, what he's holding should be the divine weapon of the Berserker's battle axe. Lord Eden is already a powerhouse who can become Berserk twice over. Legend says that a Berserker with the Berserker's battle axe can use its power to enter the Berserk mode once again. A Berserker who can become Berserk 3 times is definitely stronger than a great sword master. I think he is going to be the hardest to handle in the valley. Even Ferguson might not be his opponent, so you definitely have to be careful of him. Trunks couldn't help but remind Han Chuo the moment Trunks saw the enraged, muscle-bulging Lord Eden release a terrifying aura. Han Chuo actually became rather interested in trying after hearing Trunks' words and said softly, "A Berserker who can become Berserk 3 times, hehe, that's rather interesting. There's also those Qatar orcs, be careful not to become surrounded by them. Otherwise, when their totems hit the earth, they will form a very terrifying shockwave. Once you are swept by the impact, it would be very difficult to live." As an old hand in the valley, Trunks was quite clear about the different faction and couldn't help but remind Han Chuo after seeing that the battle in the valley had officially started. "Don't worry, I'll keep it in mind. Be careful when you go inside. I'll have the Earth Elite Zombie follow you guys so that if your movement is exposed, you can leave from the tunnel immediately. With the Earth Elite Zombie underground, your safety should be fine." Han Chuo gazed at the group of people excitedly as bloodlust gradually rose from the depths of his heart. After saying that to Trunk, he immediately walked towards the insides of the valley in a ghost-like manner. Seeing that Han Chuo had left, the little skeleton walked over to the Earth Elite Zombie's side and patted his shoulders, then followed Han Chuo as usual. In Gilbert's eyes, this wasn't anything special, since this wasn't the first time he saw the two beings communicate. However, Trunks, faced with this obvious jarring of common sense, he exclaimed once again when he saw the little skeleton's strange actions. "Chief, what is it?" Grant couldn't help but ask after rushing over when he saw Trunks' weird expression. Trunks remained dumbly looking at the little skeleton's departing back. "No, nothing, all of you follow me." Trunks smiled wryly and shook his head, then he waved at Grant before walking down into the tunnel. The Earth Elite Zombie was very intelligent. The moment he saw Trunks jump down, he went further into the darkness and led the way in front. What is going on? Why is there a tunnel?" Grant couldn't help but exclaim with a face full of shock when he came down and saw an endless tunnel. "Don't ask so much, just hurry!" Gilbert yelled, then immediately followed Trunks into the tunnel. All of the mercenaries who'd come down were extremely confused, but once they got over their surprise, they all filed into the tunnel. After everyone had entered, the tunnel closed miraculously without a trace. Meanwhile, the valley was in chaos. The 100-something elites from the 4 significant powers of the Valley of Sunshine were crashing together. When Han Shuo neared that area in interest, he found that the situation had changed in an odd way, completely out of his predictions. Originally, due to the Earth Elite zombies' actions, the other 3 forces had rushed towards the Rainbow Sickles. Out of them, the Cairo mercenaries with ferocious war god Lord Eden as ferocious as a war god and slaughtered the Rainbow Sickles, who had no corresponding expert. Even though the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had the advantage in numbers, if the House of Menlo and the Qatar Orc tribe had also attacked together, the Rainbow Sickles would have been in dire straits. However, the situation wasn't like that. The House of Menlo and the Qatar Orc tribe that had rushed forward with Lorden's mercenaries all defected once they neared the Rainbow Sickles. With an explosive roar from Adam Menlo and Qatar, the experts from the 2 forces all started attacking the Cairo mercenaries. Wahaha, Lord Eden, you never would have imagined this, right? The real target is your Cairo mercenary band in today's fight. You finally left the Valley of Sunshine, so don't think about going back, haha. Florida of the Rainbow Sickles suddenly laughed maniacally. As he floated in the air, his loud voice passed to every single corner of the valley. Times have changed, the Cairo mercenaries has controlled the Valley of Sunshine for too long. No matter what, you have to move a little. Adam Menlo's, the master of the House of Menlo, sinister voice also rang out as he flew towards Lord Eden on a great golden-winged rock. The circumstances had changed shockingly. It seemed like the Rainbow Sickles, Adam Menlo, and the Orc tribe had all come to an agreement. The intense argument beforehand was only a way of covering the fact that these 3 forces had already set their target on Lorden's Cairo mercenary band in secret. Those accompanying Lord Eden were the most elite berserkers of the Cairo mercenary band. Out of the 50-something people, there were 20 berserkers who had the ability to become berserk once, and 4 of them, including Harris, had the ability to become berserk twice. Add to that the presence of the 4 archmages and 3 sword masters they'd recruited over the years, it meant that the majority of the strongest people from the Cairo mercenaries were all there. Yet, when faced with the sudden defection of the House of Menlo and the Orc tribe, 6 berserkers on the outer ring were immediately slaughtered by the experts from the 2 forces in the blink of an eye. On Florida's side, his grandfather Ferguson, had already descended from the sky and was watching the changes in the valley with a cold gaze. He didn't join in the attack on Lord Eden. Roar! Lord Eden howled as the berserker's war axe in his hand attacked without a pattern. Meanwhile, a powerful aura spread as the berserker's battle axe caused curtains of light to appear, and all those who were swept into the light were smashed into smithereens. Follow me to break out! Lorden's yelled echoed through the entire valley. All of the people from the Cairo mercenary band suddenly changed directions and rushed towards the House of Menlo that were charging it towards them. Adam Menlo waved the golden spear in his hands atop his rock, making the air sound out with his sword aura. As golden-winged rock flapped its wings, tornadoes formed in the air and swept towards the people of the Cairo mercenary band. A fire mage of the House of Menlo released 3 snakes of fire that were 5 meters long. They spread out as if they were alive, one towards Lord Eden, while the other 2 slithered to flank the Cairo mercenary group in a cone-like formation. The tender green plants that they'd slithered over in their path quickly melted. Adam, you ancient piece of crap, if you want to die, then I'll send you on your way. Lord Eden roared in anger and leapt into the air. The berserker's battle axe flared out a curtain of light, causing the 5-meter-long fire snake to rain down from the sky in sparks before it even managed to draw near his body. Silver light exploded from the berserker's battle axe like satin sashes. It surged out like a waterfall as it shot directly towards Adam Menlo on the great golden-winged rock. Ding! Adam Menlo's golden spear connected directly with the berserker's battle axe, making Lorden's leaping figure tremble and then fall from the sky into the middle of the House of Menlo. Adam Menlo grunted, then quickly urged the rock to fly higher, as if he was afraid of the rampaging Lord Eden. As Lord Eden howled in anger, he made his move once again. The fact that he'd landed right in the middle of the House of Menlo also made things more convenient. Before the archmage who'd casted dancing fire snakes could react, he was split in half by a hack from the battle axe, spilling his blood and guts onto the ground. Lordan's savage power seemed to have found an outlet after landing in the middle of Adam Menlo's troops. He instantly caused the brutal death of several people, but the experts of the House of Menlo had managed to react by now, and they all aimed the broadswords, spears and bows at Lord Eden. All sorts of attacks swarmed him before Lord Eden was able to cause more tremendous damage. Ding clang dong! The berserker's battle-axe hand danced furiously in Lordan's as it blocked most of the attacks. However, several arrows still penetrated his defenses, and pinned his shoulders and back. A spear also appeared from a strange angle and carved a thin and long wound underneath his arm, where blood spurted forth madly. However, the berserk Lord Eden did not know pain at all. Furthermore, the defenses of his body were also terrifying. Although all of the arrows and long bows had packed such power and momentum that they would pierce through a normal person's body, they only managed to scratch Lordan's skin. Regardless of arrow or spear, the missiles only entered about a nail's depth into Lordan's muscles. As long as we kill Lord Eden, I, Florida, swear to back off from the fight over the silver mine. Don't let him leave here alive. Florida rose in the air as the exquisite staff in his hand continuously shimmered, sending out exquisite radiant sword slashes and pulses towards the people from the Cairo mercenary band. Aooooo! The orc chieftain, Qatar, howled, and led a group of orcs empowered by various shamanic spells in a charge towards the Cairo mercenaries. Although these orcs were least in number, they seemed to be immune to most of the magic attacks. Aside from causing their skin to turn redder, the water and fire spells casted by the Cairo archmages were not of any use. A savage power impacted the ground, causing one of the archmages to become assaulted by a huge tremor. Even his rank 3 magical beast, the deep water venom python, was hit as well. His steed died instantly, while the archmage bled from all of his orifices. He frantically used a levitation spell to fly into the sky. Since this fight had included all of the true experts in the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine, the dense murderous aura due to their hatred and bitterness were all attracted by a power when they died, causing them to gather behind a huge boulder. Hanchuo, who had been watching excitedly behind the boulder, had bloodshot eyes at the moment as waves of blood-red evil aura wreathed around him. As more and more experts died, the terrifying aura around Hanchuo's body became denser and denser. Roar! A crazy long howl sounded out from afar, causing an enormous boulder the size of a house to suddenly break apart, its pieces flying everywhere. The evil aura around Hanchuo had condensed into a strange wave of blood as his crimson eyes glared savagely ahead. The terrifying aura from his body spread out quickly, and everyone's gazes became fixated on Hanchuo when all of the powerhouses in the valley felt this evil, raging aura. Hanchuo turned swiftly into a ray of blood light and shot into the midst of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band like a bloodthirsty demon. He was able to pound away at 3 great sword masters of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band with a single punch, while the blood that spurting out from his punch condensed into plasma. It's him, kill him. Florida's hatred for Hanchuo was deeply entrenched into his bones. Even though Hanchuo's appearance was very different from usual at this moment, he was still able to recognize him with a glance, causing him to yell out furiously. However, for an unknown reason, Florida, who should have been the first one to make a move, suddenly felt deep terror in his heart. Although he yelled loudly about killing Hanchuo, he subconsciously moved back. It was obvious that he was afraid. Chapter 262 Chapter 262, Resurrection of the Dead. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hee, Florida, we meet again. Hanchuo sneered with crimson eyes. He was terrifying, like someone possessed by a demon. Normally speaking, once someone of the bloodlust realm went berserk, they would lose their mind and enter a mentality of endless slaughter, completely unable wake up. However, during the journey to the Forbidden Place last time, Hanchuo and the Demon Slayer Edge had taken in a lot of specters. When the pure power had been absorbed by the demon infant, it seemed to have a miraculous effect on him. This time, Han Shuo felt that most of the evil aura of hatred, terror, and savagery swirled around was actually absorbed by the demon slayer edge within his body, causing most of the things swirling around his body to only be pure evil power. The negative emotions were the main reason why once Han Shuo would lose control over himself once he entered the bloodlust mode. Although the infinite bloodlust within Han Shuo's heart did not decrease when those negative emotions were absorbed by the demon slayer edge, his firm will allowed his mind to remain clear. This differed from when he was in the forbidden area, where he'd nearly killed Gilbert since he was unable to distinguish friend from foe. You won't be able to run away. You'll die today. Kill him. Florida fled until he was in a place that he was safe before calling out hatefully. You're actually not dead. Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light exclaimed as he gazed at Han Shuo. How could I die so quickly when you haven't died yet, Kaka? Han Shuo laughed oddly and made as if an eagle preparing to soar into the sky. Dense bloodlust spread out with Han Shuo as the center and formed an area suffused with blood-red mist. A terrifying and savage aura exploded out from within this area. The remaining power, that had yet to dissipate from the experts who'd just died, all coalesced with the blood mist. As Han Shuo's aura became stronger and stronger, the area became a burning cloud that moved to cover Ferguson. What kind of magic is this? Even with Ferguson's insight, he was unable to understand Han Shuo's methods of attack. However, he instinctively sensed danger. The magic staff in his hand shone brilliantly as he cast an illuminate, quickly backing away to hide like Florida. Once the spell illuminate had been cast, it was as if another sun had appeared in the sky. A ball of piercing light, carrying pure and holy power, surged towards Han Shuo. Unfortunately, while illuminate had the power to exorcise evil, it was completely ineffective towards Han Shuo's demonic techniques. As the people underneath him died gruesomely, the aura from Han Shuo became stronger and stronger. A mist of blood, covering a large patch of area, spread out, causing the 8 rainbow sickles to feel as if an evil power had surged into their bodies. They cried out in anguish until their bodies bulged and exploded. Who exactly are you? You're more evil than the Calamity Church. I won't allow you to get away with this. Ferguson grew furious and roared while pointing at Han Shuo, as the rainbow sickles instantly exploded without any hope of resistance. Old fart, I reminded you last time and you didn't listen. Although Han Shuo still retained control over his mind in the bloodlust realm, his desire for slaughter was unable to be suppressed. Thus, he spoke coldly as he controlled the demonic cloud towards the rainbow sickle mercenary band. A blood-red fan flew out from the bloody mist. The intense murderous aura around Han Shuo surged crazily into the blood fan, causing the pictures of hundreds of demons on the fan to release an intense blood mist. The bloodlust fan was a demonic treasure that Han Shuo had refined during his 3 months of closed-door cultivation. It was specifically used by those within the bloodlust realm. Han Shuo's blood essence was in the bloodlust fan, and it was able to transmute the murderous aura wreathing Han Shuo's body into a bloody mist that would cause blood to boil and bodies to explode. Now that it had been released by Han Shuo, it immediately showed a spectacular effect by converting the murderous aura. As the number of deceased in the surroundings increased, the terrifying aura of blood around Han Shuo also became more and more powerful. Wherever the blood fan passed, those ensconced by the mist were unable to control the blood in their bodies from boiling, and they all imploded with gruesome deaths. Use wind magic to blow away the bloody mist, quickly. Seeing that the bloody mist was traveling over, Florida immediately lost his calm as he gave this quick order. The wind mages on the side immediately cast tornado and gale wind spells as soon he had shouted. The dozen or so small tornadoes churned over and destroyed everything like a knife. The bloody mist that had been gathered by the blood fan was blown apart, no longer able to coalesce as Han Shuo wished. No treasure was perfect. Thus, Han Shuo was neither surprised nor discouraged when the bloody mist of the bloodlust fan was torn apart by wind magic. As Florida yelled loudly and the remaining rainbow sickles attacked, Han Shuo's body flew backwards, and swiftly stopped in the air over Lorden's head. "Lord Eden, I'll help you break through the encirclement, but that cursed shop belongs to me. Furthermore, the Soul Destroyers will have the right to publicly recruit mercenaries in the Valley of Sunshine. How's that sound?" Han Chuo stood straight in the air surrounded by his murderous aura and threw out these suggestions whilst looking down at the wound-riddled Lord Eden. It was obvious that three of the great factions in the Valley of Sunshine had plotted together against Lord Eden in this battle. If Lord Eden died here, then the Valley of Sunshine would immediately be plunged into chaos. The Rainbow Sickles would then be most likely to take charge. This was something that Han Chuo didn't wish to see, and it was also detrimental to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's development. Due to this, even if it wasn't for Lord Eden and purely for Trunks and himself, Han Chuo would have helped Lord Eden break free as well. Of course, it would be all the more perfect if Han Chuo could secure some benefits before helping him. Han Chuo also believed that Lord Eden would not refuse in this situation. As he expected, Lord Eden did not hesitate. He looked up and yelled back at almost the same moment Han Chuo had finished speaking. "Agreed. If our people can leave the valley alive, I'll also give you an extra 10,000 gold. Deal." Han Chuo replied calmly. As spell after spell was chanted and the canopy of necromancy was released, the sky became covered by dark green clouds that were dense and unable to be broken apart. Meanwhile, several acidic swamps suddenly formed in the middle of the Qatar Orc tribe and House of Menlo troops. As Han Chuo chanted out various mystic spells whilst waving his hands, rays of strange light shot out beneath the canopy of necromancy, landing onto the bodies of the experts who had died not too long ago. A terrifying scene occurred. The people, that had been killed not long ago, began to struggle to their feet without a hint of humanity left in their eyes. The wounds on their bodies still bled, even the intestines of some of them could be seen. What was more horrifying was that some of them had their guts dangling from their waist, as if they hadn't properly put their belts on. When the deceased stood up one by one, it was enormously shocking and absolutely horrifying to those who were still alive. Every single live person who noticed this scene let out terrifying screams, causing the entire valley to sink further into chaotic uproar. Resurrection of corpses was one of the most horrifying and memorable magics of necromancy. It was something that had become an ancient legend, having disappeared from the continent for several thousand years. There was no record of this spell in the now forlorn branch of necromancy magic. However, on such a night and in such a place, the four great factions of the Valley of Sunshine had the fortune of witnessing this long-lost evil magic. Legends were legends after all. When corpses stood up one by one and attacked their former comrades while waving their weapons, the shock completely destroyed their companions' minds. "Oh, gods! How is this possible?" Ferguson let out an anguished wail as he looked at everything that was happening in disbelief. "Lord Eden, don't say that I didn't help you. Quickly use this chance to break free." Han Chuo grinned coldly as zombies and skeletons appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the four shocked great factions, alongside the resurrected corpses. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, these beings of darkness became like fish in water, having their power and speed greatly increased. After being reminded by Han Chuo, the immensely shocked Lord Eden quickly came back to himself and immediately yelled, "What are you guys spacing out for? Charge!" The immense roar made the dumbly staring Cairo mercenaries return to themselves. As they looked at their intimate companions, who'd already passed away, stand up in terrifying form, the mercenaries were absolutely shocked senseless. If it weren't for Lorden's shout waking them from their stupor, they might have needed quite a while to return to their senses. However, since they were Han Chuo's protective targets, they were still fine even when they were staring off into space. As for the other three forces, the dead suddenly latched onto some of their ankles, the subsequent terror from which might become engraved on their hearts for the rest of their lives. Some who reacted a bit slower were stabbed to death by their former comrades. Han Chuo stood in the air and gazed coldly at the savage changes underneath. The murderous aura from his body surged and flared, releasing an evil atmosphere. When coupled with his savage look and red eyes, it caused him to look the epitome of terror. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, Domineering. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Grandpa, hurry and cast radiant glory. Expel this evil magic. Florida shouted in a panic as he looked at the dumbfounded Ferguson. The shocked Ferguson only reacted when he was reminded by his grandson. The magic staff in his hand burst forth again with the holy force of light as his aged voice resonated throughout the valley. O noble God of light, hear my calls. Disperse all darkness, radiant glory. A powerful light tore through the sky. Holy light elements permeated the air above the entire valley. The black-green layer of clouds created by Han Shuo's canopy of necromancy immediately began to disperse under the radiance of the holy light, and disappeared without a trace in a short time. Brilliant light scattered throughout the valley and intermixed with the numerous stars that dotted the sky to emit a soft light. As the holy force of light descended, the deathly air was quickly dispelled. The dark creatures summoned by Han Shuo started smoking under the rays of the holy light, and their speed and power were hindered. However, the resurrected dead bodies weren't much affected by the strong light from the radiant glory. Even though their skin also began emitting white smoke, they could still move freely, so they rushed straight at the troops of the three great powers. The experts who died thanks to Han Shuo's necromancy magic also had the presence of dark creatures on them. However, they'd only just died after all, so this dark presence was very weak. This enabled them to barely manage to resist the rays of light magic. The Cairo mercenary band still had around 20 people left thanks to Han Shuo's assistance earlier. They took advantage of the House of Menlo being stunned senseless to escape the encirclement of the three great powers and flee to the entrance of the valley. Han Shuo knew the canopy of necromancy would certainly be dispelled wherever the radiant glory shone upon, and that the summoned dark creatures similarly wouldn't be spared. However, a bit of acid from the acid bog had been already released earlier, so the men chasing Lorden's group were more or less affected by this acid. The House of Menlo was the one most affected. Their magical creature mounts panicked when they stepped into the acid, their feet and legs quickly consumed by the acid. This looked similar to the effects that radiant glory had when hitting dark creatures. Be careful. I'm going to kill him, this damnable evil of a necromancer. The House of Menlo had spent years of effort to finally gather this group of high-rank magical creatures. Now that 6 of their rank 2 or 3 creatures had died in the blink of an eye, Adam Menlo was furious. He roared loudly in anger as he glared at Han Shuo. Keek! Wanna kill me? Come on! Han Shuo couldn't suppress his thirst for blood and had been worrying about where he could vent. As soon as he heard the furious Adam Menlo's furious shout, his blood-red pupils immediately snapped to him. Using the art of the demonic ninth heavens to float in the air, Han Shuo's entire body was filled with ferocious killing intent that was horrifying. Even Florida, who had a bone-deep hatred towards him, didn't dare to issue an order to attack. On one hand, it was because Han Shuo's momentum was too terrifying, and on the other, it was because it was difficult to handle him when he was so high up in the air. Kill Lord Eden first. The Cairo mercenary is finished as soon as he's dead. Leave this guy alone for now. Florida couldn't help but shout anxiously when he saw Asa and Andy floating up and raising their magic staffs to deal with Han Shuo. Lord Eden was leading a group of survivors and rushing towards the entrance of the valley. Florida had gone through a great deal of effort and was even willing to let go of the mithril mine this time to kill Lord Eden. He wanted to take control of the Valley of Sunshine for the Rainbow Sickles, so he naturally couldn't let the former leave alive. Upon hearing Florida's shout, more than 30 Rainbow Sickle experts pursued Lord Eden together. Andy, who'd floated up and was about to deal with Han Shuo with Asa, turned and flew towards Florida after looking at Han Shuo standing arrogantly in the air. However, Asa, whose arm had been sliced off by Han Shuo by the Demon Slayer Edge, didn't listen to Florida's order. He glared viciously at Han Shuo and rushed at him along with the Adam Menlo. Ferguson released the radiant glory behind Asa, then softly heaved a few breaths and floated over like a fluttering willow leaf in the air. Shoot him! Adam Menlo commanded from the back of the rock, his hand holding the dazzling golden spear as he lunged at Han Shuo. The House of Menlo only had less than 30 experts left after being swept through by the berserkers and Han Shuo's necromancy magic. Under Adam Menlo's command, they each aimed their crossbow bolts and spinning axes at Han Shuo, who was standing grandly in the sky. 3 yin demons were observing the entire battlefield. Therefore, Han Shuo could clearly see any abnormal actions that occurred. When the attacks from the Menlo's troops hurtled through the air towards him, he only curved his lips into a disdainful sneer without taking any other action. The attacks from below were just about to connect with Han Shuo when his proudly aloof body suddenly wavered, then split into 4 clones. These 4 clones looked exactly the same as the original. They flew in 4 different directions towards Ferguson, Adam Menlo, Asa, and the members of the House of Menlo respectively. The bolts and spinning axes from the Menlo people below suddenly connected with empty air. They didn't even touch a corner of Han Shuo's clothes. What is this? How did he become 4 people? Damn it! Am I seeing things? Shocked exclamations poured out from the mouths of those of the House of Menlo non-stop. Seeing one of the Han Shuo speedily closing in on them, Ferguson's side had no idea what was going on. Ferguson and Asa dodged instinctively. Only Adam Menlo on the back of the rock still met Han Shuo's attack head-on with his golden spear, despite his surprise. Successive sounds ripped through the air at this time as 7 bone spurs shimmering with cold light came at Adam Menlo from all directions. The little skeleton stood proudly on a huge rock, a light dancing within his purple eye as his gaze locked onto Adam Menlo, who rode the golden-winged rock. The 7 bone spurs flew in a bizarre orbit as they attacked the golden-winged rock. The bone spurs sparkled with a brilliant jade-like light like 7 eerily sharp snow blades. The bone spurs churned into the rock's wings, causing metallic dings and sharp, low whines to emit from the rock. Blood splattered from its wounds and dyed the golden feathers. It was obviously injured. Adam Menlo had originally rushed at Han Shuo with a ferocious momentum. He was now waving the golden spear around to block the 7 bone spurs. He kept cursing non-stop, evidently angered to death. "You old thing, you want to kill me?" Keek. The 3 clones suddenly vanished, revealing the original Han Shuo now standing 10 meters above Adam Menlo. His pupils were deep red as he cawed madly, the killing aura around his body condensing onto his arm. As Han Shuo's hand smashed downwards, the focused killing aura rushed violently down like layers of blood. "Damn it!" Adam Menlo cursed loudly. The spear had been defending him against the 7 bone spurs was forced to change directions and head upwards instead. He pushed the fighting aura of a sky rider to its limit, forming a silver curtain of light to block the invasion of the bloody waves. However, this force had been distilled from Han Shuo's murderous aura, a terrifying power embodied within him. A thick killing intent that could cover the heavens and earth dropped down like a cage, its force comparable to a mountain. The curtain of light formed by the fighting aura could only resist for a span of 2 breaths of time before it was obliterated by the bloody waves. Rumble! A loud explosion resounded. The bloody waves were like a river from the galaxy, surging over both Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock. They drove the super-rank magical creature straight down into the ground, creating an earthquake that shook the mountain wall. Seeing that Han Shuo had shot down both their head of house and the golden-winged rock, the experts of the family suddenly panicked. They gave up chasing Lord Eden and swarmed to where their leader had fallen. As soon as they arrived, they saw both Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock struggling to their feet. The men immediately surrounded the two. When Han Shuo saw that the House of Menlo had already surrounded their head of house and the golden-winged rock, Han Shuo stood still in the sky and didn't continue to attack. The golden-winged rock was obscuring his vision, so he couldn't see if Adam Menlo was dead or alive. His terrifying presence and blood-red eyes returned to normal after a while. Han Shuo's current strength could easily deal with a Sky Rider or a Great Sword Master. With the little skeleton, victory was even more assured. However, the reason why he'd been able to thoroughly trounce Adam Menlo and the super rank rock just now was mostly likely due to the abundant killing aura that had filled the valley. His one attack earlier had released all the killing aura he'd absorbed from the valley. Han Chuo had regained his calm. He once again summoned the 3 yin demons to surveil every moment within the valley. Chapter 264. Chapter 264, Stomping on a Grand Magus. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val? Who on earth is this person? Too formidable. Even head Adam Menlo and his super-rank magical creature were taken down. Too horrifying. Just what kind of skill did he use? Why couldn't I identify it at all? He definitely has the power of a sacred sword master, otherwise he wouldn't be that powerful. The small powers in the Valley of Sunshine were all hiding in the valley's periphery. They were trembling and cowering as they watched the chaotic battle unfold, and whispered exclamations. Aou! In the end, Chief Lor Eden of the Cairo mercenary band remained behind by himself after escaping the encirclement. He emitted wailing battle cries as the battle axe in his hand emitted layers of silver light under the moonlight. The muscles on Lorden's bare upper body were now sparkling with silver light. His eyebrows and thick chest hair had changed from black to silver. Cracking sounds ringing out from his 2-meter-tall body, his frame seemed to be stretched by some force as he grew another half-meter taller. He now clenched the battle axe with both hands instead of one. There was an enormous presence exuding from the weapon that now madly sparkled with silver light. Lor Eden was roaring as he ferociously chopped the battle axe down towards the rainbow sickle mercenaries who were pursuing him. Piercing silver light shot straight forward and crackled as it swept the ground. The several rainbow sickle mercenaries simply had no way to defend against the invasion as their bodies were sliced neatly through. The speed of the silver light was extremely fast, cutting through several mercenaries without impediment. It then continued to close in on the horrified Florida with incredible momentum. He fled frantically into the air, his forehead now covered in cold sweat. A thrice berserker? Oh my god! Lor Eden is crazy. That must be the divine weapon of the Berserker tribe, the Berserker battle axe. No wonder his power has become one notch stronger. What a terrifying fellow! No shit! How could he hold sway in the Valley of Sunshine if he's not strong enough? The people watching the fight in the dark couldn't help but exclaim as they saw Lor Eden go berserk once again and reach a legendary status that almost no one could attain. Shoot him! Arrows, axes, and spears shot straight at Lor Eden in accordance with Florida's shout. In addition, lightning bolts, as thick as an arm, cleaved violently down at him from the sky, dancing like fire snakes. A dense mass of whizzing arrows and erupting earth spikes blasted towards Lor Eden. An intense series of attacks descended. A large patch was charred, the earth cracked, and every plant was disintegrated to ashes. Arrows and spears were scattered all over the ground, dust filled the air that the wind was slowly dispersing. Lor Eden remained in the center of it all with his battle axe in hand, proud and tall. Lor Eden seemed to fear no pain after becoming thrice berserk. Even though the skin of his singed body was cracked in many places, they were all minor skin injuries. For Lor Eden to stand firmly after facing such an enormous number of physical and magical attacks from experts, his power was truly, extremely terrifying. Aou! Lor Eden howled at the moon. He unexpectedly still had some spare energy left as he charged at the Qatar orcs and rainbow sickle mercenaries. What a powerful man! A thrice berserker is truly, exceptionally powerful. His body was unexpectedly immune to a majority of both physical and magical attacks. Han Chuo stood in the air, stunned. He involuntarily praised Lor Eden as he watched his actions. Lor Eden once again threw out the battle axe that was flaring with radiance in all directions. The weapon emitted dazzling silver light as it flew in an arc. Several archers in hiding immediately had their flesh and blood rent, the gore spewing around messily. The battle axe returned to Lor Eden's hand after flying a full circle. In fact, it seemed to have a bit of the essence of the law of activating magic. However, the battle axe returned to Lor Eden only after a short flight. It wasn't able to float in the air and follow his wishes like the demon slayer edge. Han Chuo let out a sinister laugh. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was still focused on Lord Eden, he suddenly released the Demon Slayer edge. A purple light blade shot out and made its way towards the Thunder Archmage Asa with a howling sound. Asa resented Hanchuo the most. It was only because Hanchuo had exploded into 4 clones earlier that he was unable to easily kill Hanchuo. Asa's head snapped to Lorden's howl for only a second when he saw Hanchuo's attack unexpectedly close. He was immediately frightened out of his wits. Last time I only managed to slice off your right arm, but this time, I'll cut off your head. Hanchuo leered ferociously and rushed towards Asa. At the moment, both the Rainbow Sickles and the Qatar Orcs were giving their all to deal with the thrice berserk Lord Eden. The experts from the House of Menlo were carefully protecting Adam Menlo. Only the light Grand Magus Ferguson was near Asa. As Asa dodged in fright, Ferguson suddenly turned around and chanted the spell Radiant Protection. A translucent layer of light appeared and firmly wrapped around Asa. Asa heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing his body wrapped in the Radiant Protection. As he was about to cast a lightning protection spell, he suddenly cried out in alarm, "Mr. Ferguson, be careful!" As it turned out, the Demon Slayer edge, that was originally aiming for Asa, suddenly changed its direction as it drew closer, whizzing towards Ferguson who'd just cast Radiant Protection. At the same time, Hanchuo also turned around and followed closely. He didn't even spare a glance at Asa as his eyes stared coldly at Ferguson. Ferguson suddenly realized that Hanchuo's attack at Asa had only been a feint. Hanchuo's real goal had been Ferguson from the start. When he understood this, a strong dread shrouded his heart. He hastily chanted the incantation for Radiant Protection to thoroughly cover his body. Clang! Clank! Sweet metallic sounds of the Demon Slayer edge colliding with Ferguson rang out. Crack after crack appeared in the layers of Radiant Protection. From within, Ferguson quickly focused his mental strength to mobilize the light element and desperately repair the cracks. "Ha ha, old fart, I had warned already you the last time you pursued me. Yet you still stubbornly took action and almost killed me in the river. You didn't think this day would come, did you? You just cast Radiant Glory, so your mental strength is already exhausted. Now after 2 Radiant Protection spells, let's see how long you can hold on for." Hanchuo closed in like a ghost. He didn't withdraw the Demon Slayer edge into his body. Instead, his magical yuan furiously circulated and coalesced itself into 2 attacks. Hanchuo gave an odd chuckle as he unceremoniously mobilized his fists to violently assault the surface of the Radiant Protection. The sound of the violent bombardment was like a loud drum. Cracks in the Radiant Protection spread rapidly beneath the relentless brutal attacks. Ferguson almost had an impulse to vomit blood inside the protection. He'd never felt so lacking in light elemental energy as he did now. He was giving it his utmost efforts to exhaust his mental strength. Extreme dread branded Ferguson's heart with Hanchuo's continued pummeling. Only now did he realize how unfathomable Hanchuo's heart was. He finally understood why the latter released the canopy of necromancy and so many dark creatures in his presence. He had been Hanchuo's original target from the start. Everything had been to take revenge for the last time Ferguson and Maxine had chased him down at the small river. This time, Hanchuo expended quite a bit of effort on this plan. He'd first forced Ferguson to cast Radiant Glory in order to expend a large amount of his mental strength. He then pretended to attack Asa and made Ferguson exhaust his mental strength in casting Radiant Protection, before finally closing in for close-quarter combat. Hanchuo had also expended a great deal of mental strength to cast the canopy of necromancy and summon the large amount of dark creatures. However, he was also a powerful melee attacker with a strange weapon, in addition to being a mage. Although both sides wasted a similar amount of mental strength, Hanchuo could still launch an offensive with his weapon. If all of this had been within Hanchuo's calculations, then his unfathomable heart and his deep, sophisticated scheming were all beyond imagination. Now that Ferguson understood, he'd never feared anyone as much as he did now. "Chase me now, why don't you? You motherfucking SOB! Who do you think you are to decide my life and death? You old fart, you only know to protect your own. I'll make it so that you can't chase me in the future. Han Shuo cursed loudly as he assaulted the radiant protection. Being smashed in both spirit and body, Ferguson finally couldn't help vomiting blood. An immense arrow of blood sprayed out onto the radiant protection, dyeing its pure white color crimson. The cracks became increasingly wider. Florida, what the hell are you still chasing for? Your grandfather is going to get beaten to death. Asa was casting lightning magic non-stop to attack Han Shuo. However, the latter was constantly changing his position to evade while each of his blows still ruthlessly smashed into the radiant protection. Asa finally couldn't help but yell out upon seeing Ferguson vomit blood. The thrice berserk state couldn't last for too long. Lord Eaton had already turned to escape. Florida was chasing him in high spirits when he heard Asa curse loudly. He suddenly panicked and involuntarily looked back. Old fart, bye. As Florida looked on in deep shock, Han Shuo grinned as he dealt a blow aimed at a crack in the radiant protection. This spell had long since been overwhelmed by the brutal attacks and finally shattered, collapsing in a burst of purple light. The body covered in blood of Ferguson suddenly emerged, then fell listlessly on the ground. He was deader than dead. Keek! Han Shuo flew higher and higher with his round of creepy cackling. He left arrogantly under the gaze shot out from Florida's eyes that ached to rip him in half. Chapter 265. Chapter 265, Raw Ores. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo immediately ducked behind a lush bush upon leaving the valley. He used his mental strength to contact the Earth Elite Zombie and the little skeleton. Whoosh! A thin white light gleamed under the moonlight, whizzing from within the valley to settle beside Han Shuo. This was obviously the little skeleton holding his bone knife. The 7 bone spurs had returned to the little skeleton's back. He held the bone knife very leisurely, like a child touring a flower garden, not caring at all about the chaotic happenings in the valley. What a veteran! After establishing contact with his mind, Han Shuo could sense the Earth Elite Zombie swimming towards him from the depths of the valley. 10 seconds later, the ground beneath his feet loosened and the honest Earth Elite Zombie clambered out. Where are they? Han Shuo hastily asked upon seeing the Earth Elite Zombie return. The Earth Elite Zombie was taken aback. He scratched his head dumbly in a moment of thought, then sank again down to the ground, going back to the valley using the same way. However, his speed was a little slower this time. Han Shuo focused his eyes and discovered that the Earth Elite Zombie had drilled a tunnel that one person could fit in. It seemed that the Earth Elite Zombie had thrown everything to the wind and returned to Han Shuo when his master had called him just now, so he'd completely forgotten Trunks and the others. Only after Han Shuo's inquiry did the Earth Elite Zombie remember that he'd been in charge, so he used his natural talent to dig a tunnel again. The Earth Elite Zombie could swim freely within the earth, but Trunks and the others didn't have this miraculous talent. Thus the tunnel was essential. The Earth Elite Zombie was using his talents to create a passage in the valley, and thus his current speed couldn't compare to his usual flying through the earth. The 3 Yin demons were quite a distance away. One was following the Cairo mercenary band's chief Lord Eaton. Lord Eaton had returned to his twice berserk state now and was escaping towards the Valley of Sunshine along with the rest of the remaining Cairo experts. The Cairo mercenary band had taken severe damage after the intense battle in the valley. A dozen experts had been killed, incensing Lord Eaton. However, he understood that it was simply impossible for the Cairo mercenary band to win against the 3 other forces outside the Valley of Sunshine. He intended to return with full effort to the Valley of Sunshine and take revenge at a later time. Another Yin demon remained in the valley. Since Han Shuo had beaten Ferguson to death, Florida had suffered a major blow. He was currently holding Ferguson's corpse and letting out earth-shattering wails. He'd simply forgotten about leading the pursuit of Lord Eaton. Ferguson had dearly spoiled his grandson, paving a great and easy path for his growth. It was due to Ferguson's identity, as well as support from the Church of Light, that allowed Florida to have the confidence in contesting Lord Eden for the position of leading power in the Valley of Sunshine. However, since the grandfather who'd nurtured him had been beaten to death by Han Shuo, it'd be hard to say if he could borrow the force of the Church of Light from now on. To Florida, his grandfather's death was emotionally unbearable and also threw a great wrench into his practical benefits. Even the sinister leader of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band couldn't help but burst into tears under this double blow. The House of Menlo's group wasn't very far from Florida. Adam Menlo's was covered in injuries. When taking that sky-shattering blow from Han Shuo, Adam Menlo had first circulated his fighting aura for a full-body defense before wrapping himself firmly in the great rock. That was how he'd barely escaped the grasp of death. Although he'd avoided heavy injury, his partner for decades, the golden-winged rock hadn't shared the same luck. It had almost been scraped bald by the little skeleton's bone knife, and more than half the feathers on its golden wings had been snapped. When it faced Han Shuo's heaven-shattering blow, the rock had protected Adam Menlo out of instinct, using its enormous body to withstand the attack. Its injuries were extremely serious. In this moment, even though Adam Menlo's heart was dejected, he was also extremely furious. He shakily caressed the rock's bald, bloody wings and screamed with rage, "I want to kill him! I must kill him!" Several small powers lurking in the valley had witnessed all of the heaven-shaking changes that had taken place thus far. Han Shuo's crazy atrocities were engraved in their minds and made the name of Soul Destroyer famous. Since Han Shuo's performance tonight demonstrated his close relationship with the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, no one would dare to look down on the group's strength again. Han Shuo used the 3 yin demons to observe their surroundings. After a while, the Earth Elite Zombie leapt out from the ground again. He pulled on Han Shuo's sleeve and pointed his finger to the underground tunnel, as if waiting for praise. Patting the Earth Elite Zombie's shoulder, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Not bad, you did it right this time." "Did what right?" Trunks followed up as he jumped out of the tunnel with a loud laugh. Gilbert also climbed out with a large hemp sack. Grant and the others followed behind, each also carried a large sack, their faces shining with excitement. "How were things?" Han Shuo asked with a smile, knowing from their expressions that they must have had some generous gains. It was hard to advance inside. There were rocks as sharp as knives. "I'm afraid it'd have been simply impossible if it wasn't for your friend's help. There were several Rainbow Sickle mercenaries, we casually killed them all and took the raw ores that they harvested. We also mined some more and brought them here." Trunks seemed especially happy as he narrated with a carefree laugh. "Looks like the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries used the advantage of geography to gain a head start. Florida had actually dared announce that after killing Lord Eden, they would give up the Mithril mine. How shameless! Oh right, how big was the mine? How much did we harvest?" Han Shuo scorned at Florida's pledge, then continued questioning. Shaking his head, Trunks said helplessly, "I'm not sure. We only came in contact with a limited area. What we brought back are a few raw ores with small amounts of mithril within. We need someone in the know to confirm what we've harvested today. If the Metal Elite Zombie was refined, its natural talent could be used to scope out the size of the mine. With his ability to control metal and metal ores, the Metal Elite Zombie could easily gather all of the resources in the entire silver mine within a short amount of time, leaving not even a piece of mithril behind. Unfortunately, the place of extreme metal was the most difficult to find out of the 5 extreme areas. He was unable to refine the Metal Elite Zombie before locating it. With the Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo simply wouldn't have to worry about lacking any ores. When the ability of the dwarves and the Metal Elite Zombie's natural talent to sense metal was combined, a steady supply of weapons would become a simple matter. Sighing for a bit, Han Shuo suddenly noticed some movement from Janet's bandit group. He immediately cursed, "All right, let's leave first. The valley is engulfed in chaos, so we shouldn't stay here for the time being. You guys put down the ores, I'll put them into my space ring." Han Shuo urged Gilbert and the rest. Only Trunks wore a space ring amongst this bunch. Even Grant and the mercenaries used bags tied around their waists. Space rings were famously expensive. These mercenaries naturally didn't have enough gold coins to buy one. However, Grant and the mercenaries didn't act immediately upon Han Shuo's instructions. They looked to Trunks, as if waiting for him to express his opinions. Listen to him. From now on, his commands are my commands. You guys should remember this well. Trunks had a strict face as he carefully instructed. Understood. Grant's folks were relieved of a great burden after putting their sacks down. They hastily took the large sacks off their backs and placed them in front of Han Shuo. The weight of these large sacks loaded with large and small broken rocks were such that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to tolerate them. Even for these mercenaries, the way back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary base would be an unlucky, painful errand. One white light flashed after another. All of the large and small sacks disappeared into Han Shuo's space ring. After all was done, Han Shuo waved his hand saying, "Follow me, we'll block Janet's escape route. This time, we shall be the bandits and capture Janet. Let's do it like that then. I must get some clear answers." Trunks immediately remembered Annie's matter when Han Shuo mentioned Janet. His happy mood turned sorrowful as he shouted with a darkened face. 2 of the 3 Yin demons had returned while the last was closely following Janet's bandit group, paying close attention to their every move. The Soul Destroyers took a shortcut to block Janet's way under Han Shuo's directions, suddenly discovering some suspicious behavior from these people. Unexpectedly, Janet's gang was laying in ambush where the House of Menlo would pass. It seemed that Janet intended on taking advantage of the House of Menlo's heavy losses, and make out like bandits. Chapter 266. Chapter 266, Captives. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As Janet and her bandit gang snuck up on the House of Menlo with the intention of adding insult to injury, she didn't realize that she herself had become someone else's prey. Adam Menlo was injured, and the Rock had transformed into a blonde, middle-aged man with blade wounds all over his skin. Both were under protection of the family's elites as they slowly retreated in the direction of their headquarters. As they passed by a thick shrub surrounded by several towering trees, Janet's people immediately jumped out screaming and shouting. The old man next to Janet released several wind-supporting acceleration spells, enabling their people to quickly close the distance between them and the House of Menlo and begin their ambush. Han Shuo had thought that Janet was lurking around here for the chance to pillage and loot. Contrary to his expectations, however, Janet had passed down the order to kill as soon as she saw the Menlo family. Evidently, she hadn't wanted to rob them. Unlucky old fart Adam. Serves you right. You even dared to scheme against me. You're really tired of living, aren't you? Janet didn't make a move, only shouting loudly in high spirits. Her delicate cheeks were painted with glee. The House of Menlo is done for if we kill these people. See if they still dare to make trouble for us then. The bandits screamed and shouted, furiously waving their weapons and attacking fiercely. They were hot on the heels of the heavily wounded Menlo experts, who were now escaping bedraggedly in all directions. The major forces seemed to have come to a tacit understanding before tonight, as they hadn't sent too many people on this trip to the valley. The House of Menlo had brought roughly 24 experts total. After the berserk Lord Eden had killed some and more had fallen to Han Shuo's resurrected corpses, they only had a dozen members left. Now that they faced Janet's bandit group, who was thrice their number, taking a loss was just a matter of time. Protect my father well. Our people are near. As long as we return to the headquarters, these damned bandits won't be able to leave alive. A skinny, seemingly weak mage with brown hair waved his staff and shouted loudly. Many sharp spikes suddenly shot up on the path that Janet and her bandits were using. Their momentum was quick and fierce thanks to the supporting acceleration spell. They simply didn't pay attention to the changes beneath their feet. When they landed one by one, their bare feet were immediately penetrated by the spikes. Damn it! Shoot them dead! Janet roared, ordering the several archers behind her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing the air resonated as a series of shining silver arrows whizzed towards the house of Menlo, abruptly throwing them into confusion. Even the earth mage, who'd casted earth spikes earlier, was affected by the rain of arrows. He was forced to release an earth wall in defense. Han Chuo clearly saw the happenings of the fight between Janet and the House of Menlo through the 3 yin demons. Currently, his group was hiding in the dark about dozens of meters away, paying rapt attention to the intense fight, awaiting Han Chuo's orders. Leave them to harm each other. I'll have the Earth Elite Zombie sneak attack them in a moment and grab our person. Han Chuo said leisurely, not the least bit anxious. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The Valley of Sunshine will become even more chaotic starting tomorrow, and our Soul Destroyer mercenary band will take this chance to rise up. Trunk's ambition flared as he spoke with excitement. You should be careful for the time being. After my brutal acts tonight, I think the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo may just cast aside everything to deal with us first. The current strength of our mercenary band isn't enough to compete with them yet. Our base absolutely must not be compromised. Looking at the blazing ambition on Trunk's face, Han Chuo couldn't help but speak out as a reminder. Heh, that's fine too. With your madness tonight, our Soul Destroyer mercenary band is definitely going to become renowned. As long as we have fame, we won't have to worry about gaining new recruits. As long as we have both money and manpower, we will grow rapidly. When we're strong enough, that's when the traitor Florida dies. Trunks coldly said, his face solemn. Nodding in agreement, Han Chuo said, indeed, the moment of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band has come. Oh! Han Chuo softly cried out and said, I didn't think that the experts from the House of Menlo were really waiting outside to help their own. It seems that Janet's efforts are going down the drain. Patting the Earth Elite Zombie, Han Chuo ordered it to quickly sneak into the ground. Then he turned to glance at Trunks and said, I suddenly remember that since I have him, I won't need your help. You guys return to the base first. I'll bring Janet and catch up with you later. You really don't need backup? Since Janet can become the leader of such a large bandit group, her strength must be strong. Plus, her men are surrounding her. Are you certain you can succeed? Trunks asked in surprise. Rest assured. This definitely won't be a problem. Han Chuo smiled confidently and turned to Gilbert and the little skeleton, ordering them both to go back. He then headed towards Janet with the Earth Elite Zombie and silently lay in wait to ambush them. This evening was bound to be chaotic, so when the elites from the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had advanced into the mountain valley, the majority of their troops were waiting outside, ready to offer support. The small powers in the valley before, deeply resentful of being intensely suppressed by the 4 great powers, hadn't dared to act rashly. Now that the 4 great powers had been seriously injured in the struggle, in addition to the deathly temptation of the mithril mine, no one would guess if they took some crazy action. Even though Trunks and his group were familiar with the terrain of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Chuo was worried they'd meet with dangers along the way. He sent Gilbert and the little skeleton along with them. At least they could help each other along the way. Han Chuo's brain spun furiously as he schemed on how exactly he would capture Janet. Relying on the detailed observations of Janet's every move from the 3 yin demons, he quickly brainstormed and considered the most appropriate method. Hurry and chase after them. Kill them. There won't be another chance if we miss this one. Janet grasped the huge studded club, her delicate body dashing forward lightning fast as she chased the escaping members of the House of Menlo. Several bandits were originally by her side, but gradually got further from her as they hastily pursued the Menlo experts. Han Chuo calmly determined Janet's route through the yin demons. He moved surreptitiously to hide behind a huge tree, slowly adjusting his breathing and heartbeat. A while later, his whole being seemed to melt into the tree. No one could detect him in the shadows. The Earth Elite Zombie speedily traveled through the ground and followed Janet closely as per Han Chuo's orders. He only needed but a command from his master to immediately coordinate with Han Chuo from underground. The Menlo experts rode various different magical creatures and fled past the huge tree trunk where Han Chuo was hiding. Several bandits on Janet's side waved their weapons, yelling noisily as they gave chase. Everyone was passing right by Han Chuo. The heavily panting Janet gradually approached at the trajectory that Han Chuo had previously predicted. She wielded the huge studded club while loudly shouting and cursing vulgarities non-stop. She didn't have the slightest bit of reservation and subtlety that a young girl should have. Suddenly, the lurking Han Chuo jumped out like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Janet like a dark shadow. Janet had been swearing continuously when she suddenly saw a shadow slip out from the darkness. Startled, she raised the studded club and rushed forward. The club moved at a high speed, making a strange whistling sound. The momentum appeared quite astonishing. Clang clang! A metallic sound echoed as an enormous force transmitted through the studded club into Janet's body. The force was like a terrifying volcano outbreak, blasting Janet backwards. "It's you!" Janet realized the newcomer was much stronger than her after a single blow. When Han Chuo's figure was revealed, her face immediately paled in shock as she cried out. When she saw that her ambusher was Han Chuo, she knew her strength wasn't up to the task. She quickly retreated without a thought and yelled, "Men, capture him!" As Janet was fiercely retreating, she was completely unaware of the Earth Elite zombie lying in wait. A pair of arms abruptly emerged from the ground and accurately seized her ankles, halting her escape.